Kanahagakure no Sato, the hidden village in leaves. Outside the walls, the village looks peaceful. It seems so peaceful that travelers forget about their travels and decide to live within the village. The man who leads the village is also known to be a peaceful man. But looks can be deceiving. If a person looks deeper within the shadows of Konoha, they won't see a peaceful village. The peace is just a mask, a veil that hides what is truly behind closed doors, the real Konoha. Within the shadows, Konoha is corrupt, from the leaders of the village to the civilians. Men and women inside the village breed nothing but hatred. They pass on hatred to their children as if it was a good thing. Children are taught to hate by their mothers at a young age, and their hatred is passed on like the flu. At night, when the kind-hearted rest, the breeds of hatred awaken and become the demons they so despise. They lock away the love within their hearts, reserving it for those they believe to be worthy of it. On the 10th of October, the Kyubi festival, they all celebrate the defeat of the great demon fox, the Kyubi. The Kyubi, the beast that killed their loved ones, destroying their home on its rampage. Their beloved Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, defeated the great beast at the cost of his life. The death of their beloved Yondaime is another reason they hate the Kyubi. The 10th of October, the day that their hatred seems to gain new life even with their celebrations. It seems to speak to them to do evil things without pausing to think of their actions. It possesses them like demons. This day, they act on their hatred. They express their disgust in actions. On other days, they just allow their hatred to grow inside their hearts, only expressing it in the form of hateful glares. But on this day, they express their hatred in the form of beating the Kyubi's Jinchuriki, the child whom the Kyubi is sealed within. While some believe that by beating down the child, they're hurting the Kyubi, others think that the child is the Kyubi reborn into a human child without its power. A few of the villagers believe that the child is just a prisoner of the Kyubi, not the Kyubi itself. Those that think that the child is the Kyubi believe that their beloved Yondaime Hokage stripped the Kyubi of its power before sacrificing himself. Uzumaki Naruto had short spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a white short-sleeved shirt with an Uzumaki swirl in the front, orange short pants, and blue shinobi sandals. He was the 6-year-old Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, a human sacrifice. But to popular belief, Uzumaki Naruto was not a Jinchuriki. No, he was the Ninetales. At the moment, he was now running for his life, with fear that no 6-year-old child should experience. Naruto wasn't aware of what was sealed inside of him. Nobody had him anything. They just kept shouting at him, saying he killed their loved ones. He didn't understand why they thought he committed such acts since he hasn't done anything wrong. It was only on his birthday that the angry mobs would chase him around the village and beat him within an inch of his life. But he always recovered in a day or two, no matter how fatal the injuries he suffered were. The other days they just stared at him with demonic eyes that made him feel unwanted, like an outcast, like he was some kind of disease. Their wicked eyes always weighed him down. They suffocated him. He used to cry at first because of the demonic eyes that always stared at him, but now he'd gotten used to them. He only cried when they beat him on his birthdays. Whenever he asked his Gigi why he always got those eyes from the villagers, his Gigi would always say that people hate everything they didn't understand. The answer always confused him each time he heard it, but he never asked anything further as the Sandaime would talk about something else. Running away from the angry mob was pointless. The villagers would always catch him no matter how fast his little feet ran, no matter where he hid. It was why he'd stopped running and simply waited for the pain to come. Today, he would just receive the pain without asking questions. In the previous times when he asked questions, his questions seemed to infuriate them. They talked as if he knew what they accused him of. Even though he knew he didn't do anything wrong today, he would get beaten without saying anything or crying, for that matter. His tears always seemed to energize them, giving them more strength to beat him. Today, he was going to try something different. Oh ho, the little demon has finally stopped running. Naruto said nothing. He knew that his words would aggravate the predicament he was currently in. Today, we are going to judge you for your crimes, demon. He would get judged even though he committed no crimes. What do you have to say for yourself? Each time before they beat him, they always asked him that question, and each time he would always say, I'm innocent, Please don't hurt me. His words would get him kicked in the face and angry outbursts. You're innocent? You dare say that after killing my wife and my little sister? You aren't innocent, vermin. No matter the kind of answer he gave, it was always the wrong answer. Today, he wasn't going to answer any questions. You will answer me when I'm talking to you, demon. One yelled, gutting him. Naruto coughed and looked up to the man, but remained silent. He was going to get beat even if he answered the question. It served no benefit to him if he answered. Whatever action he did or the words he uttered seemed to infuriate the mob further. One man from the crowd took out a kitchen knife and stabbed him in his hand. They all waited for him to scream, but he didn't this time. Blood just leaked from his hand while he just looked at it. You're stubborn today, Kyubi? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He had heard of the Kyubi, but now he was just called it. He was just a 6-year-old orphan. Well, now he understood why the hatred seemed to intensify on his birthday. Now that he thought about it, he was born the day the Kyubi attacked. But why would he be called the Kyubi? Everybody knew the Yondaime killed the Kyubi. He couldn't be the Kyubi, could he? Hey, you know we aren't supposed to say that. The Sandaime forbid it. That old fool can't do anything. You've seen how kind and loving he is towards the demon, yet we've been getting revenge on the demon for how long now? What has he done about it? Yeah, you're right. Let's just get our revenge and go back to the party before everybody goes home. Naruto clenched his eyes as the beating began. It hurt, but he took it all in without shedding a tear or making a sound. It was just temporary pain. He knew that he would be waking up inside a hospital in a day or two, and the first person he would see would be his Gigi. 2 days later, Konoha Hospital. Naruto couldn't move any part of his body. He couldn't open his eyes, and he didn't feel any pain. The only thing that seemed to be working was his ears. He could hear the sound of 2 voices speaking. He decided to just listen to what they were saying. Hokage-sama, why don't you ask Jiraiya-sama to come back and take Naruto out of the village? I have already tried that, Kakashi, but he refused. When I asked him, he told me, I can't take care of a brat while operating a spy network, and besides, you know I'm not fit for the parenting role. Even when I pointed out that Naruto was his godson, he still refused. If it's okay, you can let me take care of him. I owe that much to his father, Kakashi suggested. No, you are important and of one of the strongest shinobi of the village. We can't lose you, not at the moment. Then what are we going to do? I don't really know, Kakashi. I just hope that Naruto remains sane despite all the hatred he has to endure. So you're just going to let the villagers who attacked him go without a more suitable and justified punishment again? There is nothing that we can do. We can't kill everyone who attacks him. If we did that, it would cause an uproar within the village. Go back to your post. I will talk to Naruto when he wakes up. Hi, Hokage-sama. The voices became quiet, allowing Naruto to process what he had just heard. Naruto knew from that moment that he had family, a family that didn't want to take care of him, a family that abandoned him. It pained him to acknowledge that fact. He still couldn't understand or come to a better conclusion on what had happened to his parents. What he knew was that the Sandaime knew them and was keeping it away from him. It almost broke him to think that they, too, might have abandoned him like his godfather. But he refused to dwell on that because he didn't have any proof. The Sandaime knew everything but had been lying to him his whole life. He wasn't going to tell the Sandaime about what he had heard, but he was going to ask a few questions that he would normally. He was going to keep what he had heard to himself. He was going to find out the truth one way or the other. He also needed to find out about his connection with the Kyubi. The Sandaime will only lie to him if he asked. It was pointless asking the old man what he knew. It didn't hurt trying, though. 2 hours later. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smiled when he saw Naruto's body began to stir. He cared for the boy like his own grandchild. It pained him having to witness what the village he leads acts like to a mere child. Naruto opened up his eyes and looked at his body. His whole body was wrapped up in bandages. If one did not know any better, they would think that he just escaped from one of the Egyptian pyramids' coffins. He looked at the Sandaime. It's good that you're awake, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and looked down sadly before looking up at the Sandaime again. Gigi, what did I do to make them hate me? He asked sadly. He needed to see if the Sandaime could be honest with him. The Sandaime smile dropped immediately. Naruto-kun, People will always hate things they don't understand. The same damn answer. He hated that answer. Why don't I have parents, Gigi? We have already gone through with that discussion, Naruto. Talking about it won't do any good. Now come on, let me take you back to the orphanage. His theory was confirmed. The Sandaime couldn't be honest with him. Naruto got out of the bed without saying a word and followed the Sandaime to the orphanage. A year later. Over the past year, Naruto lived as a cheerful person while behind the mask, he had a calm demeanor. Naruto had been able to find some answers he needed. His ways of getting answers involved getting lost in the Jonin lounge and overhearing their conversations. He had only been caught once out of the 5 times he had ended up there. Naruto couldn't get anything about his parents, but he had a depressing feeling that they were dead. The fact that they were dead would explain why he had no other family alive other than the godfather who abandoned him. A shocking discovery he made was that the QB was sealed inside of him. He didn't understand the concept of sealing or how it was done, but he knew that the QB was living inside of him. But it didn't make him the QB, it made him its prisoner. He now understood why the villagers always looked at him with hateful stares and their reasons for making his life miserable. Instead of seeing Uzumaki Naruto, they saw the QB. He didn't get why they would see him as the QB. The QB was just living inside of him. That didn't mean he was the QB. If he was only 7 years old and could understand that, why couldn't the villagers understand that? When he asked himself that question, he recalled what the Sandaime had always told him each time he wondered why he was hated. People will always hate what they don't understand. The Sandaime had been cryptically telling him that the villagers hated him because they didn't understand his situation. Despite knowing what he knew, his suffering did not end. It continued. It wasn't that he'd expected things to change after knowing why Konoha hates him. A group of villagers were on the verge of beating him up. Like last time, he would take the beating without complaints. The Sandaime had told him that he would always be hated because they didn't understand. Those words made him feel hopeless. They made him come to accept that his pain would never end. Naruto was backed against a wall in an alley just a distance away from his apartment. The Sandaime had given him the apartment because he had been kicked out of the orphanage again. He liked his home despite it being cold and lonely. In his apartment, he didn't have to endure the abuse he suffered at the caretaker's hands. Today, he decided not to roam around the village. He had stayed within his apartment all day. Unfortunately, he'd been dragged out of his apartment and thrown into the alley. Naruto looked at the demonic grins he was receiving from the mob. It was a small mob today. Many were not aware of where he lived. He closed his eyes and waited for the pain to come. He paused and waited, but the pain never came. He opened his eyes and looked around the dark alley. The mob had disappeared into thin air. He looked up and saw an old man in black with red eyes and a walking cane. The old man just stared at him without blinking. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before he asked, "Who are you?" The old man smiled at him and replied, "Your savior." Naruto stared at the old man. "My savior," those words repeated inside his head. "Why did you save me? No one in this village does something like that for me." Naruto's voice reflected his pain and sadness. The old man frowned at Naruto's words. It saddened and infuriated him to see Naruto in this kind of situation. "I could not stand and watch foolish men beat up a child," he replied with a small smile. Naruto smiled slightly. He bowed his head. "Thank you." The old man found it amusing. He chuckled for a second before waving Naruto off. "It's cold out here. Allow me to walk you home before you catch cold and more fools decide to attack you." Naruto looked at the old man curiously. No one would be willing to help him unless they wanted something in return. He tried to think of what the old might demand from him for saving him, but his mind couldn't find an answer. "It's okay, I won't hurt you." The old man spoke sincerely. Naruto detected it because of the kind of life he's had to live. He had been forced to learn how to read people so that he might be able to know their intentions towards him. Seeing that the old man had no ill intentions towards him, he nodded and got up. They walked towards his apartment with the old man close behind him. No words were being exchanged between the two. They just walked in silence. Their walk was short. The alley Naruto had been dragged to by the mob was close by his apartment. Naruto opened the door to his apartment and stood there. Something was bothering him that he wanted to ask, but was too afraid to. "Go inside." the old man exclaimed while pushing Naruto inside his apartment with a cane. Naruto gathered his courage and asked his questions. "Ano, do you mind telling me your name so I can tell Hokage Gigi who saved me and what happened to the mob?" The old man gave Naruto a sharp look. Naruto shrunk down a bit and took a step back because of the fierce look he was getting. "Don't tell your Hokage anything about me. If he asks who saved you, tell him you didn't see who saved you," he said in a firm voice. Naruto nodded vigorously. The look the old man gave him told him that there would be consequences should he say anything. "And as for the mob, I made it disappear." Naruto nodded, not even understanding what the old man meant. "My name is Madara," he said before disappearing like he was never there. He wasn't afraid that Naruto would tell someone his name, for he knew Naruto was a lot more secretive than he let people believe. Naruto stared at the spot Madara had been standing for a moment before closing the door on his way inside. The events of the day had been enough for him. He decided to rest for the day. Everything else he would do tomorrow. With those thoughts, Naruto threw himself in on his bed. A few minutes later, the 7-year-old was snoring in blissful sleep. Hokage office. It was rare for the Sandaime to call Naruto to his office. Well, it was mostly because Naruto would always budge inside the office, uninvited. The Sandaime's office was one of the 2 places he could visit without someone kicking him out. For as long as he could remember, he had always been inside the office waiting for his Gigi to finish his paperwork so that they could get some ramen. He liked it because other than the Ikarakus, the Sandaime was the only person he could talk to even though the Sandaime kept things from him. He had no friends to play with since the other children hated him like their parents, but not everyone his age hated him. They just didn't befriend him. The children his age only hated him because their parents told them so. Parents would even tell their children not to play with him and stay away from him because he was terrible. They would say it even when they knew he could hear them. It was as if they felt no shame for their actions. In the past few days, Naruto had spent much of his time at his apartment rather than spending time with the old man. He thought it was why the old man had called him to his office. The Sandaime had a small smile planted on his face. He was happy. He had good news for Naruto. A part of him knew that the boy would be glad when he told him the great news. "Naruto, I have some great news for you." This got Naruto's complete attention. "I have registered you to the Ninja Academy, so you can become a shinobi like you have always wanted." Naruto had always told him he wanted to become a shinobi. The Sandaime's words replayed inside Naruto's head a few times before they suddenly sunk in. His eyes widened, and he jumped onto the Sandaime and gave him the biggest hug he had ever given the old man. The Sandaime chuckled, seeing Naruto's reaction. Naruto let go of the old man and gave him the widest grin ever. "Thank you, old. I'm going to become the greatest ninja to have ever lived in Konoha. That's a promise." Naruto yelled with a foxy grin and a thumbs up. "Sit down, Naruto. I want to tell you something," the old man said, calming Naruto down. Naruto nodded and sat down on a chair just in front of Sandaime's desk. "Now, Naruto, tell me, what is a shinobi?" Naruto replied without even pausing to think. "A shinobi is someone who can do those cool jutsus," he exclaimed. The Sandaime shook his head. "No, Naruto. A shinobi is someone who fights to protect their village, those precious to them. Shinobi do not fight for their personal glory, but they fight for the glory of that which they protect, their villages. The kind of shinobi you will become will be determined by the kind of heart you have, not the jutsus you have." He paused, looking at Naruto. He gave the boy an academy-rated description of what a shinobi is, though, with Naruto, he was not sure if the boy would even take in what he had just said. "I'm telling you this because, in a week, you're going to be starting your training to become a shinobi. You must know what you are getting yourself into." Naruto nodded. He understood what it meant to be a ninja, and he was ready for it. He needed to get strong for him to be able to protect himself from the village. He was not going to tolerate their behavior towards him forever. "I understand, Gigi. Naruto, do you remember that you once told me that you wanted to be acknowledged by the village?" When he was 5 years old, he had told the Sandaime that he wanted to be the strongest ninja and get the village to acknowledge him. "By attending the Ninja Academy, you will get a chance to become a ninja. I want you to take the academy seriously. If you don't, you won't achieve your dream. Tell me that you will listen and take seriously what you learn in the academy." The Hokage said, trying to make Naruto understand how important it was that he listened to what he was going to be taught in the academy. He wanted Naruto to become a good shinobi, and to become a good shinobi, one had to listen well to the academy's teachings. I will take the teachings seriously, Gigi, that's a promise, Naruto exclaimed with a wide grin. Good. If you stay for an hour, I will treat you to some ramen. Naruto nodded and went to sit down. The Sandaime knew that if there was something that Naruto could not refuse, it had to be ramen. The boy seemed to love ramen more than anything. He looked at his paperwork for a moment. I won't be able to finish this paperwork before lunch. There are just too many of those papers to read and sign. Damn you, Minato, for dying without telling me how you finished your paperwork fast. The Hokage thought. You know what, Naruto? Let's go now. I will finish the paperwork when I get back. The Sandaime said, getting up from his chair behind his desk. Yes, ramen, Naruto exclaimed before rushing to drag the Sandaime out of his office to the ramen stand. The Sandaime chuckled slightly as he was being pulled out of his office by a 7-year-old. He liked this kind of moment because he had an idea that Naruto forgets about his hard life and focuses on ramen only. Ramen always got the boy excited. Treating Naruto to a few bowls of ramen was his way of ensuring that the boy was happy. He owed it to Minato to ensure that Naruto was happy. Naruto was a hero in his eyes, even though the foolish villagers refused to believe that. It was his job to make sure that the boy had a good life. He had already failed to make sure that the boy lived the life of a hero he was. Doing something like this was the least he could do for the boy. A week later, Naruto walked within the Ninja Academy grounds. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit he got from the Sandaime, goggles on his forehead, and black shinobi sandals. He had a huge grin planted firmly on his face. He was thrilled that he was going to the academy. Going to the academy was what everyone in his age talked about. Everyone wanted to be in the academy, but he did not join the academy because it was a cool thing. No, he joined because he wanted to become a ninja and become strong enough to protect himself. The other kids joined the academy because they wanted to do ninjas do jutsus. They did not understand what being a ninja meant because they did not see what ninjas did on the battlefield. Their parents would never tell them about it since they do not want to scare them. He had the privilege of overhearing things that ninjas did when he had been lost in the Jonin lounge. The Jonins occasionally spoke about their missions, the guilt some felt for killing, and the pain of losing comrades during missions. He did not know what it felt like to take someone's life, but he did not hope to experience such a thing. Even when he knew that being a ninja, he would have to kill to fight off his enemies. His time overhearing things had taught him lessons that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He walked past a couple of parents saying goodbye to their kids. He did not know how they would respond, seeing that he was entering the academy. Entering the academy meant that he would become a ninja one day, making things difficult for them to get their revenge. When the parents saw Naruto, their happy looks and smiles melted. They were replaced by the faces of numerous deals of animosity. They were displeased. The mutterings began. I can't believe the Sandaime allowed it to enter the academy. What was he thinking doing that? It will only give the demon a chance to regain its strength. We have to do something about this before it gets too smart for its own good. I think I'll withdraw my son from this year's class. I don't want my son attending the same class as the demon. Hikaru, you see that boy? Don't talk or play with him. He is evil. Do you understand me? Yes, Ka-san. Naruto's grin didn't disappear when he heard the words. He was used to the hateful comments. It was nothing new. He had learned to just live his life and smile like everything was okay. Even when nothing was okay, he still smiled like everything else was. Crying over the hurtful words wasn't going to solve his problems. Crying would only make him miserable. At least smiling infuriated them. They thought that he was ignoring them, and their hateful glares weren't doing their job. He continued on to walk inside the academy. The academy was huge and had a lot of students inside of it. Naruto looked around for where he was supposed to attend his class. Hey, it's that evil kid mother said we should avoid. Yeah, but he doesn't look that evil to me. If anything, he looks stupid. Who wears an orange jumpsuit? Who cares if he's evil or not? He's a new kid. We should teach him a few rules. Yeah, but not now. We'll be late for our class. You know how sensei is when we're late. Oh, I forgot about that. Let's hurry before we get yelled at. Naruto felt saddened upon hearing what his peers had been thinking of him. Even though some didn't care what their parents told them about him, they were still willing to hate him for no valid reason. Sometimes he hated what his life had turned out to be. The Yondaime was the one who cursed him. He was the one who sealed the Kyuubi inside him and left him to the vultures, who wanted nothing but to rip him into pieces. He had learned to hate the Yondaime Hokage for doing what he did. If the Yondaime hadn't sealed the Kyuubi inside him, he would never have had to experience the kind of life he experienced since birth. He didn't care if the Yondaime did what he did to protect the village. Konoha wasn't worth it. It didn't deserve him as a human sacrifice. They didn't know what it felt like to know that a giant nine-tailed demon fox is sleeping somewhere inside your body. Sometimes he had those kinds of thoughts, but he often stopped himself from having such thoughts. They didn't make him a better person. He walked towards his class and knocked. He had already been late by a few minutes. Enter. He heard and opened the large two doors. Each eye was looking at him. Some students were staring at him with blank expressions, some in apparent distaste. The stares started to make him nervous. Naruto walked over to the two senseis, who was standing in front of the class. Both the sensei's stares showed animosity towards him. The other sensei hid it well, but the other who had a scar on his nose did not bother to hide it. It was like Naruto to know that he did not like him. Naruto handed the man his registration form. The man looked at the paper before looking at him. He looked back at his class. Class, we have a new student who will be joining, he announced to his class. Why don't you introduce yourself? Naruto nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be the greatest ninja, you know, Naruto shouted out. He heard a couple of snickers and snorts, but said nothing. He just continued smiling. Yeah, right. No doubt you will be the greatest ninja. Who knows when you do that? We might even wear a kill me jumpsuit like you. One student called out in evident sarcasm. Naruto noted it, but did not comment. The whole class erupted in laughter. Even the senseis seemed amused by the sarcasm. Naruto just stood there with a wide grin while they laughed. That's enough. Nobody listened. I said that's enough. Now shut up, the scar-faced sensei yelled out, causing everyone to wince at the sound of his voice. My name is Yumino Irika. Irika introduced himself to Naruto. This is my assistant Mizuki. Now go take a seat somewhere, so I can continue with my lesson. Naruto nodded and walked towards the seat at the back of the room, beside a window. He took his seat and looked back at Irika. Now where was I? Yes, I was teaching you Konoha's history. Naruto stopped listening and looked outside the window. He was not interested in the village's history. The history did not ensure his survival, but ninja skills ensured that he would survive. He entered the academy to get the ninja skills he needed, not to learn history. If someone could have been willing to teach him, he would never have registered at the academy. No one was really willing to give the demon power. They feared that giving him power would only give him a chance to finish what he started 7 years ago. It almost amused Naruto that they hated him and feared him simultaneously. They hated him for the Kyuubi and were not afraid to express their hate, and yet at the same time, they feared that the sleeping beast would someday wake up and devour them. Even though their hatred had made them ignorant of some things, Naruto knew that deep inside their hearts, they knew he was nothing but a prisoner of the Kyuubi. It was why they also feared him. They feared that someday he would free the beast. They could only imagine the horrors the creature would cause should it be released from its prison. Naruto. He was snapped out of his thoughts by the angry voice of Yumino Irika. Can you repeat what I have been saying, Naruto? Naruto had not been listening to what the man had been saying. He had been lost in his thoughts. You see, I wasn't listening, he replied sheepishly with a grin. Irika glared at him. Get out of my class. You'll come back when you've decided to take my teaching seriously. Naruto said nothing. He just took his small school bag and walked the walk of shame. He could not argue or refuse the punishment he was being given. Irika was the sensei. He could do whatever he wanted with his students. And Naruto was his student. Had he turned around, he would have seen the smirk on Irika's face. He left the room and went to the playground. He would go back to class after lunch. His sensei didn't seem he even wanted him in the class. It was better to go back to class after some time had passed. Naruto was alone under a tree, trying to get some sleep. He was bored. None of the kids in the playground were willing to play with him. Sorry, But mother said I shouldn't play with you because you're a bad person, they kept telling him. He cursed the mothers for this. Had they kept their mouths shut, he would have never been so bored. No matter how many times he asked himself why they saw a demon instead of the 7-year-old he was, he could never find a suitable answer. It's the new kid. Let's play with him. Naruto heard a voice speak just beside him. What's your name? Naruto looked up to see two boys, 2 years his senior. They looked alike, and both had black eyes and short brown hair. Both wore dark green short pants, a dark blue long-sleeve shirt, and blue shinobi sandals. He was quiet for a few moments trying to think of a way to handle the situation. He knew that it wouldn't end up well for him by the looks on their faces. He wasn't given enough time to think as he was suddenly lifted up in the air. First Academy rule: answer the question quickly when asked, the one lifting him up said before throwing him away. Naruto showed no reaction as he hit the tree by his back. He was used to pain. He was no stranger to pain, and it would go away sooner or later. One of the boys walked over to him and unzipped his backpack. He had a notebook to copy notes and his lunch. The boy took his things out. Naruto said nothing. Begging didn't help. Nothing helped in this kind of situation. It was better to just let them do what they wanted and get it over with. They would leave him alone after they had finished what they wanted to do with him. A foot crashed into his gut, making him grunt slightly. He didn't dwell on the pain. Something else mattered more than the pain. Naruto watched with sadness as his ramen was spilled to the ground. He didn't have much ramen left or enough money to buy more ramen, for that matter. He had little money left in his monthly allowance. The Sandaime would never give him more money before the month could end. He had been overcharged a few things that he wanted that put a large dent in his wallet. Seeing the food he paid good money for being spilled like it was nothing saddened him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Next time, have a better lunchbox, they said as they walked away with proud smirks. They had succeeded in bullying Naruto. What made them proud was that the blonde was so afraid of them. He didn't even try to put up a fight. Naruto stared at his spilled ramen sadly. The next few years were surely going to be hard for him, but he would have to endure if he wants to be a ninja. Naruto's apartment. The first day at the academy had gone far worse than he had anticipated. He had only thought he would have to deal with hateful stares only. But the bullying and insults from other students was not something he had thought he would have to deal with. It was hard, but he would have to endure till he passed the academy. One thing that had been a shock to him was that the senseis were unwilling to teach him. He feared that they would even go as far as to fail him. He had expected them to hate him, but he did not expect them to act the way they did towards him. He had expected them to be smarter than the rest of the village, to be able to understand that he was just a 7-year-old who was suffering from the harsh life he was living. The teachers, after all, teachers were supposed to be smart. If he did not learn other things by himself, he would not learn anything from the academy. Sneaking into the library was his only option. He had been unable to do it in the past year. It was closely guarded, unlike the Jonin's lounge, which was not protected. But he would find a way to be able to get into the library undetected. His life depended on it. Naruto walked to his kitchen and opened a drawer in his kitchen unit. He looked at his store of food, which was uncooked ramen only. He was low on food and did not have enough money to buy any more. He sighed as he awaited the 3 minutes of hell, waiting for ramen to cook. The ramen was cooked, and he ate it blissfully. He felt that he needed more, so he decided to rest before he finished the little left. A knock on his door interrupted him from taking off his jumpsuit. He hurried to open the door. He opened the door and found the old man, Madara, who had saved him on his birthday. He just stood there staring at the old man. Madara was still in black and had 2 plastic bags on his left hand. Are you going to let me in? Naruto shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He let the old man in and closed the door behind him. Madara had already made his way to his kitchen table. Naruto followed suit. He looked at the plastic bags. One had a loaf of bread, apples, and oranges. The other had meat and some foodstuff he didn't know. What can I help you with? Naruto asked softly, trying not to sound rude. I brought you food. I saw that you were running low, Madara replied with a small smile. Naruto looked at Madara curiously before asking, how did you know I was running low on food? He hadn't told anyone that he was running low. Not even the Sandaime knew of it. I came here while you were at the academy and checked, he replied with a shrug. You broke into my apartment. Naruto accused with a slight glare to the old man. What if I did? I didn't come here to steal anything. I came here to help you. Naruto asked the first thing that came to his mind. Why would you help? The same question from the last time I saved him from the foolish villagers, Madara thought. Do you mean to say why I would help you knowing what is inside of you? He asked, pointing at Naruto's gut. Naruto wasn't surprised that Madara knew that he had the Kyuubi inside of him. Every adult in the village knew. It was only his generation that didn't know. But what surprised him was that the old man said that he knew that Naruto knew what was inside of him. He had realized from smart people that they thought he was not aware of his burden since no one was allowed to talk about it. But the question Madara asked was why he did not expect anyone to be kind to him. So he nodded. I don't see you as others see you. You are just a child to me, Madara said sincerely. Naruto nodded. He knew that a few smart people didn't see him as the Kyuubi. How did you know I knew about the Kyuubi? Not even the Sandaime is aware I know. Madara chuckled. I know a lot more about you than you realize, but that's not why I came here. Naruto nodded. Thank you. But there is no ramen. He finished with a thought. Madara seemed to read his thoughts. You need to eat healthy food and fruits, or your body will not develop properly. Naruto nodded. The Sandaime had told him the same thing, but he didn't take the Sandaime seriously because the old man knew he wasn't allowed in other shops, even if he couldn't afford the food since they would overcharge him. If the Sandaime wanted him to eat healthy food, he would have brought him the food he wanted him to eat, knowing his problem. Thank you. Naruto thanked the old man again. I'm just doing what I can to help. He paused for a moment. How was your first day at the academy? He asked, trying to see if Naruto would lie about it. Naruto frowned. He really didn't want to talk about it. The old man was sincere with him and had helped him. It was fair for him to be honest, and he felt like he could trust the old man. Just like my birthdays, except for this time there was no mob, and I didn't end up in the hospital, but I'll survive, he replied honestly. Madara nodded and smiled slightly. I know. That is why next week I will bring you some books for you to study. Naruto beamed up brightly the moment those words reached his ears. He didn't care for any other things. As long as he was going to get some reading done, he was happy. Really? Madara nodded. Yes, I'm getting old, and I don't have much to do. Helping you will keep me active. Nay, old man, don't you have your own family? Don't call me old man. My name is Madara, he said firmly. Every old person did not like to be reminded that they were old. Naruto grinned widely. Sorry. To answer your question, I don't have any family. They are all dead, he said without any hint of emotion. Naruto just nodded since he had no idea what to say. At least the old man had no one, just like him. Madara stood up. I better get going before it gets too dark to walk. Naruto nodded and walked the man out of the apartment. Madara smiled at Naruto before disappearing once again like he was never there. Naruto closed his door and went to the kitchen with a slight smile on his face. He had to be pleased. He finally had someone willing to help him other than the Sandaime. If Madara did bring him the books like he said he would never have to worry about getting caught in the library trying to steal books. It wouldn't matter if they didn't teach him anything in the academy. He could learn on his own, at his own apartment. His life had taken a new turn he hadn't expected. This day had its surprises, some bad and some good. But the good thing was he was going to sleep with a smile on his face. The food the old man had brought him was another good thing. He took an apple and went to his room to sleep without even packing the food he was given. He told himself he would pack tomorrow. At the moment, he needed to rest. Unknown location. A figure with red eyes, 3 tomos in each, one would define the eyes as the Sharingan, walked in a slightly dark place. He had an impassive gaze on his face and a cane on his right hand. A plant-like figure appeared from the ground in front of him. It had yellow eyes, its right side was white while its left side was black, and it wore a black cloak. How did it go? It went well, the Sharingan wielder replied, his voice not betraying the expression on his face. Did you tell him? The plant-like figure asked in a deep voice. No, not yet. I need to gain his trust first, but if I continue showing myself to him, he will ask questions which will lead me to tell him the truth. What now? For now, we wait, Zetsu, but we won't wait for too long, he replied, disappearing into the darkness. The plant-like figure, now revealed to be Zetsu, said nothing. He sank back into the ground, disappearing like he was never there. Hokage Monument. It has been 3 months since Madara started to bring him things. He now ate without having to worry if he was going to run out of food or not. Even though Naruto himself would deny it, he had gained some weight since eating a healthy diet. Madara brought him healthy food instead of the ramen he ate each time his stomach called for food. It was good for him since he did enjoy eating other food rather than ramen. His studies had progressed at a higher rate than he had expected. At the academy, he still acted like an idiot. It was Madara's idea that he didn't show people that he was smart. It didn't matter though. Even if he wanted to show that he was smart, he would never get the chance because he was never asked to answer a question. Naruto agreed with Madara's idea. Showing that he was smart would attract a lot of attention he would instead not have drawn. He had gotten close to Madara in such a way that they ate dinner together on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They always did it in Naruto's apartment. He had never been or seen where Madara lived. The old man never really gave him a clear answer to questions about himself. He always gave him cryptic answers that he couldn't decipher. It was why he needed answers from the old man. He would ask the old man when he visited him today. He was going to get answers one way or the other. Naruto looked over Konohagakure from the Hokage monument with a solemn expression on his face. He sat on top of Shodai's head. He had stopped sitting on top of the Yandame's head because he sort of hated the man. The Hokage monument was a place that brought him to peace with himself. There was no one to stare at him. He didn't have to listen to the whispers. He enjoyed the cool breeze that washed over him when the day was giving way to night. If he could live upon the monument, he would have moved up here already. He had only seen the Sandame a few times in the past 3 months. The old man had been asking why he rarely visited him since entering the academy. He had told the old man the part truth of why he no longer visited like he used to. His meetings with Madara were to remain a secret till he felt like telling someone about it, or Madara said it was okay. But even if Madara did say it was okay, he never really planned to tell anyone. The part truth he told the Sandame was that he had been busy with attending the academy. He never missed a day. He was always present each day in class, looking like a fool. Other students made it a recurring matter that they make fun of him for his kill-me orange jumpsuit. He didn't care what anyone thought about his jumpsuit. He would wear it till he chooses to abandon it. They could laugh all they wanted. He didn't care. Konoha was peaceful when looking over at it from the Hokage monument. The children were roaming around the village playing games while the elders stood in their groups conversing. One could say it was an ideal village, but what was hidden under those masks of happiness were things that could frighten anyone. It sometimes amused Naruto because if he were to walk within the village streets, the adults would stop conversing and just stare at him, while others pretended like he didn't exist. Yes, there were people within the village who refused to acknowledge his existence. Something like that brought him more pain. It hurt him more than the pain he felt in one of his brutal beatings on his birthdays. Naruto got up and decided to visit the ramen stand. It had been long since he saw the Ikaraku's. Ikaraku ramen stand. Naruto walked calmly to the ramen stand. It seemed that people could sense whenever he decided to visit the ramen stand and make way for him. Most of the time, when he went to the place, it was always empty except when he went with the Sandame. Naruto took a seat. Today, he would make up for the lost time. I am Ne-chan. He called out to his sister figure. Ayam was like an older sister to him, just as her father was like a grandfather. Both Ikarakus cared for him and did not care about how the villagers viewed him. They were the only ones to allow him to eat freely without overcharging him. Sometimes they would even give him free ramen when he had no money to pay. Naruto liked them too. They were kind people. They made him feel like he belonged within the village. A brown-haired girl with black eyes and in a white cloth stepped behind the counter from the kitchen. She smiled brightly upon seeing Naruto. She pulled him over into a bone-crushing hug. If Naruto was a pervert or understood adult things, he would have been over the moon. His head was perfectly placed between Ayam's breasts. All it did was make him feel uncomfortable. Ayam noticed and let him go. Naruto, I missed you. I haven't seen you in 3 months. Where have you been? Naruto grinned, scratching the back of his head. I got into the ninja academy, so I've been busy lately, he replied. The only words Ayam heard were Ninja Academy. You're a student at the academy? Naruto nodded proudly. I'm so happy for you. I know father will be pleased too. I'll give you 6 free bowls of ramen as my gift for making it to the academy. Good. Then make it 26 bowls of miso and pork ramen, and keep him coming, Naruto said with a wide grin. I shook her head and went on to get Naruto's ramen. The blonde still had his appetite for ramen. The number of ramen bowls Naruto ate still amazed her. Had he been in a kimchi, she wouldn't have been amazed. She was positive that Naruto could eat more bowls of ramen than in a kimchi. Something unheard of, nobody ate more than the kimchi. But with the way Naruto ate ramen, anything was possible. She came back with 5 bowls. She would get the rest after he finished. How is the academy? Have you? She cursed herself for almost asking if he had made friends when she knew that Naruto was not well liked. Boring. All they teach us is some useless things. They haven't started teaching us cool ninja things, Naruto replied. He did guess what Ayam wanted to ask in her unfinished question, but chose not to dwell on it. Ayam nodded. I can't believe my little Naruto is going to be a ninja one day. I will be a ninja, not just a ninja but the greatest ninja in Konoha, believe it, Naruto replied in a loud voice. Ayam smiled at his antics. She might not have seen him in a few months, but he was still the Naruto knew and cared for. When will you graduate? I doubt you'll graduate anytime soon. You are a little too young to be a ninja, she said, going back to the kitchen to get more of Naruto's ramen. I don't know. They haven't told us how long we had to stay in the academy before we can become ninjas, Naruto replied after Ayam had returned with his ramen. Okay, promise me that you won't disappear again without telling me. It won't happen again, that's a promise, Naruto replied with a grin. Ayam nodded. I'll be in the kitchen, call me if you need anything, she said, disappearing to the kitchen. Naruto nodded and ate his ramen alone. He was happy that Ayam was still the same. He finished all of his bowls and paid for them, leaving the ramen stand. He strolled in the streets of the village, ignoring the whispers from the villagers. Giving the whispers time would only cause a problem to him once he hears what they were saying. It was better to ignore them and live your own life. They could talk, but he wouldn't give it time unless they came and forced him to listen to what they were saying. Naruto increased his pace when his apartment came into view. Naruto's apartment. Today was a day Naruto was going to meet with Madara again. It was this day he was going to get the answers he needed from the old man. Naruto sat down in his kitchen with a solemn look on his face. He was contemplating how he was going to start the conversation with the old man. It did not please him, knowing that people knew more about himself than he did himself. It was the same thing with the Sandaime. The old man knew things about him that he wasn't aware of, but chose to keep them from him. He did not care for the reasons behind that decision. The fact was that important information was kept from him intentionally. Keeping things from him was not beneficial to him. In fact, it damned him. Because he had to independently come to conclusions, his mind could only make up things that ended badly. He lived in hell because the truth was being intentionally kept from him. He was condemned to live without knowing who his father or mother was when people knew about it, but kept it from him. Madara was another situation. He couldn't figure out what the old man was hiding, but he knew that the old man was hiding things. There was no way Madara could have done all he has done for him out of kindness alone. He could never figure out what the old man was thinking. The old man was impossible to read. He could read the Sandaime, but not always. He was only able to read the old man when the old man wanted him to read him. Oh, he knew that the old man let him read him when he wanted Naruto to see that he was sincere. Other than that, there was nothing at all. A knock on the door snapped him out of his thoughts. He didn't bother to open the door. If it was the old man, he would open the door. That had been something he was used to. He had a feeling that the old man would never do anything to hurt him. That kind of assurance disturbed him as he knew nothing of Madara. He didn't wait too long as Madara stepped into his kitchen in his usual black attire. Hello, Naruto. Madara greeted the boy. Naruto just nodded. He didn't feel like doing the usual chit-chat. Madara noticed, but seemed amused by it. I have questions that need to be answered. Madara's expression turned into an impassive one. I was wondering when you would say that. His voice did not betray the look on his face. Who are you? I know you are a lot more controlled, but I will ask you to be calm and don't freak out with what I'm about to tell you. Naruto raised a brow but nodded. In the history books I gave you, there was a man called Uchiha Madara, correct? Naruto nodded. I know it may sound untrue, but I am that man. Naruto's eyes widened. That was just unbelievable. Madara lived in the times of the first Hokage, and he was supposed to be dead by now. That can't be true. Madara died during his battle with the Shodan. Yes, that's what history books say, but that's not the truth. Even if Madara did survive the encounter, there is no way he could still be alive, unless he was an Uzumaki. But still, even if he was an Uzumaki, he still couldn't possibly be alive at this time. Madara had given Naruto books in the history of both Uzumaki and Senju clans. Madara sighed. The boy was not going to believe him, not now. Okay, since you aren't going to believe me about that, how about I tell you about your parents? Madara suggested, knowing full well that Naruto would forget about the previous conversation in favor of learning something about his parents. He was not disappointed. Naruto was in front of him with wide eyes. Do you know who they were? Yes. Now sit properly because this is going to be hard to take in, he said, knowing that Naruto hated the Yondaime for sealing the Kyuubi inside of him and telling him how close he was related to the Yondaime. Naruto nodded dumbly and went back to his chair. Let me start with your mother. Your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The moment those words reached Naruto's ears, his eyes became wide. He could not believe it. His mother was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and no one has ever spoken of the Kyuubi being sealed inside of another person. He shared the same burden as his mother did. Before it was sealed inside of you. The night of your birth, someone ripped the Kyuubi out of your mother's seal. Thus, the Kyuubi went on a rampage. Sadly, she died that night. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. Chapter 2. He was at a loss of words because of what he had been told. He had a mother. He did not just fall from the sky. He was both happy and sad. He now knew a little of his mother. She was a Jinchuriku of the Kyuubi. He had taken up her burden. A part of him always knew that his parents were not alive. His mother died the day he was born, the day the Kyuubi went on a rampage. Kushina Uzumaki, that was his mother's name. A hole in his heart seemed to close slightly, but it could never be completely closed as it lacked a mother's love. Naruto smiled sadly before looking back at Madara. He wanted to thank the old man for telling him something that the Sandaime had failed to. It was of great importance to him to know a little about his parents. His voice betrayed him. Not a single word came out from his mouth. Madara continued. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. That fool and your mother died sealing the Kyuubi inside of you, Madara said. Naruto's blood began to boil furious. His body was heating, and it began to sweat. Clear anger flashed in his eyes. Madara seemed to like seeing Naruto boil in anger. Before his body could start releasing steam due to the heat on his body, Naruto calmed himself down. The bastard who cursed him was his father. He could not understand how any father would do that to his own child. Minato chose the village over his own son. The thought made him hate the man to a higher level. If he had the power, he would go to the Hokage's monument and destroy that man's face. The anger he felt was enough to make him draw out the Kyuubi's chakra unconsciously, but it receded once he calmed down. He was glad for whoever gave him his mother's name. He hated Namikaze and everything that has to do with him. He hated the fact that the man's blood was inside of his body. If the Namikaze blood could be drained from his body, he would have it drained. You look a lot like him, have you noticed? The horrors continued for Naruto. He did look like a younger version of the bastard. He had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as the bastard. He could see pictures of the Yondaime smiling at him. You might hate me, but you still my son, and you look a lot like me. He banished the thoughts quickly before he could do something he would later regret. Minato was a fool to think that the village would accept you as a hero. Naruto nodded. It was a foolish thought by the great Yondaime Hokage. How come no one has ever spoken of my mother's name? There is nowhere in history books that says she was a Jinchuriku. All records about her were destroyed, and her Jinchurika status was kept a secret. Only a select few in high positions knew of it. His mother was made non-exist because of foolish beliefs. They celebrated the Yondaime as a hero while his mother was not spoken. She died, and no one ever speaks of it. Her name was not even written in the history books. He blamed the Yondaime for that. It was the same as him. He who carried the burden was hated, while the Yondaime who ran off to die was worshipped. He hated the bastard. If he was still alive, He would give nothing more than to see the man die a slow, painful death while he watches. Naruto shook his head, banishing the evil thoughts that were on his mind. Thinking such things was not going to do anything good for him. It would just destroy him from the inside. He looked at Madara. How come you know all of this? I'm sure none of the villagers know of it. If they did, they wouldn't dare hate the only child of their beloved Yonde. He said the last part bitterly. I know of this because I was Kushina's father, your grandfather. That is why I have been helping you for the past months. Naruto's eyes widened. The fact that the man called himself Uchiha Madara was long forgotten. What was important was that the old man has just said he was his grandfather. A part of him always knew that the old man was connected with him. A few tears dropped from his eyes. He had promised himself that he would never cry again, but he could make an exception just for this time. He was happy. He had a grandfather. Naruto smiled, a true happy smile that Madara had never seen from the boy. A thought popped out of Naruto's head. If you are truly my grandfather, how come you were never there for me in the past years? Madara sighed. I had never returned to the village ever since I defected, and by the time you were born I could no longer walk. It is through all kinds of experiments that I was able to get myself to be mobile again, though not forever. Somehow I believe that you are my grandfather, but I don't believe that you could be Uchiha Madara. Madara nodded. Given it time, and you will believe me. I don't doubt that you are an Uchiha because of your eyes. But I don't get it, you are Uchiha. If you are my grandfather, shouldn't that have made mother an Uchiha? It did, but your grandmother and I part ways when she was still carrying your mother. Your grandmother was an Uzumaki, a seal master. When Kushina was born, she placed a seal on her that somehow made it impossible for Kushina's Uchiha blood to be dominant. Madara explained bitterly. He hated that woman for doing what she did, even though he had no use for a girl. Naruto nodded. Anything was possible with the art of sealing. A giant fur ball was sealed inside of him because of the art, so he would be foolish not to believe that something like that could be done. What he had been told had drained him of his energy. It was enough for his young mind. This is a bit too much for me. I think I need to get some rest. Madara nodded. I will come back in a few days. We have much to discuss, he said, taking his leave. Naruto went away to his bed to get some rest. It would help clear his mind. What he had learned today was too much for him. Tomorrow he was not even going to the academy. He needed to deal with the information he had been told first. The Sandaime had hid too much information from him. He was not going to confront the old man about it. No, everything would continue just as it had been, that was for certain. But other things were surely going to change. He had a grandfather, a family who cared for him. That was enough to change everything. Another certain thing was that he did not have a father and never had a father. As far as he was concerned, Minato Namikaze was not his father. He forfeited that right when he cursed him and died a hero while he was condemned to live a cursed life. Naruto sighed as he jumped into his small bed. He did not even bother to take off his jumpsuit. Rest was more important than undressing. A few days later, Madara was staring at Naruto with an impassive gaze. He had returned to see Naruto and discuss a few things with the boy. There was no need for him to be smiling. He had already told the boy everything. It was why he was not smiling at the moment. Have you cleared your thoughts? Naruto nodded. Yes, grandfather, he replied with a smile. He had come to accept that the old was his grandfather. Madara's face remained impassive. Good. Now then, you and I have a lot to discuss, but not here, Madara said, taking Naruto's hand. Both disappeared into thin air. Naruto found himself in a dark place. Follow me, Madara said, walking away from Naruto. Naruto followed his grandfather into the darkness. They appeared in what appeared to be a kitchen. Both took their seats. What is this place? This is my hideout. I have been hiding out in here for years now. Are we out of Konoha? Yes. Now enough of those questions. I am happy that you have believed that I am truly your grandfather. For a Jinchuriki, especially the Kyubis, you are bound to face tough challenges ahead. Your life will always be in danger of being taken. Once other villages know that you are a Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, they might try to kidnap you for the power of the Kyubi. It is my duty to ensure that when the challenges do come, you can protect yourself. That is why from now on, as your grandfather, I will make sure that you are trained. I will be your sensei. Do you have a problem with that? Although the question was asked, the tone in which the question was asked gave Naruto the thought that he really did not have a choice. So he shook his head. Good. I only have a few years before this body gives up. I have lived too long. In these few years, I must train you and make sure that I build your body to be a powerful body. He paused for a moment. Naruto, you will have to live 2 lives from now on. What I show you here can never be revealed to anyone until I say so. Is that clear? Naruto nodded. I will cast a Jinjutsu on you to hide the changes that will occur to your body once you begin training. When do we begin training? Now. What? Listen, boy, I don't have much time. I allowed you to enjoy your childhood for the past months, but from now on you will no longer be pampered like a child. Your childhood is over. Naruto looked at his grandfather with wide eyes. The man was taking over his life. Madara sighed, looking at Naruto. Fine, we will begin your training in a week. For now, I will show you around the hideout so that you can become familiar with it. Gigi, what about the academy and Konoha? You will be at Konoha. We will just have to find a way for you to be at 2 places at once as time goes on. Madara showed Naruto around the large hideout, but he did not show Naruto everything. He only showed him the rooms and training ground he would use when he is in the hideout. There was another time for the boy to see everything within the hideout. Naruto had to know everything he needed to know before he saw everything in the hideout. Now was not the right time to tell Naruto everything. After he had done that, he took Naruto back to Konoha. He would go fetch the blonde in a week to begin the training he needed to give the boy. Naruto was excited, although a bit sad that his grandfather was too demanding. He was just happy that he was going to get real training done. Soon he would be able to defend himself. He was also sad that his grandfather did not have much time. But a few years was enough. At least he would have known his grandfather. His grandfather spoke of his death like he was going to die soon. Academy. Naruto walked into the class with his usual grin planted on his face. He had been early for the class today because he had missed classes the previous 2 days. He went on to take a sit next to a sleeping boy with black hair. Shikamaru, Naruto called out, waking up the sleeping boy. He had been able to find a few people he could talk with and play with whenever he was at the academy. They were like his friends. Nara Shikamaru, the Nara clan heir, was smart, too smart for his own good. He had been the first person to talk to Naruto kindly. Shikamaru, despite being a genius like any Nara, he was lazy. The boy spent his time sleeping or looking at the clouds. He seemed to be always bored, like there is nothing that can interest him. Shikamaru was understanding and different from other kids. He knew that Naruto was hated through observation. It was why he had invited Naruto to play with him and his friends. Despite knowing that Naruto was hated, Shikamaru did not why. His brains had been unable to find an answer. Shikamaru had a friend who was also a clan heir, Choji Akimichi. Choji was just as kind as Shikamaru, though he did not possess a great mind as his best friend. Like all Akimichi, Choji was always eating chips at the academy. Nothing other than food excited the boy. He would even go as far as to drool if someone spoke of barbecued meat. Naruto met the boy when Shikamaru had asked him to come and play with him. Choji and Shikamaru were the only 2 Naruto would consider friends. He spent his breaks with them. Both avoided trouble at all cost. Shikamaru found it too troublesome to get involved in a hustle. The 2 were not the only people who did not treat Naruto with hatred. He also knew Kiba Inuzuka, the loud, brash heir of the Inuzuka clan. Kiba always liked to be seen as the dominant alpha. Naruto guessed it was just the Inuzuka blood acting up. It was as if Kiba felt he needed to make his position as alpha known whenever he felt threatened. Kiba was always with his puppy, Akamaru. They were always together. Kiba would freak out should Akamaru go missing for a minute. It was a custom that any Inuzuka have a dog as a partner, as their fighting style involved working with their partners, which were their dogs. Shino Aburame, the Aburame clan heir. Naruto did not understand the boy at all. Shino was always quiet and never showed any emotion. He was smart, but not like Shikamaru. The troublesome blonde. Do you have to wake me up every time you find me sleeping? Shikamaru grunted, shifting his head. Naruto grinned. Did your mother wake you up too early again? If there was something that Shikamaru found more troublesome than anything, it was his mother, and he also feared her more than anything. His mother did not like his lazy attitude. It was why she had taken it upon herself to wake Shikamaru each morning. If she did not do something like that, Shikamaru would avoid coming to the academy as he found it boring and troublesome, or he would be late to class every day. Yes, that troublesome woman never lets me sleep peacefully. Where have you been in the past days? Home. Did not feel like attending the previous days, Naruto replied with a shrug. Man, I wish I was you, Shikamaru said, going back to sleep, making Naruto shake his head. Naruto felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned around to see the person who had been staring at him. The Hyuga heiress looked away quickly upon seeing that she'd been caught staring. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto thought, looking at the Hyuga heiress. He found the girl weird. She acted oddly around him. What Naruto had been able to understand about the girl was that she was very shy and lacked self-confidence. Her behavior was amusing to say the least. It was also unheard of for a Hyuga to lack self-confidence, especially an heiress of the clan. Hyuga were much more disciplined and self-controlled, taught a superiority complex at a young age. It made Naruto wonder what might have happened to make the girl lose her self-confidence. That side of the girl, a side that lacked confidence, Naruto saw it as pathetic. The world had no place for people who did not believe in themselves. Once you fail to believe in yourself, you are hopeless. You can never hope to achieve anything if you lack self-confidence. But despite her lack of self-confidence, Naruto did notice that she was kind-hearted. Naruto's eyes were taken off the girl as the doors burst open, revealing Sasuke Uchiha, the top student of the class. Naruto did not like the Uchiha's attitude. It was why he never spent a second wasting his thoughts on the boy. The Uchiha looked out of breath. Fangirls, Naruto thought. The Uchiha was popular in the female department. He was usually being chased around the academy by his fangirls. Sasuke did not seem to like girls. In fact, he tried by all means to avoid them. When he could not avoid them, he ignored them when they tried to speak to him. Some of the boys in the class wished they had the young Uchiha's luck when it came to girls. Girls threw themselves at the Uchiha, while they had to try hard to get a girl to talk with them. Kiba resented Sasuke for that fact. He even went on as far as to try to embarrass Sasuke to get the girls to like him and leave Sasuke. The result, Kiba ended up in a hospital bed, not because he got beat up by Sasuke. No, it was rather the fangirls that pummeled the boy. From that day till now, Kiba has learned to hate Sasuke. The doors burst open again. Two girls rushed into the class. One was wearing a pink dress. She had pink hair and green eyes. This girl's name was Haruno Sakura, the president of the Uchiha fan club. On her right was a blonde-haired girl same height as Sakura. The girl's name was Ino Yamanaka, heir of the Yamanaka clan. She was the vice president of the Uchiha fan club. Both girls were huge admirers of Sasuke. They were best friends and rivals when it came to fighting for Sasuke's attention and affection. None of the girls have had any luck so far, but their failure encouraged them to do more. Sakura was way too loud for Naruto's liking. He has clashed with her a few times. Sasuke knew that Naruto was not the most liked in the class, thus he often chose to sit next to Naruto to drive away the fangirls. His choice drove away most of the fangirls, but not Sakura. She would yell at Naruto to get him to go sit somewhere else so she could sit next to her Sasuke-kun. Naruto obviously refused to do so each time, but his refusal would only get him smacked in the face by the girl. Despite her being weak, her punches really hurt. The class began to fill and the mutterings began. Naruto thought of taking a nap, but decided against it, seeing that Iruka would show up in class at any time soon. A minute later, the Chunin teacher walked inside the class with a stack of paper. The class quieted down, as the students did not want to fall victim of Iruka's wrath. Iruka smiled at his students. "Good morning, my students. I hope you are prepared for test." Naruto looked at Shikamaru with shock written all over his face. "Hey Shikamaru, why did not you tell that there was a test today?" "It was too troublesome," Shikamaru said with a yawn. Naruto said nothing. He did not care about passing the test. He still had a few years in the academy to make up for lost time should it be necessary. He was the demon and an idiot he would give them, for anyway. They were given 30 minutes to complete the test. The test was not that hard. It was just a history test. There was nothing that Naruto did not know, but to be an idiot that people wanted to see, he answered the questions that even someone with half-brains would answer. The only questions he answered were the ones where they asked the names of Hokages. After the test, Iruka gave them a lecture before letting them go home. Naruto walked beside Choji and Shikamaru as they made their way out of the academy grounds. Naruto, Shikamaru, and I are going to get some barbecued pork. You can come with us if you want to, Choji said, rubbing his stomach. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, Choji, I will pass today. Man, I had thought we would do another eating contest. Well, that just means more food for me. Naruto chuckled. I will see you guys tomorrow, he said, increasing his pace. Come on, Shikamaru, let's get going before your mother comes looking for you. Shikamaru said nothing. He just followed Choji. If his mother was to find him at this time, she would have him do hard work he would rather avoid. A few days later. The Uchiha Massacre, one of the greatest tragedies to have ever occurred in Konoha, beside the Kyuubi's rampage. The whole Uchiha clan was massacred by Uchiha Itachi, only leaving his little brother Uchiha Sasuke alive. One man massacred an entire clan in a single night. The Uchiha clan was supposed to be the strongest clan in Konoha since their great rivals, the Senju, had now gone extinct, and only one person was alive from the great Senju clan. Uchiha Itachi, he was said to be a prodigy, the strongest Uchiha alive. Naruto wondered what kind of power Itachi must have possessed to be able to massacre an entire clan in one night. He had to be surely powerful to pull off something like that. The reason the Uchiha had killed his clan was that he wanted to test his power. It was a reason that would make everyone to think that he had lost it. Power had corrupted him. From what Naruto had been hearing about Itachi was that Itachi had been a kind and peaceful person before he became an ANBU. After he had become an ANBU, he became cold and distant, a change that not many liked, but he still did his job as a shinobi with all his heart. What was certain from those who knew him was that Itachi loved Konoha. That was being questioned by everyone, who loved a village and still massacres the village's strongest clan, his own family. The Uchiha fled the village after he had massacred his own clan and was now labeled an S-rank missing nin. Only a select few had been able to reach that level of being ranked S-rank. S-rank level shinobi could fight against a Kage, but not all could defeat a Kage. Still, for Itachi to reach the level of S-rank, still being a teen, was something worth applauding. Not many people could achieve the kind of feat that Uchiha Itachi had achieved. Konoha was in chaos. Their great clan had been massacred. Some clans increased security in their compounds to ensure that the tragedy that fell on the Uchiha did not to hit them. No one knew if another clan prodigy would massacre his clan just to test his strength. Itachi had done it. Who knew another prodigy would not follow his path? Naruto did not feel sad for that a clan he was part of was massacred. He did not care about what happened to them. He just pitied Sasuke, knowing that the young Uchiha would be crushed. Having your own brother kill your parents and your clan was something that one could not just shrug off as if it was nothing. Naruto sighed as he walked inside his grandfather's hideout. His grandfather was beside him. They arrived at a large clearing. The place Madara had told Naruto would be his training ground. Grandfather, do you know of the Uchiha clan massacre? Madara nodded. Yes, those traitors got what they deserved. Naruto looked at his grandfather curiously. He had come to accept his grandfather was indeed Uchiha Madara, the former Uchiha clan leader and co-founder of Konohagakure. He thought the man would be a little sad that a clan he once led was massacred. Why do you call them traitors? When I founded Konoha with that other man, Konoha selected him as first Hokage instead of me. I told my clan that the Senju would oppress us and seek to control us. But those fools refused to believe me and supported Hashirama. They said I had lost it. Over the past years, the Uchiha were stripped of their power in Konoha and reduced to mere police force with no real power, Madara said, looking at Naruto. Naruto could see that his grandfather was truly happy that the Uchiha clan had been massacred. Another thing he noticed was that his grandfather held a great deal of animosity towards Hashirama, but he still respected the man for his power. How powerful do you think Uchiha Itachi was, to be able to massacre his own clan? He is strong for a shinobi of this generation, but he is nowhere strong as I was in my prime. Madara paused for a moment. Do you really believe that Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan because he wanted to test his power? Naruto nodded. Madara shook his head. They were killed because of ignorance. They had come to realize that Konoha leaders were pushing them away from the village they founded. They had lost any power they had and could no longer influence the village in any way. They had also lost trust in the eyes of many Konoha villagers because they were blamed for the Kyuubi rampage, as some believed that the Kyuubi was being controlled by a Sharingan. Had they listened to me, nothing like this would have happened. I still don't understand how that got them killed. They were attempting a coup d'etat to take over the village. It was the only way they could get their power back. Something like that would have led to a civil war. Other villages like Kumo and Iwa would have taken the opportunity to attack Konoha. Madara explained, seeing it no point in leaving Naruto out in the dark about the truth. Naruto had wide eyes at the implications of what his grandfather was saying, so Itachi killed his clan to avoid a civil war. Madara nodded. You catch on fast. How do you know this, Gigi? You spend your time here, and the massacre only occurred 4 days ago. Madara smiled, placing his hand on top of Naruto's head. I know everything that happens in Konoha. Nothing can be hidden from me. I am a co-founder of the village. When the village was built, I was there. He paused, retrieving his hand. Now shall we begin our training? Yes, I think I will stay here for a few days since Academy has been closed for 3 weeks, Naruto said. Madara nodded. He already knew that. Before we begin your training, I want you to meet someone. Zetsu appeared from the ground. Naruto, this is Zetsu. He already knows you. Naruto waved his hand at Zetsu, and then looked at Madara. What is he? Madara chuckled slightly. He is my spy, my creation. Naruto only understood spy. He did not understand what Madara meant by creation. It was not possible for someone to create life, right? You can go, Zetsu. Zetsu sank back to the ground. Madara turned to Naruto. We will begin your training in physical training. I need you to have a strong body. For the next year, you will not go back to Konoha, but you will be in training each day. After you awaken your Sharingan, we can then focus on ninjutsu. Won't the Sandaime start looking for me if I go missing for that long? Don't worry, I will help you create a blood clone that will replace you in Konoha for the next year. The clone will last for a year. It will be a replica of you. No one will tell the difference. Naruto nodded and smiled brightly. Now let's begin with the training. He yelled, struggling to contain his excitement. Madara grinned. It was a grin that made Naruto to think twice about allowing his grandfather to train him. The grin Madara had promised pain, a painful training that Naruto would soon have to endure. Madara did not stop grinning as he was busy picturing the torture he was going to put Naruto through. Grandfather, are you okay? Madara stopped grinning. Yeah, I am okay. Put this weights on. Naruto put on the weights on his legs, but found it nearly impossible to move. He looked at his grandfather thinking that he would let him half the weight, but his grandfather shook his head. Do 50 laps, after that 50 sit-ups, 100 punches and kicks on that dummy. I will be watching your progress from here. Naruto stood unmoving for a minute. His grandfather hit him in the head with his cane, telling him to begin his training. Naruto dragged his body and began his training, which he believed was a little harsh for a 7-year-old. At the end of the day, Naruto had lost consciousness. Zetsu had to carry him off to his room within the huge hideout. When he woke up, he cursed his grandfather. Madara was quick to point out that with Naruto's healing abilities, because he housed the Kyuubi, any damaged muscles would be healed while he was sleeping. It would be foolish not to take that advantage. Madara said. Though Naruto could agree it would be foolish not to take advantage of his healing abilities, it did not mean he had to like the kind of training his grandfather was putting him through. Don't worry, it only hurts this much because it was your first day. Once you get used to the weights and your body adapts to the training program, you won't be complaining anymore, Madara said. Naruto just nodded. He needed to rest. The old man had told him when he woke up they would have to begin the training in the morning, only taking breaks to let him recover. 6 months later, Madara had just finished telling Naruto about the Sage of Six Paths. He needed to start at the beginning for Naruto to understand why he was going to do things to his body. Naruto listened well when his grandfather was telling him about the Sage and his legendary eyes, the Rinnegan. The eyes that gave the Sage the ability to learn any jutsu in existence, control over life and death. Something like that really made the man a god. You had to be God to have control over life and death, to be able to bring the dead back to life. The Sage had 2 children, Senju and Uchiha. The Senju possessed the Sage's physical power and life force, while Uchiha possessed the Sage's eyes. In my fight with Hashirama, I was able to get his cells and infuse them in my body. As I told you, the sage was made out of Uchiha and Senju. I experimented on myself, trying to achieve the power of the sage. With Hashirama's cells, I was able to get his power, the ability to do Mokuton Jutsu. At my old age, I was able to unlock the Rinnegan because I had both Uchiha and Senju powers. Naruto looked at his grandfather's eyes. Madara spoke. I transplanted them to a Uzumaki orphan. Why did you do that? He could not understand why someone would give away a powerful Jujutsu like the Rinnegan. I will tell you about it later. Right now we have other things to deal with. Naruto nodded. So the reason you have Hashirama's face in your chest is because you infused his cells into yourself. Madara nodded. Naruto, I want to infuse my cells and Hashirama's cells. I might hate that man, but I respect him for his power. I know Mokuton is powerful, which is why I want you to be able to use it so that you may be able to stand against your future enemies. Having Senju cells will allow you to awaken the Rinnegan once the cells bond with yours. Naruto was quiet for a few minutes. Whether he liked it or not, his grandfather seemed set on to do what he wanted to do on his body. Grandfather, will I also have Hashirama's face on my chest? I already look like Namake's, and to have Hashirama's face on my body will be too much for me. Madara had been teaching Naruto to hate Senju, especially Hashirama. So to Naruto, looking like his father who he hated was already punishment enough. Having Hashirama's face on his chest would be too much for him to bear. Since his grandfather, he made him hate the man. You won't have Hashirama's face on your chest. What I am going to be doing is to infuse both my and Hashirama's cells with your body. Once the cells bond with your body, they will be part of your own body. You will no longer have Hashirama's Mokuton and Senju cells, but you will have your own Mokuton cells. Your body will produce both Senju and Uchiha blood once I'm with your body. If it is done like me, Hashirama's cells will overcome you, killing you when your body is weak and you don't have the chakra to suppress them. At your age, they can overcome you at any moment. Okay, and your cells? I already have Uchiha blood. Madara shrugged. I want you to have my power too. I was just as powerful as Hashirama. It is only fair that you also have my cells. Naruto shook his head. His grandfather was too proud of his own power. Fine, let's do this. I need to go back to training, Naruto said. He had come to enjoy his training, once he had gotten used to the weights his grandfather made him wear. He felt strong physically. Despite not training in ninjutsu, he enjoyed his training. He was building power and speed, also making his body tough so it could endure long fights without tiring too easily. One may have an arsenal of jutsus, but if you are slow and are fighting against a fast enemy, your jutsu become useless because you would not be able to do hand seals as the enemy will get you before you even think of a jutsu you want to use. Madara nodded and motioned for Naruto to lie down. He grinned as he put Naruto into sleep. He was building up a powerful body. He only wished he was still young to see the kind of power the boy would have at his disposal. The boy could have proved to be an interesting opponent that would push him to his limits. Only Hashirama had been able to do it. There was no other shinobi that made him seriously other than Hashirama. 2 years later, a 10-year-old Naruto was watching over Konoha from the Hokage monument. Both his eyes showed a fully matured Sharingan. After his grandfather had finished working on his body, he had Zetsu take him out of the hideout. He was taken to a bandit camp and Zetsu disappeared, leaving him in front of a camp of 25 overgrown men. They not pleased seeing Naruto in their camp and were not just going to let him go away. Stepping inside their camp meant he had seen things that they prefer that they not be seen by other people. If Naruto was to run off and tell people of what he had seen, it would prove troubling for them. The village nearby was surely going to hire shinobi to get rid of them. Shinobi were not people they liked to deal with. Naruto knew that he was going to have to fight with the bandits. He had been itching for a battle after all. He needed to test how far he had gone with his training. And so he fought with his enemies. They were weak, not strong as shinobi, but their numbers proved too much for Naruto. He was almost killed, but his experience of almost getting killed awakened his Sharingan. Zetsu came and finished off the remaining bandits. He took a guilt-stricken Naruto back to the hideout. Naruto felt horrible for killing. To take someone's life had left him feeling like a monster, especially after knowing that he had just killed just so he could awaken his Sharingan. He was happy that he had awakened his Sharingan, but the way it was awakened was not a way he liked. It took a beat down by Madara's cane for Naruto to stop feeling guilty. The experience of killing and Madara's influence left Naruto with little emotions to display. Over the past 2 years, he had worked in ninjutsu and maturing his Sharingan. He trained mostly alone since his grandfather was old and not as mobile as a sensei should be. He only gave Naruto instructions and advised whenever Naruto was having troubles with something. The thing he hated about his grandfather was that he was a perfectionist. Every little mistake that Naruto made was pointed out. He was never satisfied with good, only perfect made him smile. Hashirama's cells were hard to control. His grandfather had told him be patient. The cells were just too hard to control since they had yet to completely bond with his body. Madara had suggested he keep training physically and give time for the cells to bond other than forcing the issue. Naruto listened but worked on fire jutsu. His grandfather was a master of the fire element. With his cells in his body, it also gave him higher control over the fire element. Soon he would be a master of the fire element, with enough training. After he had awakened the Sharingan, he had decided against coming back to the village, so that he may focus on maturing his Sharingan and learning ninjutsu. He let the blood clone continue to be in his place at the village. His grandfather had told him to be careful that no one saw him with his Sharingan activated. Madara had said that because Naruto had his Sharingan activated, always, his secrets meant that he could not train within the village. Training within the village would be risking him getting caught doing things he shouldn't be doing. He had returned today. Madara had told him to go back to the village for some time. Zetsu would be used if Madara wanted to see him. The old man's body was giving up. He had told Naruto to go back to Konoha while he dealt with the problem. Naruto just hoped that the problem would be dealt with. He did not know how he would react should his grandfather's body give up. Naruto was busy sorting out the memories of the clone he had dispelled. The blood clone gave him all the memories it attained on its 2.5 life. The memories were too many. Naruto had been sitting in a meditative position for the past 5 hours. A major headache was troubling him due to the overload of memories he received. Nothing much had changed in Konoha. The Sandaime still visited him at his apartment once a month. The villagers had been treating Sasuke like a king because he was the last faithful Uchiha. But the Uchiha seemed not to care how they treated him. He just avoided everyone. Looking at the memories, Naruto shook his head at what Sasuke had become because of his brother's actions. Naruto thought for a moment. Sasuke had always been the way he was at the moment. It was just that before the massacre, he was not cold and an emo brooding king. But he was distant and seemed to have something dark hidden within his heart. Naruto wondered what the Uchiha would do should he know why his brother massacred their clan. The Uchiha massacre had left the boy unstable. He seemed to lose control over all his emotions when someone mentioned Itachi. Itachi had become a taboo in the presence of Sasuke. The village hated Itachi. They did not know the sacrifice he made. Itachi was like him in some sense. Both were hated even though they were heroes. But it was different with Itachi, since nobody knew he was a hero. With him, they refused accepting him as a hero even when he protects the village each day by housing the Kyuubi. Due to Madara's influence, Naruto had also come to thank Itachi for the Uchiha clan massacre. They had betrayed his grandfather. Had they not done that, they would never have been wiped out by a single man, no a teen with a Manjikyu Sharingan. Their arrogance was another that got them killed. They might have been powerful. To think that they could take on a village had been a foolish thought on their part. The Manjikyu Sharingan was a powerful tool, dangerous, wielded by a demented person. Madara had told Naruto all of the Mangekyo's abilities. Thus Naruto respected anyone who had awakened the eyes. Naruto sighed as he got up and deactivated his Sharingan. He decided to walk back to his apartment. He needed to kill time. It was still in the afternoon. He had nothing better to do for the rest of the day. It seems they still haven't changed, Naruto thought, walking in the streets of Konoha. The villagers still had their hateful glares, while some ignored his presence. His clone did not do walk around the village much often. It spent most of its time at the academy and in his apartment. With the time he spent getting lectures from his grandfather, Naruto could care less if they stared at him or not. It longer hurt him. In fact, it amused. They were ignorant fools blinded by hatred. He would be a fool too if he cared for what ignorant fools say and do with their time. It was better to let the fools amuse themselves. For now, sooner or later, he would be the one laughing openly at them. For now, he could not tell them they were fools. If he did, they would surely rally up everyone to try to burn and skin him alive for insulting them. Naruto walked past a lake. He stopped when he saw Sasuke sitting there alone. Sasuke noticed Naruto and stared at him with cold, uncaring eyes before looking away from the blonde. Naruto shrugged Sasuke's cold stare and continued walking at the direction of his apartment. Sasuke chose to be distant from other people. No one chose for him. He chose to take the path of revenge. Revenge was never a pretty thing. It destroys you from the inside out, until there is nothing left. What would be left would be a body that used to be a person, a shadow, and memories that would soon be forgotten. Naruto walked inside of his apartment. He breathed in the air inside of his apartment. He had missed his cold and lonely home. It has not been home to him for the past 2 years. Naruto smiled at himself and went to his small bedroom. He took off his jumpsuit and jumped into bed. It might have been too early for him to sleep, but he had nothing to do. Konoha was not like his grandfather's hideout, where he could do so many things without getting bored. His mind seemed to agree with him. It did not take long for him to drift into unconsciousness bliss. A few days later, the Forest of Death. Today Naruto had been strolling around the training ground. He was bored and decided to take a walk within the forest. Only a select few used the training ground. It was a good place for one to be alone. He could not walk around the streets of Konoha because there was always a pair of Byakugan eyes watching him. It made him feel uncomfortable to think that a girl, not just any girl, a Hyuga heiress, was stalking him. Ever since he returned, he had noticed that most of the times the girl was following him around the village. The girl was weird indeed. Naruto came to a conclusion that his clone had been unable to sense her because it was a copy of the untrained him. Now he sensed chakra better. The girl was just not good at hiding her position. He had been able to know she was following him rather easily. He climbed on top of a tree and sat on a branch. He still had a lot to do with his training. He was wasting time sitting around doing nothing. The academy had nothing to give him, but in order for him to be a ninja, he had to attend and pass. Zetsu's head formed beside him. It was only the white part that appeared. Zetsu had 2 personalities. Madara called them Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Zetsu was originally all white, but his grandfather had planted his nature and memories on him. But it resulted in creating Black Zetsu, which was smart, serious, and strong. Black Zetsu became Madara's will. It could do Mokuton Jutsu, as Zetsu had been created from Hashirama's cells. White Zetsu was weak, often playful, and never was serious. It hated being reminded that it was weak. The beings could separate from one another. They could function without the other half. Naruto looked at White Zetsu. If he came here alone, it must mean Black Zetsu was somewhere else. Zetsu smiled at Naruto. "You look bored." His voice was not deep as Black Zetsu's. Naruto nodded. "There is nothing to do here other than going to the damn academy." He paused for a moment. "What brings you here?" "Your grandfather wants to see." "Do you know why?" Naruto asked. He hoped that the old man was okay. "If I told you, then you wouldn't have to go back to the hideout and see your grandfather." "I guess you're right," Naruto said. He made a wood clone to replace him while he went away. A wood clone was strong, but did not transfer back its memories to the original. Naruto did not want another headache. A wood clone had been something his grandfather had taught him. It was the only Mokuton Jutsu he could do. "You stay here for now, return to the apartment later on, don't miss a day of the academy, and never forget to keep your cover persona," Naruto said, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The only way he could go to the hideout without his grandfather was use the teleportation seal in his apartment, which could only be activated by his blood and chakra. Zetsu sank back to the tree branch. Unknown location. Naruto looked at his grandfather's face. He looked a lot more serious than he had ever seen him before. But he was happy. That seemed fine. It seemed that he had solved his problems. He sighed in relief. "Naruto, I'm going to tell you some important things, and I need you to listen carefully." Naruto nodded. "Do you remember the room? I told you had tablets that contained valuable information on them that only an Uchiha and those with the Rinnegan could read." Naruto nodded. "The information that is in there is the history of the Rakudu Sennin, chakra, and the bijus. After we are done here, I want you to spend as much time you like making sure that the information in those tablets is in your head." Naruto could only nod. His grandfather never asked him to do something unless it was important. In my years of being a shinobi, I came to hate the shinobi system. I devised a plan that would allow me to rule the world, to be God. But by the time I had all the necessary tools to do that plan, I was already old and could no longer carry out that plan. During the Third Ninja World War, I found a young Uchiha boy. His name was Uchiha Obito. He was nearly dead when I found him. His right side of the body was crushed. I took the boy and brought him back to the hideout and fixed up his body. I did that using Hashirama's cells. When he had recovered, he chose to return back to Konoha. I allowed him to go, but he returned shortly afterwards to stay with me. I told him of my plan. He liked the plan and agreed to take part in it. I used a very powerful genjutsu on him to tell him the knowledge I had. That would help him with the plan. I knew that I was going to die soon and I needed to give him what he needed to be successful in the plan. I trained him as best as I could so that he could be strong and told him to use my name once I had died. But he betrayed me to rule the world himself, and he is out there gathering the strongest shinobi to see that the plan succeeds. He uses my name to recruit the strongest shinobi. He uses the name Uchiha Madara to those he wants to recruit, and Tobi while doing other things. Naruto absorbed all the information his grandfather gave him. He was a little mad that someone would betray his grandfather. What was this plan, grandfather? How did you plan to rule the world? Madara smiled slightly. I engraved the whole plan in the tablets. You will read more about it in detail when you read the tablets. For now, I will tell you what the plan needed to be a success. He paused for a moment, catching his breath. For the plan to succeed, I had to collect all the bijus and seal them into the Geto Mazo. The Geto Mazo is a vessel. It can only be controlled by someone who has the Rinnegan. Obito created an organization called Akatsuki. I know their purpose is to collect all bijus once they know all their locations and strengths. The group is comprised of S-rank criminals only. There are 10 of them. Grandfather, you said someone with the Rinnegan could control the vessel in which the bijus are sealed into. Does this mean that Obito awakened the Rinnegan? Madara shook his head. No, Obito can awaken the Rinnegan despite having both Uchiha and Senju powers. His body is not perfect like yours. I did tell you that I had awakened the Rinnegan and transplanted it to someone else, correct? Naruto nodded. That was before I had taken in Obito. The name of the child I transplanted my Rinnegan is Nagato Uzumaki. Obito, using my name and his knowledge of the Rinnegan, managed to get Nagato to work with him. Nagato controls the vessel and is the figurehead leader of the Akatsuki, while Obito operates behind the scenes. When he is not operating behind the scene, he uses the name Tobi, keeping the name of Madara a secret to those in the group who aren't aware of it. Naruto now understood that since he was a Jinchuriku, it meant he was in danger of being captured too. His grandfather had thought of a plan to rule the world by capturing the bijus. He figured the bijus were needed for their power. From what his grandfather had told him, the bijus had large amounts of chakra that no man could have. The Kyuubi was said to have almost an infinite chakra supply, being the strongest of the bijus. He did not know if his grandfather still wanted to rule the world, or if he wanted him to rule the world once he becomes powerful enough to do so. He had no intentions of ruling the world. He did not know what he would say if his grandfather was to ask him to rule the world. Grandfather, isn't Tobi afraid that you will tell the world that he is not Madara? He did leave you alive. No, he has no such fears. He knows that I can't do anything. Look at me, I'm old. I can't stop him if I wanted to. He would have been fearful if he knew about you, but he doesn't, for now that is. Naruto did not need to know that the fool left him alive, just so he could watch him take over the world using his name. Naruto nodded. I guess Zetsu has everything to do with why you know everything he is planning. Yes, Zetsu is quite useful when it comes to gathering information. What is it that you want me to do, grandfather? Do you still plan on ruling the world? Madara shook his head. I no longer have such plans. I don't care what happens to the world. I'm going to die soon. But what I plan for you is to take back everything that belongs to me. Naruto waited for his fate. With the secrets of your body, you can become powerful, even powerful than I was at my prime. You will restore the Uchiha and take Konoha back from the fools that rule it. If they don't make you Hokage, you can do it by force. Just make sure that you rule Konoha. Naruto smiled slightly. At least his fate was not that bad as he had thought it would be. What about Tobi and the Rinnegan? Kill the fool, and you can do whatever you want with the Rinnegan. Naruto nodded. Is he the one who ripped the Kyuubi out of mother the day I was born? Madara nodded. Well, I guess I have more reasons to want him dead. Madara smiled. Things were going according to plan. He was still surprised that Naruto did not argue with him over becoming the leader of Konoha, a village he hates. Still, what worried him was what would happen when time came for him to die. When he said he no longer cared for what happened to the world because he was going to die, he saw a flicker of emotion in Naruto's eyes. It seemed that Naruto had still not come to accept that he was going to die in a couple of years. Grandfather, this means I have to train harder than I have been. Madara nodded. Yes, it is why I had given you some time off, because in a month you will no longer be going back to Konoha until your clone graduates at the academy. Are you saying that I'm going to stop hiding after I graduate? No. When you graduate, it will be risky to let a clone be your place since you will be doing missions. You will still keep your secrets. I told you before that you will only reveal some of them after I die. He saw it again when he said die, but said nothing. Naruto nodded. Who was he to deny his grandfather's wishes? Naruto, I want you to return to Konoha. Zetsu will come and fetch you in a month to continue your training. Hi, Gigi. Madara smiled as Naruto went away to his room so he could teleport back to Konoha. Zetsu appeared from behind him. That went well, Black Zetsu said in his deep voice. Yes, he took everything in far better than I had expected. At least now he can train harder knowing what his goals are. You really are serious about this, aren't you? What I do now, I do for him. Once he awakens the Rinnegan, he will become God. Other villagers will fight him in fear of his power, but they will not defeat him. Once that happens, it will be easy for him to influence the elemental nations. Madara replied, not directly answering Zetsu's question, but Zetsu understood. Madara no longer wanted to rule the world. He wanted his grandchild to live a better life and change the shinobi world with the power of God he would come to gain once he awakens the Rinnegan. A change in the shinobi world was what Madara wanted. That was why he wanted to rule it. Konoha. Naruto sat down at his kitchen. He had a lot on his mind. He now knew what he lived for, his dream that his grandfather had set for him. He would make his grandfather proud by achieving his goals. He had been lost living without a sound goal. He had only been living, training just so he could protect himself, so that he can survive. But now he had a goal, an ambition that he would make a reality, and there was no one who would step in his way. Toby's plans still troubled him, but his grandfather's words that he could be stronger than him soothed his worries. But still he was worried. It did not make him feel good knowing that there was a group that was only focused on hunting people like down. He was sure that no one in the village knew of the Akatsuki. His grandfather knew things that no one knew of. At the moment, he just had to focus on getting strong so he could defend himself and defeat his enemies. His grandfather had assured him that Toby did not know about his relations with him. That was a positive. He could surprise the Uchiha when he does find out about his relations with Madara. With his dreams, he now had to accept that he was an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was his clan. He was part of the clan. It was no longer his grandfather's, Itachi, or Sasuke's clan only, but it was also his clan. He was one of the few remaining Uchihas in the world. Thinking of it, Naruto smiled. It meant that he was going to have to use Uchiha as his name. He would drop Uzumaki and use Uchiha only. He did not have to use that cursed Namake's name, which was a good thing for him. Uchiha Naruto, he thought with a smile. The villagers were going to surely die when they come to find out that he was an Uchiha. He could almost see the looks on their faces when they hear of it. Even when he hated his father, he would let the village know that Namake's was his father just to make them feel worse about themselves. He could almost see them begging for forgiveness, not that he would care about their apologies. He would just let them know of his heritage just to see that look on their faces. It would be priceless. Even his grandfather would laugh. Uchiha and Namake's were already taken off. What was left was Uzumaki. It was the only thing that he had left of his mother. She was never seen as a hero, nor was her name written anywhere. She had been made non-existent. He would correct that in time. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door. He figured it was the Sandaime. He had been expecting the old man for his monthly visits. He went to open the door and led the old man back to the kitchen. The Sandaime smiled softly while he took a sit. It's good to you again, my boy. Naruto smiled and nodded. It's good to see you too, Gigi. I'm glad you are still lively as always. I brought you your allowance, he said, giving Naruto an envelope. Naruto took it with a wide grin. How are things at the academy? Are your senseis still sabotaging your academics? Naruto shook his head. Iruka-sensei no longer glares at me, and sometimes he even smiles at me. Naruto replied. He was surprised when the Chunin stopped glaring at him and started being nice to him. He was no longer kicked out of the academy. Iruka would even go as far as to have him woken up should he be sleeping inside the class, just so that he could listen to the lecture. Although he had been able to see traces of hatred at the Chunin's eyes, he knew that the Chunin was trying to get over his hatred, not hide it. The Sandaime smiled brightly upon hearing Naruto's answer. Good. I expect you to get room result now that your sensei is being fair with you. Naruto grinned. He had expected the Sandaime to say something like that. I will try my best, Gigi. Sarutobi smiled, getting up. I will hear from Iruka about your progress. I will be going now. I have some paperwork to finish. Naruto nodded. Goodbye, Gigi. The Sandaime walked away, leaving Naruto alone. The Sandaime spoke Iruka-sensei like he was familiar with it. He guessed the Sandaime was responsible for the Chunin teacher's change of heart. The old man, despite his lies, never stopped trying to make his life better. Unknown location. Naruto walked inside his grandfather's hideout with his Sharingan activated. A month had passed, and he had returned to continue with his training. His grandfather was waiting for him beside Zetsu. Naruto stopped in front of them. Let's get going, Madara said, walking away. Naruto followed behind with Zetsu. Chapter 3: The Revealed Secret. 3 years later. A forehead protector. It symbolizes that one is a shinobi of a village. Each shinobi village has its own hideate. Once one wears it, it shows where one's loyalties lie. Naruto held the forehead protector with his right hand. He had been given it after passing the academy exam. His passing was a surprise to everyone in his class. Even the senseis seemed surprised that he had passed. No one had thought that he was going to pass the exams. He was the dead last after all, so it was expected for the dead last to be the one that fails the exam that everyone passes. Naruto did enough to pass the exam. He did not have to fail since everyone his age was going to pass. He had already spent too much time in the academy. It was time to get out of the academy and become a shinobi. It had been just a day now since he got the forehead protector. The Sandaime had been pleased upon knowing that Naruto had succeeded in becoming a genin. Naruto saw it in the old man's eyes, the proud smile he had on his face. Anyone who had looked at the old man that day would have seen that he was truly happy. Naruto had never seen the old man give him a proud smile like that before. Naruto had returned today from his training. His grandfather had told him to come back to the village and replace with the clone. It was no longer needed. They had planned to dispel it after the graduation. He had also told Naruto to return after he had done so. In 6 days, they would be meeting their senseis. They were already assigned to their teams. Naruto was placed in Team 7 along with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. They had said that Naruto was placed on the team to balance the scales. Sasuke and Sakura were top students and Naruto was the dead last. He made a perfect member of the team. They were not yet informed of their sensei's name. They would meet them in 7 days at the academy. Naruto placed the forehead protector on his forehead. He looked at himself and smiled at himself. It felt good to wear the forehead protector. Wearing it meant that he would have more things to do now. No longer would he be worried about training only. He would also have to place missions and team meetings into his daily activities. Right now, he needed to meet with his grandfather. Madara had made it clear that he came back to the hideout after dispelling the clone and taking the forehead protector. He did not want to make his grandfather wait any longer. He entered his bathroom and placed his hand on the floor next to his mirror. A seal appeared on the floor. Naruto bit his thumb, letting blood leak. He wiped the blood on the seal and then disappeared. Unknown location. Madara held his gunbai with both his hands. He looked at it, remembering the good days when he was still at his prime. Remembering those days made him wish he was young again. He wanted to give the gunbai to Naruto as a gift for becoming a shinobi. It would also prove useful in future battles. He had used it many times when he fought, thus he knew its value. He also wanted Naruto be like him. Wielding a gunbai made Naruto like him. He had succeeded in making Naruto think a lot like him, though not completely. Naruto looked at the war fan with an impassive gaze. His eyes were studying the war fan his grandfather held. It was wide with a tomo on it and had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base and a chain attached to it. It had a purple tint with a black border. "Take this, it is my gift to you," Madara said. Naruto brought out both his bands, accepting the gunbai. It was a little large for him. He could not use it at his current height. "Thank you, Gigi." Madara smiled slightly. "Naruto, I want you to know that I am proud of you. If you continue to train as hard as you have been, you will one day surpass me, even Hashirama." Naruto did not react at first. It was unusual for his grandfather to say things like that. He brushed off his worries. His grandfather did a lot of unusual things. Madara continued speaking. "Never forget what I taught you, and keep my words your heart." Now Naruto was beginning to worry again. It seemed like his grandfather was saying goodbye to him. He could not accept something like that. He still needed his grandfather alive. "What's wrong, grandfather?" "There is nothing wrong. All is well." He lied. Naruto did not see it, even with his Sharingan active. "Do I still have to act weak now that I have become a ninja?" he asked, wishing his grandfather would allow him to stop acting weak and stupid. Madara smiled at Naruto and replied, "Patience, child." Naruto sighed. It seems that he was not going to get his wish. "Okay, I should return to Konoha since I did not leave a clone behind, and I have to meet up with my team in a few days," Naruto said. Madara nodded. "You can go, I have no other reasons to keep you here," he said. Naruto smiled slightly before going to his room. He did not need to take the gunbai with him to Konoha. He was not going to be using it for now after all. He needed to learn how to use it first before he could carry it around. Also, taking the gunbai back to Konoha would get him asked questions that he did not wish to answer. Later that night, at Naruto's apartment, a figure in a black attire sneaked into Naruto's room. He looked at Naruto, who was sleeping peacefully. The blonde was unaware of the presence inside his room. He slowly made his way towards Naruto. He did not want to be heard. If he made noise, the blonde would hear him and wake up. He reached Naruto's bed and stared at the sleeping blonde for a moment. He moved both his hands quickly. His left grabbed Naruto's neck, squeezing it. The other he firmly placed on Naruto's face, blocking his eyes so that he may not be able to see. With his neck being squeezed, he would not be able to scream. Naruto woke from his sleep due to the difficulty in breathing. His neck was pressed tightly, and his eyes could not open because there was a hand that was making it impossible for him to open them. He kicked a few times and moved both his hands to try and stop the person from killing him. His kicking and his struggle were proven pointless as the person did not let go of him. Even if he were to scream, no one would come and save him. People would probably just come and watch him suffocate. They would certainly enjoy the show. He was not going to die like this. It had been long since he had allowed the villagers to do what they pleased with him. He was no longer going to allow it, especially since the person had just broke into his apartment to try to kill him. His grandfather had told him to never allow foolish people to do as they pleased with him. He would certainly not allow anyone to take his life, not inside of his own apartment. He was too young to die, and he still had dreams that needed to be achieved. He could not die and leave his grandfather alone. Naruto reached under his pillow while struggling to get loose from the tight grip on his neck. His eyes could not see. He took a kunai under his pillow and held it firmly. Because he could not see with his eyes, he relied on his other senses to try and stab the person on his shoulder so that the person could loosen up the grip on his neck. He moved the kunai quickly and felt it connect with something. The contact gave him the assurance that he had stabbed his attacker. The hands pressing him down the bed no longer had the power they had. He was able to get loose from the grip. He opened up his eyes and looked at his attacker. Naruto sat frozen on his bed looking at his attacker. His attacker was now falling down because of the wound on his neck. The blood leaked out even though the kunai that pierced him was still in his neck. Naruto was still frozen when his attacker hit the floor with a thud. "Grandfather." He managed to stutter out at his grandfather. Naruto felt his word crumbled down, his heart breaking into pieces. Tears started to wet his cheeks as he cried in regret. He had committed the greatest sin he could have ever do. He had killed his own grandfather. The man who took care of him when nobody wanted to do it. The man who taught him everything he knows about a shinobi. The man he cared for more than anyone he knew. The only person who was closest to him. He had killed that man. He crawled trembling towards his grandfather. The old man had a smile on his face. Madara looked at Naruto with a small smile before he breathed his last breath. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw his grandfather's eyes close. No, 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 grandfather, don't die. I did not mean to kill you. I did not know it was you. Come back, grandfather. He cried out, holding his grandfather's arms. His grandfather did not respond. Naruto felt the guilt and regret overwhelming him. He had killed his only family in the world. Tears showered down like water flowing off a broken water tap. His hands shook with guilt and regret, while his heart was torn apart. He felt as though he was standing between Earth and a large meteor, each pressing him against the other. His Sharingan activated unconsciously and morphed into a new form. The new form had a small black ring in the middle of the eye. 6 black blades connected from the ring, and they stretched to the border of the eye. Naruto felt his head pounding as if it was smashed against a hammer. The pain along with the regret and guilt was too much for him. It caused him to fall into unconsciousness. The moment Naruto fell down, Zetsu appeared within the room. He separated into 2, white Zetsu and black Zetsu. You clean up the mess. I will take them to the hideout, Black Zetsu said to White Zetsu in his deep voice. White Zetsu nodded. Black Zetsu took Naruto and placed him on his left shoulder. He did the same with Madara's corpse, placing it on his right shoulder. He left White Zetsu cleaning up Madara's blood on the floor. Unknown location, hideout. Black Zetsu watched as Naruto's body began to stir. Naruto had slept all night peacefully. Zetsu had thought he might have nightmares, but nothing had happened all night. Naruto slept like a baby. Naruto rose up from the bed and looked around his surroundings. He saw that he was in his room within the hideout. He did not remember coming to the hideout. He saw Zetsu, and the events of last night began to play in his head. He looked down in guilt. Tears started to leak out again. His hands clenched tightly. I'm sorry I killed him. I did not see it was him, he said to Zetsu. It did not matter that Madara was the one to have tried to kill him first. What mattered was that he had killed his own grandfather. Zetsu did not like the situation he was currently in. Seeing Naruto cry was unpleasant. It was not your fault. Madara wanted to die by your hands, Zetsu said, confusing Naruto. Why would he want me to kill him? He was going to die anytime soon. He decided it was best if he died by your hands. Your experience of killing him would awaken your Manjikyu Sharingan. He said it was the greatest power he could leave you with, Zetsu replied. Naruto's eyes widened. He had killed his grandfather just to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. It was the same when he awakened the Sharingan. Couldn't he have found another way for me to awaken the Manjikyu? Zetsu shook his head. No, he was going to die anytime soon. It was either he died on his own and leave you as you are, or die by your hands and leave you with a Manjikyu Sharingan. The Sharingan was a cursed Dojutsu. The things one had to do to evolve it were horrible. Is this the price of power? Naruto asked himself. He continued to cry even if his grandfather wanted him to kill him and did not feel betrayed by him. He still could not forgive himself for killing him. Naruto, it is either you accept that Madara wanted to die or you continue to drown yourself in guilt. I won't watch over you if you are like this. He shook his head. Your grandfather would be disappointed seeing you like this. I should know that. I am his will after all, he said and disappeared from Naruto's view. Naruto felt conflicted. He knew his grandfather would not be pleased seeing him crying. Madara hated any weakness. At the moment, he was in a moment of weakness. If an enemy was to come at him, he would surely be killed because he could not fight in his condition. Zetsu was right, but he could not help but feel guilty for ending his grandfather's life. The following day, Naruto had just finished burying his grandfather. He was not crying. No, Naruto had told himself he would never cry again. He had spent the whole of yesterday locked up in his room thinking. He did not eat anything the whole day. He only ate today morning. He had told himself that if killing his grandfather was the price of power, then he would accept it, but it not mean he liked it. It was just that there was nothing he could do about it, and was done. He could not change it. His grandfather would not have come back if he had continued crying. He had told himself when he was just 6 that crying did not solve anything. He was walking calmly inside the hideout with an impassive look and his Manjikyu activated. He suddenly stopped walking. I will be returning back to Konoha. The Sandaime will certainly be looking for me as he would not have been able to see me through his crystal ball. He paused for a moment. In 3 days, I should be meeting my teammates. Some of my secrets will be revealed, he said to no one in particular. Zetsu stepped from the shadows. Which secrets are you going to reveal? That I'm not an idiot. I will release the Jinjutsu Madara placed around me and some of my power. But my Kekkei Genkai's and full power will remain hidden for now, he said, walking away. Zetsu nodded and disappeared. He was a little surprised that Naruto called his grandfather by his name. He had always called him grandfather, never Madara. He guessed it was because Madara was dead now and the manner in which he died. Naruto was not going to reveal his Dijitsu and his Mokuton bloodline. It was still going to be fun for Zetsu watching the looks on Konoha's face when it realizes that Naruto was not an idiot it thought he was. A few days later, Academy. The whole class was quiet. No one was saying anything, they all just looked at single person. Some looked at him with wide eyes, some in disbelief, one with indifference. They were speaking within their thoughts because they were seeing was something that they thought they could never see, and something that they thought could never happen. The subject of their thoughts was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was not in his kill me orange jumpsuit. He was different. He looked different. No more was the foxy grin that had always been ever present on his features. Naruto was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl in his front and back. The one on the back was small, but the one in the front was large. It covered his chest. He also wore black shinobi pants, black shinobi boots, and black gloves, each with an Uzumaki swirl at the back of his hand. His blonde hair was long. They reached his shoulders, and two large bangs covered a bit of his face. The bang on his right made his eye barely visible. Naruto had not cut his hair ever since he was 7. He let his hair grow for 6 long years. He wanted them to be like Madara's when he grew older. Naruto's whisker marks were still there on his cheeks, but seemed to be disappearing. His face looked mature, and his eyes were devoid of any emotion. A minute passed, and everyone got over their shock. "Is that Naruto?" a random girl asked, still in disbelief. "Yes, that's him, and he looks kind of hot." A Sasuke Uchiha fangirl did not like hearing that. He might have changed his clothes, but he is still a dead last. Who cares if he is the dead last? He graduated, and what matters most is that he is hot. Maybe, but he is not as hot as Sasuke-kun. That might be true, but it does not change the fact that he is hot, and you just admitted it. The Uchiha fangirl huffed and looked away. Today they would not be meeting with Iruka. He had already given his final speech the day he announced the teams. They were told to come here, and their Jonin senseis would come and fetch them. A few moments later, the doors opened. A group of Jonins walked inside class. When they all saw him, they eyed him suspiciously and curiously. The Naruto they all knew was not like that. They did not dwell on it, though. They went on to collect their students. Only 2 Jonins interested Naruto because they had Genins he was familiar with as their students. Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His team was Team 9. It consisted of Ino Yamanaka, Akimichi Choji, and Nara Shikamaru. The 3 were friends, so Naruto was not surprised that they were grouped together. He knew that Shikamaru would be the brains of the team, Choji the muscle of the team. He could not figure out what use Ino would be for the team since the girl showed no ninja skills, while her clan techniques could be quite useful if she did learn them. As far as he knew, the girl did not train at all. Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's Jinjutsu mistress. She was the Jonin sensei of Team 8. The team was composed of Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Trackers, Naruto thought looking at the team. Inazuka were tracking specialists in Konoha. Their noses were blessed in tracking a person's scent. Hinata with her Byakugan could be useful in the fronts since the Byakugan could see through anything. Shino could also operate like Kiba with his Kinkai. The class cleared and Team 7 was left alone in the class. They waited for more than 2 hours for their sensei to arrive. Naruto did not like the time it was taking for the Jonin of Team 7 to arrive. He was displeased. He did not like people who wasted his time. Team 7's Jonin was wasting his time by being late. 2 hours was a bit too much for Naruto to tolerate. Over the time, Sasuke had been stealing glances at Naruto, who had been quiet ever since he entered the class. Sasuke was curious about the changes in Naruto, but his pride stood in the way of asking about it or displaying his curiosity. Sakura was being Sakura, though she never did try to say anything to Naruto. It was because of the emotionless look on Naruto's face. It was different from Sasuke's. With Naruto's, she was not used to it, and it gave her a bad vibe every time she looked at Naruto. Her focus was on trying to impress Sasuke. As always, Sasuke ignored her attempts. A few minutes, and a man with spiky silver hair, a mask that covered most of his face. The only part not covered was around his right eye. He held a small orange book on his hand and had a bored expression on his face. His eyes looked lazily at the genins before going back to his book. Copy Ninja, Hatake Kakashi. I should have known he would be selected to be Team 7's sensei, Naruto thought, looking at the famed Sharingan no Kakashi. At least I did not get a weak sensei, he thought. Kakashi narrowed his eye at Naruto. The blonde was a different person from the one he had seen in the past months and different from the reports he got. He looked at had gone through a transformation. You must be Team 7, Kakashi said lazily. Meet me at the roof in 5 minutes, he said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, too, disappeared into thin air. Sasuke stared at where Naruto had been sitting before clenching his fists. He walked away with Sakura following him behind with a confused look on her face. She was confused because Sasuke seemed angry at something. She could only guess it was because Naruto had just disappeared into thin air. But she questioned herself as she could not understand how it would make Sasuke angry. Roof. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. This was certainly not the Naruto he was expecting to see. What surprised him the most was that Naruto appeared at the roof just after he did. He could not have done it with pure speed, he had used a shunshine. It surprised him because Naruto was not supposed to be able to do that kind of jutsu. The jutsu was a Chunin-level jutsu. From what he had heard, Naruto had struggled to even do the Bunshin no jutsu. He shrugged off his thoughts when he saw the rest of his team appear. He looked at them lazily. Sakura seemed out of breath, while Sasuke, was Sasuke. Looking at Sakura, Kakashi could tell that the girl lacked physical training, meaning she was physically weak. By the looks of things, it seemed that the girl did not train at all if she lost her breath by climbing a few stairs. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a moment before going to take a sit beside the blonde. Naruto did not spare Sasuke a glance, he just sat there as if Sasuke was not there, something which seemed to trouble him greatly. He hated being ignored, especially by a dope. Kakashi never took his eyes off his book as he spoke. All right, now that everyone is here, I want you to introduce yourself by telling us your name, likes and dislikes, he said in a bored tone. Sakura did not seem to get it. Sensei, why don't you go first to give us an example on how we should introduce ourselves? Kakashi took his eye off his book and stared at the girl for a moment. She was supposed to be smart. He could not understand why she would say something like that. He did say how they were supposed to introduce themselves. He sighed. I am Hatake Kakashi. I have no intentions of telling me my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I have a few hobbies. He introduced himself, his eye off Sakura, and back on his book again. All he gave us was his name. Two of the genins thought with a sweat drop. Naruto gave no reaction to it. He just stared impassively into the blue sky. You are next, Kakashi said, looking at Sakura. Sakura nodded. Hi. I'm Haruno Sakura. My likes are. She looked at Sasuke with a blush. My dreams are. She looks at Sasuke again with a blush and a soft giggle. Sasuke ignored her. He just went on with his brooding. My dislikes are Ino Pig and... She paused for a moment looking at Naruto. She sighed in relief when she saw that he was not looking at her. His impassive face kind of scared her, but since he was not looking, she could say whatever she wants. Naruto Baka, she said loudly. Naruto ignored her. He could care less if the girl hated him or liked him. It did not matter either way. She was weak and useless. Kakashi looked at her with a raised brow. Fangirl, he thought with a sweat drop. Things were going to be rough for him with Team 7. He hated dealing with fangirls. They annoyed him, especially since they did not take their ninja careers, but rather spent their time trying to look good. He looked at Sasuke. You are next. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream. No, it is a reality. I am going to restore my clan and kill a certain man. Sasuke introduced himself darkly. Sasuke is so cool, Sakura thought, with a dreamy look on her face. Naruto glanced at Sasuke for a moment before looking away. The Uchiha was stuck in his path for revenge. He was surely going into a darker path. I should have expected that much, Kakashi thought, looking at Sasuke. He had a lot of work to do with the team, Sakura's fangirl attitude, and Sasuke's dark path. He had to do what he could to ensure that Sasuke stayed out of the dark path he was currently in and develop bonds with his teammates. He looked at Naruto, giving him a nod to introduce himself. Uzumaki Naruto. No one was expecting that kind of introduction. Even Sasuke was not expecting it. Yes, Naruto seemed quiet and calm, but he did not expect him to introduce himself like that. Sakura was kind of fuming, thinking that Naruto was trying to be cool. She did not like anyone trying to be better than Sasuke. Even the Sandaime almost fell off his chair within his office as he was watching the meeting with his crystal ball. Kakashi looked at Naruto. There was something wrong with the kind of picture he was seeing. First, the change in appearance after graduation, and Naruto's body seemed strong physically. He looked like he trained hard as his eternal rival Mato Guy. And then the change in attitude. One could not change the way Naruto did in a few days. Unless he was always like this, but hiding it behind that mask of happiness. But the hair, last time he saw Naruto his hair was short, that is if unless he was hiding it too. Jinjutsu, he thought with his eyes slightly wide. He had to be a Jinjutsu master to be able to cast a Jinjutsu that could fool the whole village, even the Sandaime. Things were certainly going to be hard for him. Fangirl, Avenger, and the Mystery Genin in a single team was going to consume much of his team. Why does the Sandaime hate me? He thought to himself. He sighed and looked at the academy graduates. Now that we are done with the introductions, tomorrow we are going to be doing a survival test. There are too many graduates this year, thus we will do the test to determine those are ready to be Genins. Out of the 27 academy graduates, only 9 will become Genin, and the rest will be sent back to the academy. He paused and looked at their reactions. But sensei, we have already passed the academy test and graduated, which made us Genins, Sakura said. Kakashi shook his head. You passed the academy exams. To be a Genin, you have to pass a Genin test. He paused. Your chances of failing are 66%. We will meet at 6 in the morning, training ground 7. I suggest that you don't eat breakfast. If you do, you will puke. He said, Ja-ni. He said before leaving in a swirl of leaves, but not before glancing at Naruto. Naruto got up to leave, but was stopped by Sasuke. Dobe, what is with the change? He asked. No, he demanded. Yeah, why are you trying to look cool? Sakura added loudly. Naruto's face remained impassive. I did not change. I was always like this, you were just too blind to see it, he said as he disappeared into thin air. Sasuke felt offended by Naruto's reply, but he could not do anything since the blonde was already gone. At least he was not annoying as he was in the academy, that was a good thing. But inside of him was begging to be wary of the blonde. There was this feeling he was getting off the blonde that was not anything good. He started to retreat. Sakura spoke. Sasuke-kun, do you want to get something to eat? He asked happily with a blush. No, Sasuke replied coldly. Hokage's office. The Sandaime was looking at Kakashi. What he had seen with his crystal had been a shock to him. Never had he suspected that Naruto was hiding under that happy mask he always had. But what troubled him were the physical changes in Naruto's body. The only word that came to his mind when he saw the blonde was Jinjutsu. That word alone troubled him greatly. If Naruto was able to hide in a Jinjutsu while he was around him meant that he had to be a master of the art. He was not just a Kage. He could detect even S-rank Jinjutsus. But he could not detect that Naruto had a Jinjutsu placed around him that he or anyone in the village could not detect. It troubled him greatly. I'm guessing you saw everything, Kakashi said. The Sandaime nodded. Yes, and it troubles me. Kakashi nodded. I never thought I'd see him like that. With the way he currently looks at the moment, he looks exactly like his father. You have to know that not everyone in the village is ignorant. They will start to suspect that he might be related to the Yondaime. Yes, but let us just be grateful that the majority of the village would never think something like that, because they are consumed by hatred, the Sandaime said. You did tell me that I was not supposed to fail the team tomorrow. This means that he will go out of the village. Once IW sees him, they will think he is the Yondaime's son. Anyone who thinks logically will be able to tell. The Sandaime nodded. For now, we won't do anything. But bring Naruto to me after the test, after you see his skill level. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said before disappearing from the office. The Hokage leaned back to his chair. He was definitely getting too old to be dealing with this kind of issues. His most fear was what Naruto might know. He would have a lot to deal with if Naruto did know things he was supposed to be the one to tell him. He just hoped that Naruto was not hiding more things that would be a threat to the village. Training Ground 7. Naruto was relaxing on a tree branch. He had arrived at the training ground before anyone did. He did not want to listen to Sakura's voice, thus he chose to relax on the tree. His teammates could no sense him. They were no good at sensing chakra, and he was good at hiding his chakra signature. Someone like Kakashi would be able to detect him. His teammates had arrived just after he had. Sakura took the time she was alone with Sasuke as an opportunity to impress him. Thus, she was fawning over him. Sasuke was blissfully ignoring her. Zetsu's head appeared from the tree. Naruto looked at him. "Do you have something to tell me?" "No," Zetsu replied. "So you were bored then? You no longer have Madara to converse with." Zetsu just nodded. "How goes the information gathering?" "It has been rather difficult lately. I have not been able to find anything useful," he said. "I'm curious, which of your skills are you going to show today?" "Taijutsu. I have trained in Taijutsu ever since I was 7. It is my best option. I can fight without looking weak with just Taijutsu. I will not be using any ninjutsu, for now that is," Naruto responded. Taijutsu was a good option for him, since he would have to answer fewer questions. If he did ninjutsu, they would ask him where he learned the jutsus and who taught them to him. With Taijutsu, he could simply say that he trained on his own. No one would question him further. "It looks like your sensei has not yet arrived," Zetsu said. "I will be taking a look around the village," he said, disappearing. It had been 45 minutes after 6, and Kakashi had yet to appear. Naruto was getting impatient. Kakashi was just too laid back to arrive on time at a meeting he set up. He had to wait yesterday, and now he was waiting. He hated that Kakashi did not respect other people's time. At 8, Naruto's patience finally ran out. He jumped out of the tree. His teammates noticed him. "You are late, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei said we could come here at 6. Sakura yelled out. Naruto had no words for her. She was not going to believe anything he told her anyway. It was best for him to just ignore her. He stared, walking away from the training. Sasuke finally spoke. "Where are you going, dope?" "Home," Naruto responded without looking back at Sasuke. "But we have a test to take," Sakura said. "I am aware of that, but I do not have the patience to deal with our sensei's tardiness. When he does get here, tell him I will be my apartment. If he is really serious about the test, he will come and fetch me," Naruto said and disappeared. An hour later. "Yo," Kakashi greeted with an eye smile as he appeared in a puff of smoke. "You are late," Sakura screeched, making Kakashi wince, but he blissfully ignored her. He looked around because he could not see or sense Naruto. "Where is Naruto?" "He left about an hour ago because you were late," Sasuke said with a glare directed towards the Jonin. He was furious. He did not like being kept waiting. He could have left with Naruto, but chose not to because to get stronger he needed to pass the test for him to be a ninja. Kakashi brushed Sasuke's glare aside. "Did he tell you where he was going?" Sakura nodded. "He said he was going back to his apartment." "I will be back in 10 minutes with him, so don't go anywhere," he said as he puffed away. Naruto's apartment. Kakashi arrived at Naruto's apartment. He found the apartment's door slightly opened and decided to enter. "Naruto," he called out, entering the blonde's home. He got no reply. He was surprised when he found the apartment looking empty. There was no furniture in, and their things packed inside boxes. It seemed like the blonde was moving out or moving things out to make space for new furniture. "No, he is moving out," Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto walked in front of Kakashi. "You are moving out?" Kakashi asked curiously. Naruto nodded. "This place is degrading. It's a rundown apartment, something not suitable for a shinobi." It was indeed degrading, but it was not the reason he felt he needed to move out now anyway. The apartment reminded of the good days he had with Madara, and his bedroom made it difficult for him to sleep since it was the place he had killed Madara. He could have gotten over that in time, but he needed to find a suitable place for him to live in. "Where are you going to live now?" "The Shinobi District," Naruto replied. Kakashi just nodded, but he had questions. Naruto was definitely not getting help from the Sandaime. If he was the Sandaime, would have told him about it. That begged the question, where did Naruto get the money go rent an apartment at the Shinobi District? He knew that someone like Naruto, who was not yet a ninja and lived off the allowance the Sandaime gave him every month, should not be able to afford an apartment on his own. He would get answers when the Sandaime spoke with Naruto later on. "Come on, let's go, the others are waiting for us," he said. Naruto nodded and went on to close the door while Kakashi disappeared. Training Ground 7. Kakashi remembered something that he wanted to tell Naruto. He had forgotten about it after he had reached the blonde's apartment. "Naruto, don't do what you did again in the future. If you pass the test, I'm going to give you." Naruto stared at Kakashi for a moment before responding. "Give me that lecture again when you learn to respect other people's time," he said. Kakashi was not expecting Naruto to give that kind of reply. He could not argue, but he could give a good reason as to why he had been late today. "Well, you see, a black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way around. You did not have to live since it was not my intention to be late." Naruto just looked at him with indifference. Kakashi shrugged and looked at the rest of the team. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin with the test," he said. "Your objective is to get a bell from before noon," he said, taking out 2 bells. "If you do not get a bell, you will be sent back to the academy." "But Sensei, there is only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us. Does this mean that only 2 of us will become Genins?" Sakura asked confusedly. Should have expected that from her, Kakashi thought. "That is if you do get the bells. Now come at with the intent to kill, begin." The 3 Genins dashed off to the trees to hide their positions, making Kakashi smile. It was a good sign that they did listen to the academy lectures and understood some of Shinobi's rules. Never show your location to your enemy. They did just that by hiding from him. It was not that they could actually hide from him. They were just Genins, and he was an elite Jonin. They were merely trying, and he could give point for their attempts. Kakashi made his way to the trees to look for the Genins. He was in no hurry because he knew that sooner or later one would come after him and try to get the bells. He was able to detect Sakura rather easily. A few seconds later, he detected Sasuke hiding in a tree, but Naruto he was unable to find. He stretched out his senses. He smiled as he found Naruto sitting comfortably on a tree branch. The blonde looked comfortable and was observing him. He looked at Sakura's direction and decided to start with her. She was the weakest of the 3, no doubt about that. She was no challenge in taijutsu, so he decided Jinjutsu would be a better test for her. The girl had a great mind. Jinjutsu should be a good challenge for her. Sakura felt a bit dizzy. Her vision was blurry. She could not understand what was happening to her. The last minute, she was perfectly fine hiding away from Kakashi while she was also looking for Sasuke. She wanted to hide where Sasuke was hiding. She needed to be near her Sasuke-kun so he could get a better look at her. But now she did not feel well. "Ugh, Sakura." She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard a voice calling her name. She could now see clearly, and the weird feeling she was feeling in her head was gone. She looked up to see Sasuke coming into view. She beamed suddenly upon seeing that it was Sasuke who was calling her. "Help me." Sakura looked closely at her Sasuke-kun. Her eyes opened wide as she watched Sasuke struggle his way towards her. The horror. His body was battered and bruised. It was also pierced with several kunais. She rushed over him trembling. Her heart was beating faster than normal. Sasuke dropped to the ground. "Sasuke-kun," she thought as she stopped in her tracks as tears began to rush off her eyes. She felt as though her heart had stopped beating. "Oh!" She screamed loudly at the thought that Sasuke was dead and fainted. Kakashi, looking from a distance, could only sweat drop. The girl had just fallen to an easy D-rank Jinjutsu. She was supposed to be smart and should have detected the Jinjutsu easily. Maybe I should have used an E-rank Jinjutsu, he thought. Kakashi shrugged and went away to find his next victim. Sasuke did not spare the girl a second glance. He really did not care what happened. She was a nuisance and annoying. With her out of the heat, he could have a better chance of getting a bell. If she was still active, she would no doubt get in his way and become a burden to him. He wanted to get the bell and pass the test. His quest could only be fulfilled if he became a shinobi. No one was going to stand in the way of his quest. Pathetic, Naruto thought, looking at the fallen girl. It was clear that the girl was caught in a simple Jinjutsu that she had been unable to detect. Naruto could only guess what the girl had seen to make her faint. Whatever it was, it had something to do with Sasuke. Sakura was not fit to be a ninja. She was book smart, but that did not make a shinobi. Skills and dedication made a ninja. Sakura had none. All she cared for was looking good in the eyes of her Sasuke-kun. If the girl ended up being a genin with her current mindset, She would certainly become killed in her first mission if her teammates don't carry her over their shoulders. Naruto jumped off the tree he was in and made his way towards Kakashi. There was something about the test that was hidden. A Genin team in Konoha was composed of 3 Genins and a Jonin. There was no team in Konoha that was a group of 3. Even the ANBU squads were made out of 4 members, one being captain. Konoha preached teamwork to their shinobi. The objective of the test was in contrast to that motto. Despite them not being an official team, they were still a team, and fighting for themselves to get the bell did not promote teamwork. Also, it was not possible for academy graduates to defeat a Genin. A thought came to his mind. They were not expected to defeat the Jonin, but work together as a team. They were a team and were expected to work with one another in missions. Sasuke and Sakura would never agree to work with him. He wanted to have some fun, and he would have his fun by fighting with Kakashi. He could not beat Kakashi, but the Jonin was surely going to underestimate him. He also had the element of surprise. He would take the advantage of that. He was stopped from going after Kakashi because Sasuke beat him to it. Naruto jumped up to a tree again. He could see what the last faithful Uchiha could do. It would prove certainly interesting if the Uchiha was just not full of arrogance. Sasuke made his way towards Kakashi. He had a confident look on his face. He felt confident about his chances of getting the bells. He was different from the others. He was an Uchiha and best in the academy class. He was considered a prodigy of his age. "I'm going to get those bells," he said arrogantly. Kakashi looked at him once, then looked back to his book. His response to the proclamation annoyed the hell out of the Uchiha. It was like the Jonin was taking his challenge as if it was nothing, not worth his time. He hated anyone who felt as though they were superior to him. He rushed towards the Jonin at his full speed. Kakashi was slightly surprised by the speed the young Uchiha was showing. He did not put away his book, though. He waited for Sasuke to come at him. Sasuke jumped and brought his right fist, trying to punch Kakashi on his face. Kakashi blocked with his free hand. Sasuke was quick to use his other hand. He forced Kakashi to dodge his punch. Sasuke engaged the Jonin again. He attempted to side-kick the Jonin, but Kakashi blocked his attack. Sasuke did not stop. He brought out his other leg, trying to kick the Jonin. Kakashi was again quick to block again. "Shit, I can't read my book like this," Kakashi thought. Sasuke brought out his left hand, trying to punch Kakashi in the chest, but the Jonin blocked again, frustrating Sasuke. But he did not give up. His left leg moved faster than before, heading straight at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi caught Sasuke's leg, but was not given the chance to do anything as Sasuke moved with impressive flexibility. He tried gutting the Jonin with his left hand. Kakashi was up to the challenge. He caught Sasuke's hand with his other hand. Sasuke had expected as much. His free hand moved for the bells hanging on Kakashi's belt. He did enough to almost get them, but Kakashi let go of him and jumped back a bit. He looked at Sasuke. The boy was certainly good for an academy graduate. With his taijutsu, he could actually beat seasoned Genin. He rushed at Sasuke, catching Sasuke off guard by his superior speed. He spun around and kicked Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke flew back, but recovered quickly and landed on his feet. "You certainly are good, better than most Genins." Kakashi commented on Sasuke's skills in taijutsu. He was certainly skilled, and Kakashi was impressed by the young Uchiha. Sasuke did not react to Kakashi's words. He was a little angry that he was not able to get the bells. What was more troubling was that he was unable to land a hit on the Jonin. Jonins were really strong. They were unlike any other shinobi. But he still had an ace in his pocket. He smirked and inhaled large amounts of wind. He held his hands together near his mouth as he muttered his jutsu. "Fire release. Great fireball, no jutsu." He breathed out a large fireball that sped toward Kakashi. This was Ace. The Jonin would have been expecting him to do that. He would certainly burn the Jonin with his jutsu and get the bells. Kakashi had wide eyes as he looked at the jutsu. An academy graduate should not have that much chakra to do that jutsu, he thought. It was a surprise to him that Sasuke could do the jutsu at such a young age. He quickly replaced himself with a log to avoid him being burned. Sasuke smirked in victory, seeing his sensei burned. He ended his jutsu. He looked at where Kakashi was standing to see a band log. Replacement, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Earth release. Projection fish style no jutsu. Kakashi did his jutsu while he was underground. He pulled Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke cursed as he felt his feet being dragged down the ground. He was unable to stop being dragged into the pit. Kakashi got out from the ground and appeared in front of the buried Uchiha. Sasuke was buried with only his head being the only part of his body left on the surface. He glared at Kakashi angrily. "Get me out of here," he demanded. He felt embarrassed by being caught so easily. He was stuck in the pit and could not move his feet or legs. "Sasuke-kun," a screeching voice of Sakura stopped Kakashi from responding. Kakashi looked at the pink-haired girl wondering when she had woken up. Sakura ran towards Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun," she cried out, trying to pull Sasuke from the pit. She was unable to do anything, as she was weak to do anything to begin with. Kakashi just watched the girl struggle, his face showing a bit of amusement at what his eye was seeing. Sakura got up tiredly and glared at Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, get Sasuke-kun out of here now," she yelled at her sensei. Kakashi raised a brow. He did not think that the girl could be capable to doing something like that, standing up for Sasuke, even if it was against someone stronger than both of them. She could not do anything to him, but here she was demanding that he pull Sasuke from the ground. Sakura saw that Kakashi was not going to do anything and sighed dejectedly. She sat down next to Sasuke. "Don't worry, Sasuke-kun, I will get you out of here," she said, trying to make Sasuke happy. Sasuke did not bother to look at the girl. He just continued glaring daggers at Kakashi, who blissfully ignored all the daggers. Kakashi realized that one of the Genins was missing. Naruto was watching from afar. Sasuke was not that bad for a Genin, but he expected to see more from an Uchiha. He jumped from the tree and walked calmly towards the others. Kakashi noticed him and looked back at the blonde. Naruto still had his impassive gaze on. Sakura was the first to say something. "Naruto, come and help me free Sasuke." Naruto ignored her and looked at Kakashi. He took a taijutsu stance, which Kakashi was similar to the Uchiha Interceptor style. "Shall we dance, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto said impassively. Kakashi raised a brow, but nonetheless continued reading his book. He had taken it out after he had subdued Sasuke. To anyone, he might not look like he was ready, but Kakashi was paying attention to Naruto. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Kakashi. Fast, Kakashi thought with wide eyes. He had never seen an academy graduate move that fast, never in his life. He expected Naruto to surprise him, but this was too much for a surprise. Naruto's right hand rushed at Kakashi, but Kakashi was quick to get over his shock. He was fast to react. He blocked the blow. He felt a tiny bit of the power behind the punch. He hits like Guy, but at a smaller scale, Kakashi thought. Naruto brought out his right leg and attempted to kick Kakashi on his left side. Kakashi raised his knee to block the attack. He quickly put away his book because he now knew he would get embarrassed by a Genin if he continued reading the book. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto was moving far faster than he could and seemed better than he was. Kakashi brought his right leg, trying to hit Naruto. His foot connected with Naruto's hand. He retrieved his leg and brought it back again at Naruto. This time he spun around for more speed and power. Naruto brought out both his hands to block the attack. The power behind the kick was enough to force him back a feet away from Kakashi. "This dance should be entertaining," Naruto said, just enough for Kakashi to hear him. Kakashi looked at Naruto straight in his eyes. He seems to be happy and calls a fight to dance. "He must really love the thrill of a good fight," Kakashi said, looking at the blonde. There was no smile, but he could see a bit of excitement in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi got into his own stance. Naruto seemed to be good in taijutsu, and his speed was impressive. He had to seriously fight if he was going to evaluate Naruto's strength. Naruto got back into his stance. He knew he could not beat Kakashi, but fighting against someone who could match and surpass your every move was something he could not miss. Both he and Kakashi disappeared from view and clashed in a taijutsu fight. Naruto attempted to kick Kakashi in the face, but Kakashi bended back to avoid being hit. Naruto spun around, balancing himself and not giving Kakashi enough time to attack him. Spinning around, he brought his right foot, trying to gut the Jonin. Kakashi caught the blow and held Naruto's foot firmly with both his hands. His right foot moved fast and crashed into Naruto's stomach, sending the blonde flying away. Kakashi did not give Naruto the time to recover. Within seconds, he was already in front of Naruto. He attempted a right hook, which Naruto was quick enough to block. Naruto jumped away from the Jonin. He rushed at Kakashi again. He tried crashing his foot into Kakashi's ribs, but the Jonin jumped back. Naruto did not stop. He dashed at Kakashi and jumped up. He appeared above Kakashi. His right foot was crashing down with speed and power. Kakashi did not attempt to block. He replaced himself with a log. Naruto's foot connected with the log, breaking it in half. Sasuke was now feeling jealousy towards Naruto. Naruto was faring well against a Jonin, while he could not do anything. He could not even get the Jonin to fight him seriously, but Naruto was able to. Naruto was just a dead last. What could have changed for the blonde to be better? Naruto landed to the ground and stood still. His eyes narrowed to where Kakashi was. The Jonin was within the trees. He disappeared off to the trees. Sasuke and Sakura could not see anything since their teammate and sensei were fighting within the trees. But they could feel that the fight was still going on. A few seconds later, both saw their sensei flying back into the clearing. A second later, Naruto appeared above the Jonin and attempted to pummel the Jonin to the ground. Kakashi could not dodge, but was able to bring out both his hands to block Naruto's punch. The power of the attack was enough to sending Kakashi crashing down the ground, even though he had blocked the attack. A small crater was formed where Kakashi had crashed. Naruto jumped away from Kakashi, allowing the Jonin to recover. Kakashi got out of the crater and rushed at Naruto in great speed that should make him invincible to a Genin. He appeared in front. Naruto was not fast enough to react as Kakashi's fist crashed to his gut, making him grunt at the effects of the powerful punch. Kakashi did hand seals and held his hands together close to his mouth, doing the same jutsu Sasuke had used on him earlier, albeit bigger than Sasuke's. Fire release. Great fireball no jutsu. Naruto disappeared fast to avoid being hit by the jutsu. Kakashi ended his jutsu, having sensed that Naruto had been able to dodge. Naruto was now a distance away from where he was previously. You are far better than I thought, far better than Sasuke. I don't think there is a Genin in Konoha that can beat you. But I must end this now, Kakashi said. But before he could do anything, the alarm rang, signifying it was noon. Kakashi sighed and motioned for Naruto to follow him to the rest of Team 7. Kakashi freed Sasuke, who could not stop glaring at Naruto with clear jealousy. Naruto had been able to hit a Jonin while he had been unable to. Kakashi gathered them and looked at each of them disappointedly. You did not get the bells, thus you failed the test. Naruto took out both bells from his pocket, making Kakashi look at his belt and then at Naruto with wide eyes. When did you get them? The time I pummeled you to the ground. Before I jumped back, I had already taken the bells. You were too focused on testing my power that you forgot about the test, and you were thinking I had no interest in the bells. I just wanted to fight. That made it easy for me to get them. Naruto responded. Kakashi nodded. So what are you going to do about the bells? The aim of the test was not to get the bells, but to test if we could work together as a team, as 3 Genins cannot defeat an elite Jonin. I'm surprised that Sakura with all her brains couldn't figure that out. Sakura glared at Naruto for the jab. It seemed like one, but Naruto was just pointing out that someone called smart like Sakura should have been able to figure the meaning of the test. Kakashi noticed that fact because Naruto's face remained impassive and there was no amusement in his voice. If you knew that, why did you not try to work with your teammates? Isn't it obvious? None of them would have been willing to work with me. Sakura's only concern is Sasuke, while Sasuke thinks he does not need help and can do everything on his own, and his pride would not allow him to accept help from anyone. Kakashi had to agree with Naruto, but Naruto should have tried to talk to them. Naruto was right, the purpose of the test was teamwork. I could give you another chance to work together, but since Naruto has the bells, and I was not supposed to fail you, I guess I will pass you, he said, making Sakura and Sasuke sigh in relief. Naruto threw the bells back at Kakashi. Kakashi caught the bells. You can go now, except for you, Naruto. We will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. for a team meeting. Both Sakura and Sasuke left, but not before Sasuke glanced at Naruto. The Hokage's office, I presume, Naruto said, to which Kakashi nodded. Hokage's office. The Sandame stared deep into Naruto's blue eyes. He found nothing from the blonde. His eyes had nothing, they were just devoid of any emotion. He never thought he would see Naruto's eyes like that. Naruto knew that the Sandame wanted to ask questions about the transformation. He was not going to answer any questions he did not want to answer. No one forced him to do anything he did not like. Naruto, what happened to you? The Sandaime asked, breaking the silence within the room. I don't understand the question, Naruto said. He certainly did not understand what the Hokage meant. He could only guess, but guessing was not the right way to go if the person who asked the question was there to clear the question. The Sandaime narrowed his eyes at Naruto. This was not the same Naruto he knew. Last week you were not like this, he said, not really wanting to say what exactly had changed in Naruto. My physical appearance and attitude, you mean? The Sandaime nodded. I am afraid I cannot answer that question, for now anyway, he responded coolly. Why? Because Hokage-sama, it is something I don't want to reveal. Naruto, why don't you want to reveal such information? What are you hiding? Don't you trust me? It is not a matter of trust, and it is that I just don't want to tell you, and I think I am entitled to my secrets. The Sandaime stared at Naruto sternly, but Naruto was not affected by it. Naruto, I don't understand why you are being like this, but I don't like you keeping things from me. You are an important part of the village, and everything you do I must know of it. Ironic, isn't it? You don't like me keeping things from you while you have been doing just that my whole life, Naruto said, sounding almost amused, but he was far from being amused. The Sandaime and Kakashi tensed just when Naruto uttered those words. Naruto saw them tense. You thought I would not find out? I know everything, Hokage-sama. The Sandaime looked at Naruto with shame and guilt. Naruto was used to seeing the look from the old man. It was like the old man wanted him to see the guilt and shame. He did not understand if it was what the old man wanted him to see, or he felt guilt. The Sandaime could be two-faced sometimes. He brushed off his thoughts. The Sandaime had to know he knew things that he had been keeping from him. It was not going to do anyone any good if he just kept it to himself. He did not hate the old man for keeping things from him, but he hated that when the old man found that he too was keeping things from him, he was quick to show that he was displeased. You know of the Kyuubi? It sounded like a question, but it was not. Yes, and about my mother. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Only your mother? I also know about the man responsible for my birth, but he never was my father. The only parent I had was my mother. Kakashi and the Sandaime looked at Naruto with wide eyes. They did not expect Naruto to reject Minato as his father. It only meant he hated Minato for sealing the Kyuubi inside of him, condemning him to a life of hatred. Naruto, I'm sorry for not telling you about your parents. Your father had so many enemies we feared that they would come after you to kill you, as you are a Namikaze, the Sandaime said sadly. As I said, Minato was not my father. I suggest you don't call him as such. Your reasons are nothing but excuses. You know full well that it was either I was killed by the villagers or the assassins. Have you forgotten what they used to do to me on my birthdays? The Sandaime failed to meet Naruto's gaze. How could he argue with what Naruto was saying? His life was already in danger by the villagers. It was a miracle that he had survived all the brutal beatings he had received in the hands of the villagers. I still am sorry, Naruto, for failing to protect you. I never hated you, Naruto said. I don't believe there is anything more that needs to be discussed now. I will be taking my leave, he said, disappearing from the office. Well, that went well, Kakashi said. The Sandaime shook his head. No, nothing went well for us anyway. Everything went the way Naruto wanted it to go. He never answered any of my questions. We don't know who trained him and who told him about his heritage and the Kyuubi. And I believe he has more secrets. You have to keep an eye on him, Kakashi. Find out what he is hiding. Kakashi looked at the Sandaime. I thought you were going to leave it as it is. Won't he tell his secrets when he is ready? Maybe he might, but we cannot wait for that. Naruto was able to fool the whole village, even me, for the past few years. Who knows what kind of secrets he is hiding? You do know that if he finds out that you sent me to spy on him, he might never forgive you. That is something I am willing to accept for the good of the village, the Sandaime replied, lighting up his tobacco pipe. If Naruto was hiding things that could make him a threat to the village, they had to be found out soon. He was also not sure if Naruto was loyal to the village with what he had gone through in his life, and the transformation only made him more suspicious of Naruto. While the two talked, they never noticed a pair of yellow eyes recording their conversation. Shinobi District. Naruto walked calmly inside an apartment block. He was looking for apartment number 38. It was the apartment he had rented and was going to move into. He climbed stairs looking for the apartment until he found it. He entered his new home and breathed in the fresh air within the apartment. He could almost smile. But at the moment, he had to unpack and put in the furniture he had bought outside the village from one of his travels with Zetsu. Naruto took out several storage scrolls from a small bag he had been carrying. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen, and a sitting room. He had all the furniture for all the rooms. He made 10 wood clones to help him unseal his things. He started unsealing the couch for his sitting room and the large flat screen. By the time he finished putting everything in his sitting room, his clones were finished with their duties. Naruto had them dispel. He heard a knock on the door. He went to open, wondering who it might have been. No one for now knew where he was leaving. Naruto opened the door and looked at a purple-haired woman. Her hair reached down her waist, brown eyes, and a shade of red lipstick. She was with another woman he recognized as Yuhi Kurenai. "What can I do for you?" Naruto asked calmly. "Naruto," the purple-haired woman said, looking at him with slightly wide eyes. Naruto recognized the voice. Nico, he thought. She was an ANBU who had been once assigned to watch over him. "Are you familiar with him, Yugao?" Kurenai asked. Yugao smiled slightly. "Sort of," she said. "Sorry for disturbing you. We had noise like things were being moved and decided to check what it was since no one lives in this apartment." Naruto nodded. "The noise must have been me. I was putting my furniture in order." "You are going to be leaving here?" Yugao asked. Naruto nodded. "What happened to your previous home?" "Nothing," he said dismissively. Yugao nodded. Kurenai smiled at Naruto. "Well, it seems you and I will be neighbors," she said as she and Yugao turned away from his door. Naruto closed his door and walked back to his sitting room. He found Zetsu already sitting there. "It appears you were right," Zetsu said. Naruto had sent Zetsu to spy on the Sandaime, knowing full well that the old man was capable of anything he set his mind on. "He does not trust you. I expected as much from him. He may feel guilty for lying to me, but he can see that I get dealt with should I be a threat to the village. The Sandaime might be old, but he can be cold, cunning, and manipulative when he wants to be," Naruto said. "Who did he send then?" "Your sensei?" Naruto nodded. "We will see what Kakashi will discover about me," he said. "I have to admit the old man is truly brave to have someone spy on me just after the talk I had with him," Naruto said. "What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. They can look all they want, but can never find about my secrets unless I want them to," Naruto said confidently. Chapter 4. The Annoyance. 6 months later. Team 7. Naruto never felt at peace within the team. There was always someone watching over him, a pair of eyes that always stared at him. It annoyed him to no end. There were a few times that he had even thought of killing someone because of the constant watchful eyes that always tailed him like his own shadow. It felt like he was a criminal by being always watched. It was not just Team 7. It was everywhere he went within the village. There was always someone watching him like a hawk. Konoha did not trust him. He was seen as a flight risk. Naruto figured that the council had taken notice of his transformation and were not going to take any chances with him. It was clear that no one trusted him because he refused to tell them anything. Even when they had tried to force him to talk, he still had no fears. They could not touch him. The feeling he was having now was the same his grandfather felt when Konoha had been formed and Hashirama was made Hokage. His grandfather was not trusted. They could never make him leader. Without the trust of the village, even from a clan he led, Madara was forced to defect from the village. It was now the same with him. Konoha refused to trust him because he kept things from it. He really hoped that it did not end the same way with him as it did with his grandfather. It would make his goals hard to achieve, but not impossible. His skills in taijutsu were not what they feared. No, they feared the things he was hiding. They came to a conclusion that he was hiding his true strength. That conclusion made them even more suspicious of him. They could not understand why he would hide his true strength. They thought he was hiding his true strength because he was planning something. They could not believe that it was for the good of the village, because if it was for the good of the village, he would not have to hide it. That was what they thought. Naruto had not intentions of harming the village in any way. His grandfather had founded the village along with Hashirama. His grandfather was the one to have named the village. It was only fair that he inherited it since it was founded by his grandfather. He could not go around destroying things that his grandfather had built. Despite the constant watch he was under, Naruto had no fears of his secrets ever being discovered by someone. The only reason Naruto did not have any fears was because he knew that they would never find anything from him unless he was careless. But with the constant watch, he could not train anywhere or do anything private outside of his own apartment. His apartment was the only place that gave him the privacy he needed. But he was sure of it sooner or later they would bypass his security seals. He was by no means a seal master. The security seals are what he had been taught by his grandfather. They were not perfect, but they did their job. He could converse with Zetsu, and even at times leave a clone while he goes away to the hideout to train. With Team 7, he had to worry about Kakashi, who always had his eyes on him. Even when they were on missions, the Jonin paid too much attention on him than his other students. Kakashi was taking his job seriously than Naruto had thought the Jonin would. He never made the mistake of leaving Naruto alone. Know if he was going somewhere, and it was during Team 7 activities the Jonin would leave a shadow clone to with Naruto. But the Jonin was friendly and valued his team as part of his family. This values made Naruto question why Kakashi would choose to spy on one of his comrades. When the Sandaime had told him to spy on Naruto, Kakashi spied, but not as seriously as he was doing now. Naruto thought that the council had taken part in that change. The fools were capable of anything, especially Danzo and the two advisors. If there were people to kill, it would be 3 elders. There was also Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. The two just annoyed him to no end. Sasuke was obsessed with fighting with him. Every time he got the chance to demand that Naruto fight him, he would take it. Naruto never fought with the young Uchiha. He always refused to fight the Uchiha. Naruto hated fighting pointless battles. There was nothing he would gain from fighting the Uchiha. Despite his love for a good fight, Sasuke was not worth his time. His refusals always infuriated Sasuke, and he would always attempt to hit Naruto whenever he was not looking. Naruto had better reflexes and would always dodge the attacks without hitting the young Uchiha back. Another person that caused him headaches was Sakura. Despite his attempts to ignore the girl, she would not just stop talking. Naruto was sometimes tempted to put the girl in a genjutsu. He would make the girl kill herself, and she would be gone from his life. She hated him because he was better than Sasuke. No, she refused to believe that he was better than Sasuke. What she did was yell at him for trying to be cool and better than Sasuke. She would always tell him to stop trying to make Sasuke look bad. Despite all the problems in Team 7, the team was almost perfect when it came to teamwork. It was all that Kakashi taught them, and they were better at it than any other Genin team. They did their missions better than any other rookie Genins. Over the past months, they had done a lot of missions. But only 2 stood out: the mission in the Wave Country and mission in which they were protect Kyoki Kazuhama. The Wave mission had been their first mission and ended up being an A-rank mission because they had encountered an A-rank missing Nin, Zabuza Momochi, and his accomplice Haku. Sakura had been a burden in the mission and basically did nothing useful. What she did was to tremble in fear at the thought of dying in her first real mission. They were protecting a bridge builder from a man named Gatu. Team 7 did succeed the mission and managed to get Gatu killed despite the odds being against them. Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan during the battle in the bridge. It made him even more arrogant now that he had finally awakened the Uchiha clan bloodline. It made the Uchiha feel superior to anyone, thinking that no one could match the power of the Uchiha eyes. The mission to protect Kyoki was also a success. They went to the Snow Country on the mission and found out that Kyoki was a real princess. The team had thought she just played a princess in movies. Her country was being controlled by her uncle, who had killed her father to take over the country. The woman at first had been refusing to accept her role as princess of the country, but after her uncle was killed, she finally decided to become ruler of the Snow Country. Naruto had been thinking of a better way to reveal some of his secrets to Konoha to get them off his back. Revealing some secrets would get them to lessen the number of shinobi they have following him. They would not need to have him watched 24/7, since they would have found out what he had been hiding from them. He would have more space to breathe and more privacy than he currently. He was patient and would wait for the right time. Rushing into things had its consequences. He would rather not have to deal with those if he could just wait a little more. Naruto was walking calmly towards Training Ground 7 alone. Looking around the village, he had come to notice that some of the villagers had stopped glaring at him. They had lost their hateful looks, but not all of them had. Some still did glare at him, but they had lost the intensity they used to have before he was a genin. The kind of change surprised him. He did not understand what had made them stop glaring at him. He did not think that it was because he looked like their dead, precious yandere. Naruto was so consumed by his thoughts that he was not paying attention to where he was going. He ended up bumping into someone who also seemed to have been lost in thoughts. Likely no one was hurt since they were not moving at a fast pace. Naruto fathered himself and looked at who he had hit. He noticed that there were 3 people in front of him. The one he had bumped into was glaring at him. He was a boy at his teens. "What were you going, brat?" the boy who Naruto had bumped into yelled. He wore a black bodysuit and black shinobi sandals. His face was painted with face paint. He wore a Sunigakure forehead protector. He had something strapped behind his back that Naruto could tell what it was. It did not seem like a weapon or anything he had seen before. Naruto was not going to apologize to the boy. He had never apologized to anyone before, and he was not going to start now. Their Suna shinobi was glaring at him like he could actually beat him. He was underestimating him because he was younger than him. Naruto ignored the Suna shinobi's words and looked at the other 2 in front of him. There was a blonde-haired girl. Her hair were tied into 4 pigtails at her back. Her eyes were light green. She had a battle fan strapped behind her back. She was slightly taller than the boy in the black bodysuit. She wore a light purple dress that showed her well-developed breasts. There was a shinobi fishnet under her dress, and her dress was short. It revealed some of her body. Her forehead was tied on her neck. The last one seemed younger than the others. He seemed to be at the same age as Naruto. He had short, spiky red hair. His eyes were blank with a dark tint. On top of his left eye there was a tattoo with a kanji for love. He had an emotionless look on his face and gave off a feeling bloodlust. He had a gourd behind his back. The 3 were Sunigakure shinobis. The blonde and the red-haired just looked at him, while the black-haired in a black bodysuit was enraged at that Naruto had ignored him. He brought out his right hand and grabbed Naruto by his shirt. "Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you, you little shit." Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously at the teen. This was something he could not forgive. One did not touch him like this and got away with it. Yes, he did hit the teen, but it was not intentional. He was lost in his thoughts, so was the teen. "Kankuro, what are you doing?" the blonde-haired girl barked. The now identified Kankuro did not even bother to look at her. He just grinned. "I am trying to teach this brat to respect those older than him," he said. Before anyone could do anything, Naruto drove his fist into Kankuro's stomach. Kankuro let go of Naruto and clutched his stomach while gritting his teeth. "That hurt," he said under his breath. "That is what happens when you act like a fool, and now you are embarrassing our village by your foolishness." A cold voice of the red-haired spoke, making the blonde and Kankuro tense. Looking at Kankuro, he seemed scared of something, and it was like he had forgotten the presence of the red-haired. "Sorry, Gaara," Kankuro said. Naruto wondered why he was apologizing. Even the girl seemed to get nervous when Gaara spoke. But the name Gaara brought those thoughts to a halt. He knew the name. "Sans siblings, I should have recognized the children of the Yondaime Kazekage," Naruto said impassively. "Sabaka no Gaara, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi," he said, making the eyes of 2 of the Sand shinobi wide. "Sabaka no Kankuro and Sabaka no Temari, the eldest of the Sand siblings," he said and narrowed his eyes at Kankuro. Gaara smiled. It was a creepy smile. It was as if he was imagining Kankuro being fed his own hand. "Next time you touch me like that, I will cut off your hand and feed it to you," he said darkly, making Kankuro gulp at the threat. "If it was not that you are a guest to the village, I would have killed you for your foolishness. You don't try to attack someone without even evaluating their strengths," he lectured, walking away. "What is your name?" Gaara asked in his emotionless voice. Naruto stopped and looked at the Jinchuriki. "Uzumaki Naruto. I shall see you at the exams, Sabaka no Gaara," he said and disappeared from the view. Gaara grinned madly, making his siblings look at him fearfully. They knew that kind of smile. It was the kind of grin he always wore when he was thinking of crushing someone with his sand. They feared that kind of smile. They could only feel sorry for the blonde should he meet Gaara in the battlefield. Training Ground 7. Chunin exams, Naruto thought. He had forgotten about them. Zetsu had informed him about them. He thought that it was why Kakashi had called them today. They had been on a break from their previous missions. It was not yet over. With the exams coming, it would prove difficult for him to hide his secrets from everyone. That is, if he meets someone he could not defeat in a taijutsu fight. Though he knew that no mere Jinin or Chunin could defeat him in a taijutsu fight, villagers could always send Jonins in the Chunin exams. Naruto brushed off his thoughts. His taijutsu was superior to most, even some Jonin's taijutsu was inferior to his. His speed gave him a great advantage against most opponents. Sasuke and Sakura walked side by side towards the training ground. Looking at them, they always came together at the training ground. Well, not always together, but most of the time. It was like they lived in the same house or were neighbors, but they were none of that. It was a mystery how they could arrive at the same time at the training ground most of the time, whereas they did not live together. They could only make it together if Sakura knew which route Sasuke took to the training ground. But knowing Sasuke, he would have changed the road he took upon seeing that Sakura knew the way he used for the training ground. Sakura always knew where Sasuke was. It was like the girl had sensing abilities that only worked on Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Naruto before looking away. It was nothing new to Naruto. It was either Sasuke demanded that he fought with him, or he just glared at him and looked away. Naruto preferred to be glared at than having Sasuke demand that they fight. That way he did not have to deal with the Uchiha. They did not wait for too long in the silence because Kakashi had decided to make it in time for the first time. Not even the fact that Naruto would leave the training ground after waiting for an hour for the Jonin had probed him to arrive in time for team meetings. It was a surprise to the whole team. Yo! Kakashi greeted his students with his eye smile in place and the ever-present orange book present in his right hand. What is wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Why are you not late? Sakura said in a low tone. Kakashi smiled. Nothing is wrong. Is it that surprising that I am on time? No one answered the question. Sasuke got down to business. Why did you bring us here, Kakashi-sensei? I thought we were still having his time off. Can't I just bring you here so that we can get together? We are a team after all. Kakashi said, flipping a page in his book. Sasuke glared at him. Kakashi sighed at the Uchiha's attitude. Fine, I brought you here because I have some good and important news that I want to tell you. He said, taking his eye off his book. Sasuke stopped glaring at him, wanting to know the important news the sensei had for them. Then let's hear it. Naruto spoke for the first time since Kakashi appeared. Kakashi gave them a wide-eye smile. I have nominated you for the Chunin selection exams, he said. Sasuke smiled at the news. It was a great opportunity for him to test his powers against other strong genins he would surely meet at the exams. Naruto's face remained impassive while Sakura looked unsure. Kakashi took out 3 pieces of papers handed each to his students. If you want to enter the exams, the choice is yours. But if you do decide to take the exams, take the forms with you to the academy at room 301, tomorrow at 8 a.m. He said. Kakashi-sensei, are you sure we are ready to take the exams? Sakura said, not sure if she really wanted to take the exams. She knew she was not strong to take the exams. Kakashi nodded. If I did not believe you were ready to take the exams, I would never have nominated you. I believe that you are ready, you just have to believe in yourselves. He said, smiling. Remember, it is a personal choice. No one will force you to take the exams if you decide not to take them. But I must warn you, if you do decide to take the exams, you might find yourself facing against strong genins like Naruto or someone strong like Haku. I'm sure you do remember him. Well, Johnny, he said, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sakura paled at the thought of facing someone strong like Haku. Haku had almost killed Sasuke. She could not possibly go against someone he was able to defeat Sasuke. Sasuke was strong and cool. If she was to face someone stronger than him, she would certainly be killed. She looked at Sasuke, who was smiling. It was a true happy smile. She did not want to disappoint him. She could enter and finally show him that she was strong and not weak as he always said she was. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a small smile. I hope you enter the exams because I really want to fight you, Naruto. He said, going away with his smile still in place. He was holding the form firmly as he did not want to lose it. The Chunin selection exam was a good chance for him to test the power of the Uchiha. Sakura also walked away with a lot in her mind. Naruto looked at the form and sighed. The exams were going to be nothing but be troublesome for him. He sighed and walked away to clear his thoughts. Hokage Monument. It was sunset and Naruto was enjoying view up in the Hokage Monument. He had managed to get the shadows that always followed him to follow a clone while he got some breathing space. He did need the time sometimes, a time where nobody was watching him, recording everything he did. He felt annoyed when he sensed someone coming to him. He did not want to talk to someone at this time. He turned around to see an old man with a cane. His right hand was wrapped up in bandages, and his left eye was also bandaged. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo, Naruto said. I was wondering when you would appear before me. Looking at the bandages, he felt disgusted knowing what the old man was hiding under those bandages. Danzo was another person in his must-kill list. He was also a threat because he desired to be Hokage. The old man loved to be in control of Konoha. But he was going to be patient and let the old man play for now. Danzo's face was impassive as he studied Naruto. Kyuubi, he thought. He did not see a person when looking at Naruto. No, he saw the Kyuubi, a weapon that must be under his control. He only could make it powerful and program it to fight for the village. The Sandaime had been a fool in refusing him to take the boy. He could have trained the boy so that he could become a loyal weapon for the village, not someone who was a flight risk. The village seems peaceful looking at it from here, isn't it? He said, trying to see how the blonde would respond. He could not get into serious business without having an idea of the kind of person the blonde was. He had reports from his route A and BU, but to confirm everything he needed to see it himself. It is lovely, but get to the point. I do not think you came here to talk of such trivial things, Naruto said. Danzo nodded. I have a proposition for you, he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the old man. Danzo was looking at him with cold and calculating eyes. I have no interest in joining your root forces, Danzo. In fact, I have no interest in associating myself with you, he said firmly. If Naruto knew of his route, which was a secret that only those in A and BU knew, the boy must know some more secrets. His route was an S-rank secret. Not even some jonin knew of it. His route is thought to have been disbanded, but it was still operating underground. In official reports it was not, but he was still running his division. I see out suspicions were right about you. How do you know of my route division? He asked, curiously wanting to see if the boy would give him something. Your route is not much of a secret, but what you with your route is what is the secret that no one outside your division knows, he said. But Danzo, I am not a threat to the village as you people perceive me to be. Danzo now saw a threat in Naruto. They boys spoke of what his route activities like he knew what they did. It was not good for him. Anyone that did not agree with his ideals was a threat to him and his goals. What troubled him most was that he did not know the capabilities of the blonde. The fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriko made him a threat if he was not working with him. But he was a patient man. Naruto was still young. He was bound to make crucial mistakes that would cost him. He would be ready to capitalize and get the boy to work with him. The power of the Kyuubi was needed to further his plans. If all else failed, then he would have to eliminate the boy. Danzo turned around to leave. My offer to join my cause still stands. I can make you great and teach you how to control the power of the Kyuubi should you join me, he said and disappeared. Naruto sighed. It went better than he had thought it would. He did not reveal much to the old war hawk. Danzo was capable of doing anything. He would not be surprised. He sent his route to capture him. The old war hawk had a way of controlling people. But he did not fear that. Because of his grandfather and his Sharingan, he could resist any hypnosis. No one could control him with a Sharingan. Zetsu appeared from the ground. It was just his head only. Naruto looked at him. How long have you been here? Long enough to hear everything you said to Danzo. Zetsu replied. Since you were here, did you have a white Zetsu spore attached to Danzo? Naruto asked. He thought that Zetsu might have just done that knowing that Danzo was a threat. Yes, I figured that you might want me to do something like that. Good. That man is slippery. You can never know what he will do next. With Zetsu's spore on him, I will know everything he does, what he says, and who he meets. I do not want that old man to surprise. Naruto said. When are you going to make a move against him? In time. Right now I am not strong enough to start with my plans. Everything will be in motion once I get strong enough, Naruto said. Staying the way you are and in the village is not helping you become strong, Zetsu pointed out. Naruto nodded, agreeing with Zetsu. I know that. I will think of something after the exams, he said. The academy. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for Naruto at the academy entrance. Sasuke had no doubt that Naruto would show up. Sakura was the one had thought would never show up for the exams. The girl was weak. Yesterday, she did not seem too sure of herself that she would enter. It did not take long for Naruto to appear. The blonde was still in his black attire, but had a sword strapped behind him. Sasuke looked at him curiously. You know how to use a sword? He asked. Yes, but I'm not good at it. It is just useful in dealing with annoyances. Both his teammates knew that he meant weak people by annoyances. Naruto had brought his ninjato because he refused to get his hands dirty with blood stains of weaklings. A sword could do the job for him without dirtying him. Sasuke shrugged. "Let's go inside," he said, turning around to face the academy doors. Both his teammates followed him behind. The academy was full of activities. Naruto was not interested in anything, though he just wanted to get over with it. The only person that interested him was the Sanjin Shuriku. The others would just be annoyances that talked more than what was necessary. At least he did bring his sword with them. The team walked inside the academy, ignoring everything else that was taking place. They wanted to get to the room they were told to by their sensei. It was of no benefit to them to get into other people's business. They were stopped when a green blur appeared in front of them. The boy in front of them wore a green jumpsuit. His forehead protector was worn as a belt on his waist and black shinobi sandals. He had thick eyebrows and shiny black hair. He looked at the boys, then at Sakura. He smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up. "You must be Haruno Sakura. I am Rock Lee." He introduced himself to the pink-haired girl. Then he blushed slightly. "Will you go out with me? I will protect you with my life," he said. Sakura was quick to speak. The boy was lame. His jumpsuit, hair, and everything about just seemed wrong. No," she said. "I belong to Sasuke-kun," she thought to herself. Sasuke seemed disappointed at her answer. He had hoped that the girl would accept Lee's proposition and leave him the heck alone, but seems that it was not to be. Lee seemed disappointed at the rejected and brightened up slightly. He looked straight at Naruto's eyes. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" Naruto nodded. "Guy-sensei told me that you are the best taijutsu user out of all the genins," he said. "Fight with me. I would like to see if you really are good. I'm a taijutsu specialist. If I want to be the best, I must beat what is considered the best." Naruto looked at the genin in front of him for a moment before speaking. "As much as I love to dance, I have to interest in taking part of a pointless dance." "Dance?" Lee said confusedly. Sakura sighed. Naruto referred fighting as a dance. Never has she once heard him say the word fight. It was always dance with him. "He means to fight," she answered Lee, seeing his confusion. When it sank in his head, Lee took a taijutsu stance. "I'm afraid I must insist," he said. Naruto knew the boy was not going to take no for an answer. He really hated being dragged into a fight he did not wish to take part in. He looked at Lee for a second, then disappeared in a burst of speed. Despite Lee being in a taijutsu stance, he was not expecting Naruto to attack him. He was also not expecting Naruto to move at the speed he moved at. He could only move at the kind of speed without his weights. Naruto wore no weights, he only wore them when he was training. Now Lee found himself wide-eyed. Naruto's sword was on his neck, poised to pierce it. He could not do anything at the situation he was in. Naruto's knee was down on the ground as he needed to get low to get into the position he was in. He was in front of Lee with his sword raised. Everyone who saw him was shocked at his speed. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He hated seeing Naruto look strong. He hated admitting it that Naruto was faster than, stronger than him. Even with his Sharingan activated, he had only increased his strength by a few miles, but it was nothing compared to Naruto. "I refuse," Naruto said firmly. Lee nodded slowly. "Good," Naruto said, retrieving his sword. He sheathed it and walked past Lee, causing his teammates to follow him behind. They had an exam to take. Sasuke glared at Naruto's back with his fist clenched. He had tried so many ways to surpass Naruto, but he still failed to do that. He needed more power to surpass Naruto. If he could not defeat Naruto, then there was no way he was going to be able to defeat Itachi. He needed to beat Naruto first, then he would be able to defeat Itachi. Team 7 walked towards room 301 in silence. They reached the doors and were stopped from opening the door when Kakashi appeared between them and the door. Kakashi's eye smile was in place, as well as his orange book, Make Out Paradise. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Sakura asked, looking at her sensei. Kakashi was a little surprised that Sakura had decided to enter the exams. He looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was the reason the girl entered the exams. If Sasuke was not in her team, she would never have entered the exams. With the look he saw on her face yesterday, it was truly a surprise that she decided to come. I should not be surprised, Kakashi thought to himself. There was really nothing that Sakura would not do for Sasuke. He sighed and closed his book. "I'm glad that you all decided to take part in the exams," he said. "But to be honest with you, the Chunin selection exams can only be taken by a team of 3. For example, if Sakura had decided against taking part in the exams, Naruto and Sasuke would have been eligible to take part in the exams. Sakura felt relieved that she had decided to take part in the exams, or she would surely have disappointed Sasuke. She had no doubt that Naruto was going to participate, but that would not have mattered had she decided against participating in the exams. Sasuke would have been upset with her had she stood in the way of him taking part in the exams. She looked at her sensei. Why did not you tell us that yesterday? I wanted everyone to participate on their own choices, not because they were forced to. If you had decided not to take part in the exam, Sasuke would have forced you to enter. He replied, earning a nod from Sakura. She knew it too, while Sasuke would have forced her to enter the exams. She was not sure how Naruto would react if she had chosen not to enter, but thinking of it, Naruto might have cared either way. Sakura, don't allow yourself to be a burden to your teammates, Kakashi said firmly. Sakura nodded. She had always needed to her teammates to carry her. Even Naruto did look out for her at some times, even though she knew he didn't give a damn about what happened to her. Well then, good luck, Ja-Eni, Kakashi said as he disappeared in swirl of leaves. Even though Sakura was weak, he was not a bit worried about her, for he knew that her teammates would look out for her. Naruto stepped forward and opened the door, and his teammates followed him as he entered room 301. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by killing intents from different directions. Sasuke shrugged it off, even though it made him a bit uncomfortable. He had come across killing intents that made him want to kill himself, so this was nothing. Sakura held her hands together. She was a bit scared now because the killing intents were too much for her. Pathetic, Naruto thought. Killing intents of such level did not move him. Madara had trained to withstand killing intents, even from something such as the Kyuubi. Madara might have been old at the time, by one he still that had made Naruto afraid of the old man was his killing intent. The first time he had experienced a dose of it, he had fainted because it had been pressing him down like nothing he had ever felt before. Such things had made his killing student frightening for mere genins. Another thing that had made it frightening was his grandfather's DNA. Naruto possessed a bit of Madara's chakra. He did not let it leak because he did not want to scare anyone. There were a lot of genins in the room. They had not expected the participants to be in the exams. There sure are a lot of them, Sakura commented, earning a nod from Sasuke. It did not matter to Sasuke though. He was happy. So many participants meant he would have more competition. Sasuke-kun, you are late, Ino yelled as she jumped on Sasuke's back, placing her head on his shoulder. It was obvious that Sasuke was annoyed by the girl's actions. One would see it because the Uchiha's eyes were twitching. He was not the only one who was annoyed by Ino's actions. Sakura was displeased. She grew a tick mark on her forehead. Ino did not see Sakura. She was busy with her Sasuke. It has been long since we last saw each other, Sasuke-kun. How have you been? Ino asked. If Sasuke was going to respond, he never got the chance to do so. Get away from Sasuke-kun, Ino pig. She yelled angrily as she marched to get Ino off Sasuke. There was only one girl for Sasuke, and that girl was her, not Ino. Ino took notice of Sakura's presence in the room. She had not seen the pink-haired Bunsey. Her eyes were only on Sasuke. She looked around and saw Naruto with arms crossed on his chest and a bored look on his face. He is kind of hot, she thought with blush. She looked back at Sakura and smirked. If it isn't big, ugly forehead Sakura, I thought you would be at home playing makeup, she said. Sakura grew another tick mark on her forehead. Ino was making her look bad in front of Sasuke. She could not tolerate something like that. No, it was unacceptable. You guys are taking the troublesome exams too. This is so troublesome. A lazy voice of Nara Shikamaru spoke, knocking Sakura off her thoughts. Naruto looked at the genin and did something that shocked both Sasuke and Sakura. He smiled at Shikamaru. It was a small smile, but a smile nonetheless. They had never seen him smile since the formation of Team 7. His face was always impassive or with a bored expression. Sakura stared at Naruto. Sasuke-kun, did Naruto just smile? She asked. Surprisingly, Sasuke responded with a nod. Ino looked at them confusedly. Is it that surprising to see Naruto smile? She asked, looking at the two. Both ignored her as they got over their shock. Shikamaru gave a small nod to Naruto before answering Ino. I'm guessing it is shocking to them because they had never seen Naruto smile during their time in Team 7. He said, earning a nod from Ino. I found you, Kiba yelled as he made his way to the group. Looks like everyone has assembled, he said as his teammates joined the group from behind the genin. Shino still had his impassive expression while Hinata. She greeted the group and started to poke her fingers as soon as she laid her eyes on Naruto. A pink tint appeared on her cheeks. Naruto noticed, but shrugged it off. He was not the only who noticed in the group. Not you guys too. Has become too troublesome, Shikamaru said with a sigh as he looked at teammate. Yeah, we are. And guess what? Kiba said. Together we make the rookie 9 of Konoha, he yelled, not hiding his excitement. Akamaru barked in agreement to his master's words. This is the first time in years that rookies took part in the Chunin selection exams, and we are the ones to do it, he said, showing that he did read a bit of history. You seem rather confident, Kiba, Sasuke said with a smirk on his face. Kiba snorted. Of course I am confident, he said. We did a lot of training since we became Genin, and we won't losing to the likes of you like we did in the academy. He said, confident that he could beat someone like Sasuke. Sasuke snorted. There was no way someone like Kiba would take him down. Kiba was saying what he was saying because he had a mouth to speak. Naruto looked away from the group as he sensed someone coming close to the group. You guys should be quiet. Aren't you the rookie Genins? A silver-haired Genin said as he approached the group. The group took a look at him. The Genin had silver hair, his eyes were small and black in color, and he wore large round glasses. He had a Konoha forehead protector tied on his forehead, signifying that he was a shinobi from Konoha. He wore dark purple pants with a shuriken holster on his right hip, dark purple shirt, and black shinobi sandals. He looked to be in his early 20s, if not late teens. You are screaming like schoolgirls. This is not a picnic, he said, earning glares from some of the Genins. Who the hell do you think you are? Sasuke said, feeling insulted by the Genin's remark. It was damning to his pride to be called a schoolgirl. Me? The elder Genin asked, half surprised. I'm Kabuto, but I'm not the one you should be worried about. Look behind you, he said. The rookies looked behind them to see pissed-off Genins staring at them. Naruto did not bother to look around. They could stare at him all they liked, he would not care. It was not like they could do anything to him. Most of the Genins felt nervous because of the glares that they were receiving from the other participants. It was like the whole room was against them. Ino and Sakura paled seeing the glares. If there was a bed somewhere in the room, they would rush over to it and hide under it. Hinata was quick to get behind Kiba. She was using Kiba as her shield. Naruto looked at Kabuto with an unreadable expression. There was defiantly suspicious about Kabuto. Those guys are from the village hidden in rain. They have short tempers. You may want to keep your voices down to avoid making them angry, Kabuto said, looking at the rain Genins. The rookies looked at the rain Genins. They indeed looked like trouble. Their glares were enough to make the female rookies shudder. Well, I guess I can't blame you. You are clueless rookies after all, he said as he glanced at Sasuke. Naruto noticed this. It was not the first time Kabuto looked at Sasuke with interest. Sasuke was unaware of the glances Kabuto was giving him. But Naruto could tell that Kabuto took interest in Sasuke. Well, I guess you guys do remind me of myself, Kabuto said in mirth. So this is your second time taking part in the exams? Sakura asked with a bit of hesitant. No, this is my 7th time actually. The Chunin selection exams are held twice a year, so this also makes it my 4th year taking the exams, Kabuto replied with a small smile. Kiba whistled. The exams must be hard if a person can fail them 6 times. Naruto raised a brow. 7 times taking the exams, thought. He could not have failed so many times unless he was doing it intentionally. He could not see how anyone would fail the Chunin exams 7 times. Even someone with half brains could not fail the exams so many times. Since you guys remind me of me, I will show you what I have gathered for the exams, he said, taking out a deck of cards from his pouch. These are Ninfo cards. I have gathered information on every participant in the exams. Do you have information on individuals? Sasuke asked, clearly interested. You are worried about someone? Kabuto asked with a smirk, looking at Sasuke. My info is not perfect, but it's not the same as having nothing, he said. Just tell me the name of the person and I will tell you what I know about the person, Kabuto said, pushing his glasses up, something that seemed to be a habit of his. Give me information on Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke said. The other Genins were clearly interested in learning something about this transformed Naruto. Naruto looked at Kabuto, wondering what Kabuto had on him. Kabuto nodded and began to read one of his cards. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin from Konoha. He graduated as a dead last, but changed afterwards. Nobody really knows what happened. He is in Team 7 along with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, their Jonin sensei being Hatake Kakashi. Naruto has completed 15 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission, and 2 A-rank missions along with his teammates. He specializes in taijutsu. His speed is said to rival that of a Jonin and can defeat some Jonins in a pure taijutsu fight. Kabuto read, "Hey, when did you guys get to do A-rank missions?" Kiba asked. Of all what Kabuto had read to them, the fact that Team 7 had done A-rank missions was more important to him more than info on Naruto. No one in Team 7 answered his questions. His information is accurate, Naruto thought. The info Kabuto had on him was the same as the one that Konoha had on him in their records. "Can you give me information of Sabaka no Gaara?" Naruto spoke for the first time since he entered the room. He had all the information he needed on Gaara. He just wanted to see what Kabuto had on the Jinchuriki. Kabuto nodded. "Sabaka no Gaara, Genin from Sunagakure. His sensei is Baki. Teammates are his siblings Sabaku no Tamari and Kankuro. Gaara has done 15 D-rank missions, 7 C-rank missions, 5 B-rank missions, 3 A-rank missions. In all his missions, he has never been hurt. He comes back without an injury. He has a sand defense that protects him. It is said that his sand defense is the ultimate defense. His ninjutsu is based on sand only. His taijutsu is poor and jinjutsu." Kabuto read out, looking the expressions of the Genins. Most of them were sweating cold. A Genin who goes on an A-rank mission and comes back without an injury was someone they did not expect to come across. Kabuto smirked at their reactions. Even Sasuke seemed a little over the edge by the information he read. He looked at Naruto. Naruto showed no reaction to what he had read, like the blonde already knew everything. Nothing I don't already know, Naruto thought. He had information on every Jinchuriki. It was important for him to know all the information as he would have to deal with them one day as his years progressed. For him to get Tobi to come after him, he would have to disrupt the man's plans. Getting to the Jinchuriki before Tobi was the best option he could take. Thinking of Gaara, the Jinchuriki could prove to be a good challenge for him. He would surely like to test this so-called ultimate defense that Jinchuriki is said to have. "I will tell you the contestants you should avoid in the..." Kabuto spoke, but was cut off by Naruto. "There are no other strong contestants. The rest are weak. They are nothing but annoyances." Naruto said a little too loud. All the contestants heard him, but Naruto did not care if they did. A team of sound Genins did not take Naruto's words kindly. They were going to show Naruto who was weak. "Let's show the blonde that we are not weak," one said in a rough voice, earning nods from his teammates. They were about to charge at Naruto when a puff of smoke was born within the room. "I will not accept that kind of behavior in here, got that?" A figure that was one with the smoke that had been born within the room said, sternly glaring at the students. He leaked out a dose of his killing intent to make his point. The killing intent prompted the Genins to nod vigorously. The figure smiled. "All right, you maggots, take you sits now," he said in a firm voice, making the Genins hurry up to take their sits. The Genins took each of their assigned sits and looked back at the man in front of the room. "I am Marino Abiki. I am the proctor of the first test of the Chunin selection exams." The proctor introduced himself to the Genins. "Those who do not follow my rules will automatically fail," he said as he released a burst of Ki, scaring some Genins in the room. "The first test will be a written test," he said as Chunins began to drop papers in front of each sighted Genin. "The rules of exams are as follows, and there will be no questions asked," he said with a commanding tone, releasing his Ki to make it clear that he was serious. He tapped the chalkboard in front of the Genins, and the rules appeared. Chunin Selection Exam Test Rules. Rule 1. Test takers start off holding a perfect test score of 10 points. The test itself has 10 points for each question answered incorrectly. A point is deducted. Rule 2. The test is a team event. The passing score of each team is calculated by adding the scores of each team member all together. Rule 3. Those caught cheating will have 2 points deducted for each offense. Rule for those who lose all their points or do not answer any question correctly will fail along with their teammates. All Genins read from the board. Some looked at their teammates to see if they were prepared. If Naruto was still stupid, Sakura would have been worrying about Naruto. But she had nothing to worry about. He was smart enough to pass the test. She did not have to worry about Sasuke either. "I expect nothing but the best from Genins trying to become Chunin." He paused, looking at every Genin in the room. You will only answer questions 1 to 9. The 10th question will be answered after we finish the first 9. The exam with B for 45 minutes begin. He yelled the last part as the genins flipped their papers. Naruto looked at the questions and raised an eyebrow. Had he not been reading different books and scrolls ever since he was 6, he would never be able to answer any of the question. He was thankful that Madara had brought him all those books he had brought for him to read. The questions were difficult, but he could answer them. He was sure that not even some chunins could answer the type of questions that are within the papers. It only meant that they did not expect all of them to pass. Naruto thought for a moment before narrowing his eyes around the room. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated copy others' movements. He was doing well. If it was not for the fact that he had been hiding his Dijitsu, he would have surely doing the same as Sasuke, just to make things interesting. He looked at room and seemed like most are cheating. Information gathering, Naruto thought, looking at the genins who were cheating. He concluded that they are accepting the genins to cheat without getting caught. It was a test to see if one had information skills. Such skills were useful for missions. Naruto did not have to worry about having to acquire such skills. He had Zetsu to do it for him. But that did not mean he did not learn a thing or two from him. He did learn a few things so that he could look for information himself whenever Zetsu was unavailable to do it for him. Because gathering information would involve breaking into offices' private buildings, one has to be discreet. Such acts would get one killed should they be caught in the act. The Hyugas had their Byakugans activated. The Byakugan was a useful tool for something such as gathering information because of its ability to see through solid objects. They did call it the all-seeing eye. Hinata looked to be checking him out. He figured the girl might have been looking to see if she could help him since he had not yet answered any questions. He sighed and began to answer the questions. A few genins got caught cheating, which resulted in them being thrown out of the room. They were thrown out because they had been denying that they were cheating the exams. If one's teammate got caught, it meant it was all over for the whole team. Something like this could break and make a team. The others could blame the one who got caught for their failure, which would be true. Had he not been caught, they would never have failed the exam. But some would help each, seeing that their teammate lacks in information gathering skills. The 45 minutes was over and Ibiki stopped them from answering any more questions. We will now begin with the 10th and final question, he announced, making everyone look up to him. Now, before we begin, I should tell you that there is an added rule to the question. Now this rules of desperation. He paused to let the words sink into their heads. The first rule is whether or not you will take the question, he said, making the genins look at him confusedly. Temari, Naruto recognized, asked a question for everyone. What will happen if we choose not to take the question? She asked curiously. If you choose not to take it, your points will be dropped to 0 and you will fail along with your teammates. He spoke. Then we take the question, a genin yelled out, standing up from position. The other genins nodded in agreement with him. Another rule is associated with this question. If you take the question and answer it incorrectly, that person will lose the right to become chunin ever again. Ibiki stated with a serious tone, making them believe that he was dead serious. Well, apparently Kiba did not get it. He shouted his thoughts. What kind of stupid rule is that? There are people who have taken the exam multiple times right here. He shouted, pointing at Kabuto, who had told the rookie 9 that he had been taking the exams for the 4th year now. Ibiki smirked. You guys are just unlucky. This is this year's rule. Some genins began to look at their teammates, trying to figure out what they were going to do. Whether take the question and risk being unable to become a chunin should they fail. Naruto just sat there looking calm as always. But I am a nice guy, he said, getting the attention of the murmuring genins. I am giving you a chance to choose whether to take the question or not. He paused for a moment to let them think. I have to stay calm and follow the lead. Teammate Sakura thought to herself as she d at Sasuke and Naruto, who both looked calm. Ibiki continued. Now let's begin with the 10th question. Those who do not wish to take the question may raise their hands, and once their numbers have been confirmed, they may leave. Silence engulfed the room as everyone was in their thoughts. I can't take it, a random genin said as he stood up and began to leave the room. His teammates were behind him. Some also raised their hands. There were quite a number of them who left because of fear. Naruto just shook head at their actions. Fear was really strong to use. The numbers died down, and almost half of the participants had left. And then people stopped raising hands. Naruto looked at Sakura. She seemed to be calm, which was good. He would have hated if she was to rise up her hand and get them disqualified. He needed to test the Ichibi's Jinchurika's power. I will repeat this once. Your whole life is riding on this, and this is your last chance, he said, giving the Genins a last chance to quiet the test. None raised their hands, they just looked at the proctor with confident looks. He looked around that were left and sighed. 27 teams, Anko was not going to be happy about it. Good decision. To everyone still remaining here, I would like to congratulate you on passing the first test of the Chunin selection exams, Ibiki said with a small smile. Silence engulfed the room. They were shocked at what the man had just said. What? What about the 10th question? Temari shouted. There is not 10th question, Ibiki said as he began to explain what he had done. It was that Chunin captains had a responsibility to take missions when facing with the decision on which mission to take. You might get a mission you have no info about. You would have to gather information. You also cannot refuse a mission simply because it is too dangerous. The type of thinking, we will do it again next year, was not a mentality of a Chunin. Naruto sensed someone approaching the window fast. By the looks of things, the person was going to crash into the window. The windows shattered, and the Genin looked to see a burner that read, "The sexy second exam Proctor Mintrashianko." All right, brats, there is no time for celebrations. I am the second exam proctor, now follow me. The female standing beside the burner yelled. She had violet hair, her eyes were brown. She wore an overcoat, with a fitted mesh body that stretched from her neck to her thighs, and a dark orange miniskirt. The Genins got from their sits and followed her. They followed her till they reached a fence. Behind the fence was the forest. It gave all bad vibes to the Genin. They were signs of danger all over fences. It signified that it was a dangerous place. Anko had a too sweet smile upon seeing the forest, as if she was familiar with it. Naruto knew the woman was always at the Forest of Death, playing with her snakes. It was creepy. This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It will be the stage of the second Chunin selection exam, Anko said with a grin. This place gives me the creeps, Sakura said. She had never been to the place, but the weird feeling she was feeling about it was enough to creep her out. Naruto was beginning to get bored now. They should have just let them go into the forest without telling anything. Those who did not know the forest would see that the forest was like with their own eyes. He really did not have to listen to someone explain to him something that he already knew. You will find out soon why this place is called the Forest of Death, she said with a smirk. The Genins gulped, some shuddered. They did not hope to find out why the place was called a Forest of Death. Naruto could tell that Anko liked to plant seeds of fear within the hearts of other people. Before we start, I would like you to sign these papers, she said as she held a paper in her hand. The Genin looked at her curiously. In this test there will be killings, and I don't want to be responsible for your deaths, so you have to sign these waivers. The Genin looked at her, some thinking they should quit. They were going to do the second test in a place called a Forest of Death, and now there was going to be some killings in the forest. It was too much for some Genins. I will explain the test before you sign the waivers. This test will be a survival test. The Training Ground 44 has locked gates, a river, forest, and a tower at the center. From each gate, there is about 10 kilometers until the tower. She paused for a moment to let them digest her words. In this training ground, you will compete in an all-out, no-rules scroll battle. Each team will be given one Heaven or Earth scroll. For a team to pass, you have to present both Heaven and Earth scrolls to the tower in the center of the training ground. There is a time limit. You have only 5 days to get into the tower with both scrolls to pass the test. If you arrive after 120 hours, you will fail the test. There is not quitting once you enter the training ground. You will in there for 5 days, she said to the listening Genin. What about food? Choji asked while eating snacks. He was worried that he would have to be trapped in the training ground without barbecue and chips. The forest is full of food. All you have to do is avoid man-eating bugs, poisonous insects, and plants. The Genin shuddered at the thought of being eaten by bugs. The forest was indeed a scary place. The forest will be full of enemies, so if you get to the tower faster with both scrolls, you will avoid enemies. She paused for a moment before going on. Now let's get on to who gets disqualified. The first I have already told you, which is not being able to get to the tower with both scrolls and in time, she said as the Genin nodded. Second is those who lose a teammate or a teammate gets killed. Lastly, you must not open the scroll before you reach the tower. As Chunin, you be expected to courier important documents. This will be a test to your trustworthiness. She finished her explanation to the Genins. Come on now and take the waivers and sign them, she said as the Genins went over to her and took the waivers to sign. Some were hesitant to do so, but everyone singed them and handed them to Anko. She had given each team their scroll, but did it in a way that no team would know which team held an Earth or Heaven scroll. This would avoid a team going to a specific team. It would also cut down numbers because a team would take a scroll from another team they have defeated even though it is the same as theirs. She did not tell them that. They did not need to know it. Final word of advice, don't get killed, she said with a maniacal grin that had the Genin think that she wanted them to kill each other. Each team went away to their assigned gate and got ready for the second test. The Forest of Death. Team 7 entered the welcoming mouth of Training Ground 44. Death and all its friends sang songs that boomed inside their heads. Darkness ate all the light within the forest. One could only imagine the horrors the trees have had to witness within the forest. The breath within the forest was cold as it invaded Sakura's body, causing the girl to shiver. She could only hope that Sasuke felt the same way as she did and give into the temptations that the cold breeze brought forward. She would surely love having to heat her body with Sasuke's. She would surely cherish the moment. She looked at her teammates and sighed disappointedly. Both her teammates seemed to not feel the cold breath that the forest breathed into her. She was sort of hoping that Sasuke would be feeling it so she could get close to him and feel the warmth of his skin. It was not going to happen, though she could only dream. Because her teammates were walking as if the forest was not scary, she was forced to banish the coldness that had invaded her body. As the coldness obeyed her command, she felt a bit sad that a chance to get close to Sasuke had just passed away. The wide eyes of the forest stared at him, trying to intimidate him. He could almost laugh at the pitiful attempt to make him give birth to fear. He had gone through a lot of horrifying things in his 13 years of life. Such a thing as a forest that was associated with death did not scare him. Even death itself did not scare him. The only thing he was failing to achieve his dreams. Naruto looked at his teammates as they slowly walked within the forest. Sasuke seemed fine, but Naruto could see a bit of excitement from the Uchiha. The atmosphere of the forest could make anyone who enjoyed a good challenge feel a ting of excitement invading their bodies. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed too sure of herself. They had yet to make plans on how they should proceed in the forest. Ever since they touched the belly of the forest, they had yet to speak. Naruto did not mind the silence. He would rather have the silence than to have Sakura spouting nonsense. Sasuke stopped walking, getting his teammates to follow his lead. He seemed to have lost all his excitement, and the cold, emotionless gaze that seemed to be part of his face had returned from its vacation. We should make plans here, before we go any further into the forest, he said, looking at both his teammates. We should stay together as a team and not separate. I can take care of myself. But if I were to separate myself from you and you happen to come across another team, Sasuke won't be able to protect himself and you, he said, looking at Sakura straight in her eyes. We should just go ahead straight to the tower. I am sure we will come across a team while we head to the tower. Sakura had no objections to what Naruto had said. They would have to be together till they reached the tower. She felt a little sad that Naruto had pointed that she needed to be protected by her teammates. She was not that weak. Sasuke nodded, but still. What if we reach the tower without coming across another team? He asked. Then we'll hunt a team to get what we want. Now let us move on, Naruto said. His teammates followed him behind. The plan was simple, and it would have them get to the tower faster. They were given a maximum of 5 nights to get to the tower, but one could get to the tower in the second day of the exams. Sasuke wanted to fight someone he had yet to fight anyone since the exams. But this test gave birth to a chance for him to fight someone. He would have to make sure that he did not leave the forest without testing his power against Genins from other villages. The team walked for a few hours. Day was already calling for night to take over its reign. They had to clash with another team. They had been walking on a rather relaxed pace. It was something that was done with the thought of Sakura in mind. The girl had a low stamina, running for an hour, and he would have forced them to take a break. It was better to just walk for the day, that is, tomorrow they would quicken their pace to ensure that by the end of the day they had reached the tower. They could worry about getting the scroll they needed while they made their way to the tower. Naruto, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped and motioned for his teammates to do the same. He looked at his left side. There were 3 dark shadows that had been following them for the past hour. He had sensed them the moment they started to shadow them. He thought they would go away, seeing that Team 7 had its guard always on. He knew they had been waiting for an opportunity to present itself, and they would try them. "What is it, Naruto?" Sakura asked the blonde. "Some annoyances that won't go away have been following us," he said. "They should come out of the shadows now that they have seen that we have stopped." He set his eyes at the girl. Despite the fact that they have only been walking, the girl looked like she would not last 2 minutes in a fight. "What's the plan?" Sasuke asked with a smile. They always got together well when they planned against their enemies. Everyone cooperated. Even Sakura valued Naruto's opinion. But after the mission was over, they would be a completely different team. "Sakura should stay behind. You and I will remove the annoyances." It was not a plan. Naruto never made a plan against someone he knew he could beat without much trouble. Sasuke nodded. Sakura was not a fighter in their team. It was best to let her stay behind so that she does not become a burden while they fight. It would be troublesome to let her fight, as they would have to constantly check if she was faring well in her fight. It was something Sasuke would rather not have to do. They did not wait for too long as 3 shadows dropped from the trees and stepped closer to them. The one in the middle had a huge grin on his face. Charging by their forehead protectors, the 3 were Genin from Amage Cure, the village hidden in rain. "I see you have finally noticed us," the boy in the middle said, clearly the leader. He looked like he was amused by that fact that they had been noticed. Sasuke scoffed. "We knew you were following us all along," he said. Well, he did not know they were following, but Naruto did know, and that was what mattered the most. Naruto was part of their team, so it Naruto knew they all knew about. The smirks on the AIM Genins did not falter. They stayed in place, like the news did not surprise them. "Oh, it does not matter though. Surrender the scroll and hand us the girl," the leader of the AIM Genins said with a malicious grin, looking at Sakura. Sakura shuddered at the grin. She brought her hands over her chest, trying to comfort herself. She was thinking of what would happen to her if she got taken by the AIM Genins. They would surely do unspeakable things to her body. A body she so cherished and has been taking care so that Sasuke would do whatever he pleased with. Sasuke smirked and got into a stance. "We will be the ones taking your scroll, and if you want to get to Sakura, you have to go through us first," he said. Naruto sighed in annoyance. He really hated fighting people he would beat. But since the AIM Genin seemed serious about fighting, he would play with them. He did not bother to take his taijutsu stance. He walked towards the AIM Genins, getting Sasuke to follow him. "Who wants to dance with me first?" They did not answer quicker than Naruto wanted them to. "Forget it," he said, and dashed forward in Chunin speeds. The AIM Genins stood in their positions as if Earth had brought out her hands and held them firmly. Naruto appeared in front of the Genins, so did Sasuke. He kicked the leader on the face, sending him flying away and turning his attention to the other. Sasuke stared at his opponent with a smirk. He felt excited about the challenge that had presented itself to him. His opponent charged at him foolishly. The Genin tried to make his fist one with his face, but Sasuke dodged and landed a kick on the Genin's right shoulder, sending him flying. He took giant steps towards his opponent. He felt excited. He could try his best to enjoy this fight. His opponent recovered quickly and took a stance as he got ready for the coming Uchiha. With Naruto. Naruto looked at the Genin in front of him with an unreadable expression. The AIM Genin did not waste time. He quickly tried to hit Naruto. He threw his right punch at Naruto. Naruto dodged like he was not even trying. The Genin threw his right again. Naruto dodged easily. The AIM Genin jumped back and stared at Naruto and smacked. He disappeared in a burst of speed that made Naruto raise a brow. But it was not a speed that could trouble him nonetheless. The Genin appeared in front of him and tried kicking him on his chest. Naruto bended down to avoid the kick. The AIM Genin seemed to have been expecting Naruto to do that. With admirable flexibility, he spun around in quick motion while bending down. He attempted a leg sweep on Naruto. Naruto was still bending, but was quick, put his down to the ground as support and pushed his lower body upwards, dodging the kick. He sensed someone coming from behind him and was quick to get up from his position. The boy he had kicked first stared at him and glared, but it was quickly replaced by a smirk. "You got lucky with that kick, but I will make you regret it," he said, confident that he would make Naruto regret. The boy he had been fighting took the opportunity where his eyes were at the other Genin and charged at him. Naruto still had his other sense working. He spun around with fluidity and gripped the boy's face. He lifted the boy up in the air. The leader of the AIM Genins rushed at Naruto, seeing that he was busy with something. Naruto sensed him and spun around while his right hand was firmly placed on his other opponent's face. He threw the Genin at the other, making them hit each other. Both grunted as they got up. With Sasuke's Sharingan was active as his opponent rushed at him with surprising speed. He tried to kick Sasuke at his shoulder, but Sasuke blocked the attack with both his hands. The AIM Genin, seeing that Sasuke's both hands were occupied, tried to punch Sasuke in the gut with his left hand, but Sasuke jumped back to avoid being hit. Sasuke smirked and rushed at his opponent. His right hand headed straight the Genin's chest, but the AIM Genin blocked that attack with both his hands. Sasuke followed up with his left back, hitting the Genin in the face. He did not let his opponent recover. He kicked the Genin hard at his waist, sending him flying away. The AIM Genin gritted his teeth as he felt Sasuke's foot crashed into him. The kick hurt really badly. He was not given more time to dwell on his pain as Sasuke appeared before him. Sasuke gutted the Genin hard with his fist. The Genin clutched his chest in pain. Sasuke did not stop with his assault. He let loose of another punch that connected with his opponent's ribs. A hard kick to the temple followed his punch. His opponent was sent crashing to the trees. The AIM Genin tried getting up, was felt winded due to the knocks he has received from Sasuke. Sasuke still had his smirk. Are you going to give up? With his Sharingan activated, his opponent could not land a hit on him as he would be able to predict the movements. He deactivated it. It was no longer needed. Never, his opponent yelled as he charged at him with his right hand raised. Sasuke sidestepped the attempt to punch him. He kicked the Genin on his stomach, making him cough out blood. He did not let him fly away as he quickly grabbed his hand and punched him in the chest, making the Genin cough more blood. Sasuke slammed his opponent down the ground, creating a small crater. His opponent was not yet out cold, but looked to be barely conscious. He sighed and gave his opponent a knockout punch. He felt slightly out of breath. With Naruto, his opponents stared at him for a while before deciding to charge at him with their kunais at hand. A kunai was swung trying to slice his cheeks. Naruto dodged at kunai and brought out his sword. He did not want to get cut when he could have done something to ensure that he did not get cut. His opponents continued trying to pierce him with their kunais while Naruto blocked and dodged their attempts. He finally got tired of playing and knocked off the Genin's kunai from their hands. His ninjato sliced through one of his opponent's chest, and blood gushed from his wound. The wound was not deep but enough to make him bleed and cause him pain. The Genin hissed in pain. Naruto moved closer to him and gripped the boy's neck before slamming him to the ground, creating a crater where the Genin hit. The power of the slam was enough to knock the Genin out cold. Naruto looked at his other opponent. Do you wish to continue dancing? Genin shook his head vigorously. Naruto disappeared from view and appeared behind the Genin. He hit the Genin at the back of his head before he could react, knocking him out cold. He sheathed his sword, but not before wiping off the blood that had stained it. Not taking care of your weapon will make it dull. He always cleaned it whenever he used it. He was not much of a kenjutsu fighter, but a sword would have to do with him until he got used to carrying his gun by. Sakura joined him, looking relieved. She did not get to fight, and both her teammates had defeated their enemies without difficulty. That pleased her mind. She would have hated if one of her teammates had gotten hurt. She might not like Naruto, but at times she thanked Kami that he was on her team. Without his help at times they would never have completed some of their missions. He had also saved her life more than once. She was thankful for it, even though she has never said thank you for it. She does know that Naruto did not care for her, and if they were not teammates he would have let her die whenever her life was in danger. Sasuke did the same a minute later. He searched the Genin's pockets and found an earth scroll. They needed a heaven scroll. Sasuke grunted. He was expecting an earth scroll. He took the scroll and placed it in his pocket. It would prove useful in exchange for a scroll that they want. Naruto looked at both his teammates and sighed. We should camp here for the night. We will move out tomorrow morning, he said. They could not really travel for the night. Whenever it was night the forest became a twin to darkness, even when there was a full moon. It was a better choice to camp for the night. Sakura looked at him. Where are we going to sleep? We have no water to bath and no food to eat, she said in a loud voice. She could not believe that Naruto would suggest that they sleep in the middle of nowhere without shelter. They had not even eaten anything, and she was a girl. She could not go to sleep without taking a bath. Naruto looked at the girl as if she was crazy. How can she think of bathing while they are stuck in a forest, Naruto thought. He looked away from the girl. He had no problems. He could stay you all night or spend the whole week without sleeping. As long as they would reach the tower tomorrow, he had no problems with starving himself either. But his teammates were not the same as him. That much he understood. He had to think of a better way to get his teammates food, or he would have to carry them to the tower. Stay here. I will be back in 20 minutes or less with food, he said after a long pause. Wasn't you the one who said we should not separate? Sakura asked. Naruto ignored her and blurred out of his teammates' view. If they did not separate, he would have been forced to carry them tomorrow because they would be hungry and tired. He had no intentions of doing something like that. Getting them food so that they could walk themselves was the best thing he could do. Sasuke could probably walk even if he was hungry, but would not be in a condition to fight. It was not that he would have problems fighting a team of Genins. Where do you think he went, Sasuke? Sakura asked, looking at her precious Uchiha. Sasuke just shrugged and walked away from Sakura. He walked towards a tree, prompting Sakura to follow him. Sakura sat beside a tree next to Sasuke. She had never thought she would one day be stuck in a forest with Sasuke like she was at the moment. Never in her wildest imaginations had she thought this moment would occur. If Sasuke-kun was not so shy, who knows what we would have been doing, she thought, eyeing Sasuke with her cheeks giving birth to a blush. Sasuke-kun, do you want to go out on a date after we complete this test? Sakura asked. She had always been the one to take the initiative and asked Sasuke out. No, Sasuke replied coldly. The girl annoyed him. He had no intentions of going out on a date with her. He only cared about getting strong at the moment. Sakura felt as though her heart was just chewed and spat out. Sasuke always rejected her attempts to get him to go on a date with her. He had always shut the door at her face. Her mind could not say why Sasuke had found her annoying. She had thought it was because her beauty did not attract his eyes. She had always looked at her twin who resided in her mirror to see if she looked good. And each time she saw her twin, she thought she looked beautiful. But Sasuke's eyes seemed to have something that shadowed her beauty from him. She smiled sadly and looked down at her feet. She loved Sasuke and would never stop trying to win his affection. 17 minutes later, Naruto walked towards teammates carrying a small bag. He went over to them and sat down. He opened the bag and withdrew 2 scrolls. He threw one at Sasuke, who caught it. What is it? Storage seal. You do know how to use it, right? Sasuke felt offended by Naruto's question. How could he, an Uchiha, not know how to use a simple storage seal? Luckily, Sakura spoke for him. Of course he knows how to use it. Naruto ignored her and continued looking at Sasuke. Sasuke opened the scroll and a seal appeared on it. He channeled chakra into the seal. A puff of smoke gave birth to 2 tents. He smiled along with Sakura. Sakura was quick to point out something. There are only 2 tents. The logical solution would be that Sasuke share a tent with Naruto, since both were boys. But Sakura would not mind having to share a tent with Sasuke. In fact, if she was not shy to say it, she would have suggested it. You two will use the tents. I will keep watch while you sleep, Naruto said. Sakura had no complaints with what Naruto had just said. But Sasuke did. Naruto, why don't you sleep in the tent? I will take the first watch and wake you up after some time, he suggested. Naruto just shrugged. If Sasuke wanted to keep watch, he could keep watch. But that did not mean he was going to sleep in the tent. He opened his scroll. It was the same as Sasuke's. He channeled chakra into the seal, and his puff of smoke gave birth to 3 food containers and 3 bottles of water. Sakura's stomach growled as her eyes looked at the food. She had only eaten in the morning. She did not wait for Naruto to give her the food. She crawled over to a container and took it. She retreated to her spot and began to eat the fish and bread Naruto had brought. She ate with eating manners. Despite her hunger, she refused to eat like a pig in front of Sasuke. Sasuke took his container and ate his food peacefully. Naruto did the same. He was glad that he had Zetsu to count on. They stayed in silence as night reigned over Earth. Sakura was the first to sleep. With all the walking the whole day, she was tired and needed to sleep to replenish her stamina. Naruto stayed up with Sasuke. It was before midnight that Sasuke became sleepy. The tent was singing soothing songs to him that had him sleepy. He tried to resist, but his will was not strong enough. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "Wake me up in 3 hours so I can take the watch and you can sleep," he said before crawling into his tent. Morning. Naruto woke up his teammates as it was time to move on towards the tower. They could not waste any more time sleeping. They had already wasted enough time already. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "Why didn't you wake me up?" "Did I tell you I would wake you up?" Naruto replied with a question, earning him a small glare from Sasuke. They were about to hit the road when Sakura spoke. "Hey guys, what about the tents? Aren't we going to need them if we happen not to get to the tower before the end of the day?" "We will make it," Naruto said, looked at the tents and at Sasuke. "Burn them with a fire jutsu." Sasuke, though, did not like taking orders from Naruto. He nodded and did a fire jutsu, burning the tents. They hopped onto the trees and made their way to the tower. A few hours later. They had been traveling for 3 hours. It was not non-stop. They had to take a few breaks to allow Sakura to regain her strength. Had it not been for the girl, they would have covered a lot of ground by now. It annoyed both Naruto and Sasuke and the number of breaks they had to take, because Sakura always got tired after running for a few minutes. Sakura was by no means a stamina freak like Naruto. Naruto had more stamina than Kakashi, so she could not compare herself with him. She had only seen him slightly winded once. But even when he was winded, he would still push further like he was not tired. She did not understand where he got his energy from. He always seems to have more energy than anyone. Even at the academy, he always seemed energetic. Naruto stopped suddenly, causing his teammates to do the same. "Someone strong is following us." After those words left Naruto's mouth, gusts of winds hit the Genins, sending them flying. Even Naruto was caught. He had not been fast enough to react after sensing the chakra build up. The gusts of wind were strong, but other than sending Team 7 crashing towards the trees, there was no injuries suffered. A nin wearing a Kusagakure forehead protector appeared in front of the Genin. The Kusanine was a woman. She unleashed her murderous killing intent. She enjoyed the look of fear her killing intent brought to her praise. She could never pass a chance to plant a seed of fear in her praise. It was always fun watching them cower in fear. It soothed her soul. The Genins froze at their places. The killing intent had put them under an illusion. They watched themselves being killed in any ways. It was horrifying watching your own death. None was affected more than Sakura. The girl was on her knees, shuddering with eyes wide. The experience she was having now was far worse than what she had experienced at the Wave mission when Zabuza had unleashed his killing intent. It was unbearable. She wished nothing more than death to make her one with it. Sasuke had thought it was Jinjutsu at first when he was seeing his death, but he had come to a realization that it was not illusion. It was just the effects of a killing intent by the Kusanine. His body failed to obey any command his mind. His mind was screaming for his legs to carry him and run away. But all it got was silence from the feet. The pressure of the killing intent was so much that he too was forced into his knees. But he was not shuddering like Sakura. This time he could not blame the girl for shuddering in fear. Even he was doing his best to keep fluids from escaping his body. Naruto had experienced such level of killing intent. He had been exposed to his grandfather's intent so much that he had become resilient to fall for the horrors a strong killing intent brought. But it did not make him invincible to killing intents. Not it allowed him to shake off the effects of a killing intent. But judging by the pressure of the killing intent, he could tell whoever the person was in front of them was strong, so strong that he knew he could not defeat. After sweating a few bullets, he shrugged off the killing intent and looked at the Kusanine with an unreadable expression. The Kusanine seemed amused by seeing Naruto shake off her killing intent. She could do worse than she was doing at the moment. But she chose not to. Her tongue escaped from her mouth and extended into a length that no human tongue should. The tongue kissed the frames of her mouth as she got ready to play with her praise. The Kusanine dashed forward at Sasuke, who was still suffering from the pressure of the killing intent. To him it felt like Earth had brought out her hands and gripped him tightly. Upon seeing the Kusanine charging at him, Sasuke took out a kunai, stabbing himself to wear off the killing intent. His plan worked as he recovered and jumped away in time to avoid being hit by the Kusanine. He jumped on a tree branch and stared back at the Kusanine. Naruto found himself staring at yellow silted eyes of a large snake. The snake could chew him to bits without breaking a sweat. Its eyes shined with a glint of malice as its fangs extended from its mouth. The The snake rushed at him at fast speeds. His attention was no taken away from the Kusanine and Sasuke. He jumped up to avoid the snake's mouth. The snake followed him. Its head crashed into a tree he was on, breaking it. Naruto wondered what a snake was doing here. Of all the times, it just chose to attack him while his team was being attacked at the same time. It was too much of a coincidence. He sheathed his ninjato and rushed at the snake. Naruto jumped up onto the snake's head. The snake tried shaking him off its head, but Naruto held firmly. He channeled wind chakra to his blade and stabbed the snake's head. The snake hissed and shook violently. Naruto jumped off the snake and landed on the ground. He really should not be dragged into a fight with a snake. The snake rushed at him in fast speeds. Naruto rushed at it too. He threw his wind-enhanced blade straight into the snake's right eye, piercing it. The snake hissed in pain. Naruto rushed at the snake and jumped onto its head again. He withdrew his blade from the snake's eye. He punched the snake on its head, but his attempt did not do much damage to the snake. He jumped away from the snake. The snake opened its mouth and rushed at Naruto. Its fangs seemed to be attracted to his flash as the fangs got close to him, looking at B1 with him. Naruto looked at welcoming mouth of the snake and jumped away. The snakes missed him and kissed the welcoming ground. Naruto stretched out his senses, finding that the Kusanine was still fighting with Sasuke, and there was no other person other than Sakura near the place. He looked into the snake's eyes and activated his Sharingan. He refused to fight a snake further. His Sharingan morphed into his six-bladed Manjikyu. Naruto closed his right eye and concentrated his left eye on the snake. Amaterasu, he muttered as black flames engulfed the snake. The hiss and pain inflicted on it by the black flames. The snake began to roll uncontrollably on the ground while the black flames ate it. Naruto looked away from the snake and wiped off the blood leaking from his left eye. He was glad that for the exams he had no shadows following him. He blurred away, but not before deactivating his Sharingan. Had he stayed a bit longer, he would have seen the snake burst into a puff of smoke. With Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the Kusanine and then at Sakura. She seemed to have been doing fine. He saw a snake chase after Naruto. He did not have to worry about Naruto, for he knew that he could take care of himself. Right now, he needed to worry about himself. His opponent was strong, he could feel that. The Kusanine chuckled, looking at her prey. Sasuke could see the Kusanine's eyes were the eyes of a predator. He was the prey, and the predator was staring at him in its glory. "Come at me with all you got, Sasuke-kun." The Kusanine spoke with a grin. Sasuke did not want to be told twice. He charged at the Kusanine. The Kusanine blocked a kick that was directed to her temple by Sasuke. Sasuke tried to kick the Kusanine again, but his attempt was blocked again. Sasuke jumped back from the predator and activated his Sharingan. The Kusanine seemed to like seeing the Sharingan being activated. "Yes, that's it, Sasuke-kun, show me what you can do," she thought as she continued to chuckle mirthlessly, unnerving Sasuke. He dashed forward at her and attempted to punch her on the face. But the Kusanine leaned back to avoid his attack. Sasuke leaned forward and tried another punch at the gut, but the Kusanine jumped to avoid being hit. Sasuke dashed forward, not giving his opponent rest. He jumped up into the air and attempted to punch the Kusanine while Earth pulled him down. The Kusanine brought out both her hands and blocked Sasuke's attempt. She tried punching Sasuke on his chest, but Sasuke was able to see the attack thanks to his Sharingan. He jumped back to avoid being hit. The Kusanine rushed at Sasuke and tried kicking him, but Sasuke blocked the kick with his knee. Sasuke's right fist flew into the Kusanine's face, but she bended down to avoid the attack. Sasuke saw an opening and got down, attempting a leg sweep. But the Kusanine jumped, returning the favor with a kick to the face. He was able to see the kick coming, but was not able to neither dodge nor block the attack. It felt like he was being hit twice. Sasuke hit a tree with a grunt that followed after the impact. "Is this all you can do, Sasuke-kun? Even you, your Sharingan?" The Kusanine said while chuckling, earning a glare from Sasuke. He was trying to understand just who the person was. He could not land a hit on the person. The Kusanine did not wait for Sasuke to clear his thoughts. He dashed forward to the Uchiha. Sasuke was forced to dodge a power punch that shattered the tree branch he was standing at. The Kusanine charged at Sasuke again. They engaged in a taijutsu fight. Sasuke smirked as he got a hit at the Kusanine face. He did not stop there. He added a kick to the chest that sent the Kusanine flying. He continued smirking, thinking that it was not hopeless as he had thought at first. Naruto had gotten back a few moments earlier and was watching the fight with interest. The Kusanine seemed to have his eyes only on Sasuke, because he had yet to make a move on Sakura, who had just been watching the fight with worry all over her face. Sasuke did hand seals for his favorite jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball, he muttered as the fireball sped at the Kusanine. His smirk widened when he saw his jutsu hit the Kusanine. He ended his jutsu and saw the Kusanine standing there with his devilish grin placed on as if nothing had happened. His eyes widened in disbelief. It should not have been possible for someone to take on the jutsu and still stand like nothing had happened. He watched as the Kusanine's skin began to peel off, revealing a more pale skin. The Kusanine blurred out of view and appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke was kicked hard on his back and sent crashing towards a tree. "Oh," grunted as he hit the tree. He got panting and looked back at the Kusanine. The Kusanine looked at Sasuke with calculating eyes. Sasuke was indeed a skilled young boy. She had proven it, and her eyes liked what he had witnessed from Sasuke. Naruto took the time to announce his presence before Sasuke got killed. But he felt that the Kusanine was just playing with Sasuke. He felt that if the Kusanine wanted to kill Sasuke, she would have done it already. She had many opportunities to inflict serious damage to Sasuke, but did not. It was making him answer a lot of questions. First it was the snake, now it was this. There was only question that he felt worthy of being asked at the moment. His eyes traveled towards the Kusanine. "Who are you?" Chapter 5. The Three Sets. Set 1. Naruto stood still staring at the Kusanine, waiting for an answer. He was truly curious as to who the person was. It was not every day that one found such a strong person in the Chunin exams. With the power the Kusanine had, he should not have been a genin. And there was also the person's clear interest in Sasuke Uchiha. The Kusanine was not the first person to show interest in Sasuke. There was also Kabuto, who showed interest in Sasuke at the first part of the exams. "I'm the one who should be asking the questions, Naruto-kun." The Kusanine replied, sounding amused by the question. Naruto just stood there staring at the Kusanine before sighing. He was not going to get the answer he had requested. By the looks of things, the Kusanine just wanted to play around with them. He could always join and have some fun too. Naruto charged at the Kusanine, engaging the Kusanine in a taijutsu battle. He tried punching the Kusanine in the face, but she jumped back to avoid Naruto's punch. Naruto followed her and tried kicking as a follow-up to his dodged punch. The Kusanine caught his attack with little effort. Naruto was expecting something like this, so in quick movement his fist connected with the Kusanine's face, sending her flying away from him. Naruto did not stop with his attacks. He dashed toward the Kusanine in Jonin speeds. She was worthy of it. Naruto appeared in front of the Kusanine and pummeled her to the ground with both his hands. She was sent crashing down and created a crater upon impact. Naruto jumped onto a tree branch and looked at the Kusanine. She got up from the crater and looked at Naruto with a malicious smile. "So the rumors I have heard about you are true, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked at the woman carefully. She did not seem to have taken any damage or even bothered by his attacks at all. She looked to have just brushed them off. Nothing, it was nothing. He had thought it would cause a bit of damage, even if it was little. The Kusanine charged at Naruto and tried punching him at his chest, but Naruto blocked her blow with both his hands. She tried kicking him with her right foot. Naruto jumped back to avoid the effort to kick him. The moment he landed on the ground, she was right in front of him. She landed a powerful kick on his chest, sending him crashing towards the trees. Naruto grunted as he hit a tree hard. The Kusanine appeared in front of him again. "You are better than Sasuke-kun, but I have no interest in you at the moment," the Kusanine said, punching Naruto hard in the stomach. Naruto grunted. He felt the punch connect with his gut. He coughed up a bit of liquid and fell on his knees while clutching his stomach in pain. The Kusanine turned her back on him and looked back at Sasuke. Sasuke stood there watching with wide eyes. He had never seen anyone manhandle Naruto. Whenever he had seen Naruto fight with an enemy, he had always won each time. He had never been beaten with ease, like he was some kind of weak genin. He was starting to fear for his life now. If the Kusanine could beat Naruto the way she did, what could he do to her? Naruto had always been superior to him, so could he fight someone who defeated Naruto with ease? Despite him hating that fact, he knew that Naruto was superior to him. The Kusanine turned to Naruto again and kicked him hard on the temple, sending him flying away. She looked back at Sasuke again. "No, Sasuke-kun, shall we continue where we're?" The Kusanine said, looking at Sasuke with a wide grin that sent chills to Sasuke's spine. Sasuke did not know what to do at that moment. He was overcome with fear. His legs failed to respond to the commands he gave to it. The Kusanine rushed at Sasuke, slamming her foot in his gut. Sasuke was sent flying. He held his stomach while he panted. The Kusanine was in front of him again. Sasuke reacted quicker by pulling out a kunai from his pouch and stabbed the Kusanine on her neck. But the Kusanine crumbled down into dust, making Sasuke widen his eyes. He did not even see he had hit a clone, even with his Sharingan. His time to be shocked was cut soon as the Kusanine appeared behind him and kicked him, sending him flying away. Sasuke hit a tree and fell down to the ground. He got up panting and tried looking for the Kusanine. "Are you looking for me, Sasuke-kun?" The Kusanine called out in mirth. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration because he was unable to find the Kusanine anywhere despite hearing her voice. He was also getting beat up, something that he hated with all his Uchiha pride. Naruto looked from the tree as he had been recovering from after the last Kusanine's attack that had fallen at him. He replaced himself with a clone and hid somewhere he could not be seen. He did it in a way that no one would see. The clone remained on the tree, acting beat up while he hid. He could see where the Kusanine was hiding, but she could not see or sense him. He had hid himself in the shadows. He activated his Sharingan. He had no choice but to do this. His Sharingan morphed into the Manjikyu. He concentrated on the Kusanine, having finally locked at the target. He muttered, "Amaterasu." The black flames engulfed the Kusanine. She was not able to sense the built-up chakra in his left eye to dodge the attack. As the black flames began to eat her body, she fell down from the tree she was concealing her position at. She fell to the ground while she screamed in pain. The black flames burned hotter than any flames in existence, and there was no way to extinguish them. Once one was caught in them, they were surely going to die, unless the flames were put off by the one who ignited them. She stopped rolling on the ground, and her mouth opened. Another body came from the mouth looking perfectly fine, but the body was different from the Kusanine. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and dispelled his clone. If what he was seeing had shocked him, he hid it well. He walked up to the clearing and looked at the black-haired male with a paste skin and yellow eyes. "Orochimaru." Orochimaru looked at Naruto with his malicious grin firmly in place. The jutsu that had hit him was defiantly not an ordinary jutsu. Had it not been for his ability to shed his skin, he would have been surely burned to dust by the black flames. He would never want to get hit by the jutsu anytime soon. The flames ate his body instead of just burning. A normal fire jutsu would have just given him third-degree burns. It made him curious. If he was not mistaken, the black flame jutsu could only be used by an Uchiha with a Manjikyu Sharingan. He had seen researched everything there was about the Sharingan, and thus knew about the jutsu. He looked at Naruto with calculating eyes. It was not Sasuke who had used the jutsu. Sasuke had yet to awaken his Manjikyu. He did not sense any other presence close by. It only meant that it had to be Naruto who did the jutsu. But that only begged a question. How? Naruto was not an Uchiha and did not have the Sharingan. The only special thing about Naruto was that he was a Jinchuriki, nothing more. So he could not understand how Naruto was able to do the Amaterasu. On the outside, he may look like he was enjoying something, but inside his head questions had been triggered and he was unable to find the answers. The only way to get answers was to do it the easy way. An interesting jutsu, Naruto-kun. Can you tell me how you did it? As far as I know, only a person with the Manjikyu Sharingan can summon black flames. Naruto was not going to answer the question. The answer he would give Orochimaru would make Orochimaru curious. He was not going to make Orochimaru even more curious about him. Doing something like that would be dangerous for his secrets. As far as he knew, Orochimaru was a very curious person and had an obsession with wanting to know all the secrets of the world. So making Orochimaru curious would only make the snake Sennin come after him with his snakes searching for intel on him. He had already made the snake curious by using Amaterasu. He had been hoping it would end the battle. But seeing Orochimaru shed his skin made him curse. I should have noticed sooner that it was you. It was not a coincidence that a snake attacked me just after you made your presence known. They were your summons, Naruto said. What is an S-rank criminal doing in the Chunin exams? He asked, brushing off Orochimaru's curiosity about his jutsu. Sakura was now shuddering. She heard Naruto say Orochimaru, but she did not recognize the name at first, but when he said S-rank criminal, she recognized him. He was one of the 3 legendary ninjas. There was no way they were going to make it out alive with their enemy was a Sannin. Hope had abandoned her with the thought that her enemy was a Sannin. They were a couple of rookies and no match for a Sannin. She did not even feel safe knowing that Sasuke and Naruto were also there. If Naruto did not stand a chance against the Sannin, there was no way Sasuke could stand a chance. Naruto saw Orochimaru's grin falter for a second before it appeared again. Orochimaru was dissatisfied with Naruto's response. He had thought the blonde would be kind enough to answer his question, but it did not seem that his questions were going to be answered. But the fact that Naruto avoided answering his question made him even more curious. You are proving to be an interesting genin, Naruto-kun. But as I have said before, you are not what I am interested in. Orochimaru said with a dark chuckle while he eyed Sasuke with calculating eyes. Naruto never took his eyes off Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto said aloud what Orochimaru was interested in. What could you as Sannin want from Sasuke? His hatred, Sharingan, skills, what is it that you find interesting in Sasuke? Naruto asked, trying to find why Orochimaru would risk coming to Konoha because of Sasuke. Orochimaru seemed amused by Naruto's questions. He did not respond for a moment, though. He narrowed his eyes at Sasuke and looked back at Naruto. He chuckled evilly. He rushed at Naruto in great speeds. Naruto saw the Sannin coming and jumped onto a tree branch. Naruto knew he could not defeat Orochimaru even at his full power. Fighting a Sannin was out of his league. He could fight a few Jonins, but a Sannin was just too much for him at his current level of strength. It just meant he had to do more training till he surpassed all the Senins. Given that he could not defeat Orochimaru, he was not even afraid of dying. He knew that Orochimaru did not want them dead. He wanted them to live. If he wanted them dead, he would have already killed Sakura by now, or even Sasuke. Orochimaru followed Naruto onto the trees, but this time a little faster than before. He appeared in front of Naruto and tried to level him with an uppercut. Naruto jumped back to avoid being hit. He was just fast enough to react. Had he not been able to dodge the punch, it would have done him no good. The wind the breeze hit his face made him realize that Orochimaru had put a lot of power behind the punch. He sensed that Orochimaru was still holding back his speed, but the power of the punch was strong enough to knock any genin out cold. While Naruto was still jumping away, Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto. Had it not been Sasuke, I would be certainly interested in you, but don't worry, I will never forget this encounter. Orochimaru whispered to Naruto. He tried kicking Naruto at his waist, but Naruto lifted up his knee and blocked the kick. Orochimaru brought out his left leg and tried to kick Naruto, but Naruto blocked the blow, again with his knee. Naruto wanted his hands to be free so that he would able to deal with what Orochimaru might try to deal him with. Orochimaru brought his right fist and tried to punch Naruto in the face, but Naruto blocked the attack. Orochimaru was not surprised. He was anticipating the block from Naruto. He moved quickly and kneed Naruto on his gut. Naruto hissed while clutching his stomach. Orochimaru kicked harder than he had anticipated. Orochimaru punched Naruto in the face and spun around for a roundhouse high kick. He kicked Naruto at the temple, sending the blonde crashing towards the trees. He grinned. He had put a lot of power behind the kick. He wanted to get out of the forest before Anbu sensed him within the forest. It would get messy if Anbu were to come at the forest. Orochimaru was not given time to recover from his one-sided battle with Naruto as Sasuke came flying towards him. He sensed the boy's chagrin at him and spun around to face the boy. Sasuke tried punching the Sannin in the face, but Orochimaru caught Sasuke's hand. He held it tightly and began to squeeze it, making Sasuke grunt. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke's eyes with a malicious grin, earning a slight shiver from Sasuke. Orochimaru kneed Sasuke on the gut while holding his arm. It was just more pain to Sasuke, and he was starting to think that there was nothing he could do about it. Orochimaru gripped Sasuke's face and sent him crashing towards the trees. He charged at the Uchiha and Jonin speeds, but was stopped on his tracks by a kick to the face that sent him flying backwards. Their only reason he was hit was because he had thought Naruto would not be able to wake up anytime soon after the beating he had given to the blonde. Naruto charged at Orochimaru again in great speeds. He was welcomed by a knee on his gut. You did good, Naruto-kun, catching me off guard like that. Orochimaru said with a low chuckle. He grabbed Naruto's face and smashed the blonde down to the ground. The impact formed a crater on the ground. Orochimaru crashed his foot onto Naruto's chest while the blonde was still lying down in the crater. Naruto coughed up blood because of the hit. He could feel it, he was losing a lot of his energy. It was not good for him to lose his strength the way he was at the moment due to the beating he was receiving from Orochimaru. Orochimaru grabbed Naruto by his foot and swung him around twice before sending him crashing towards the trees. He did not stop there, he rushed at Naruto again and grabbed him by the neck. He could almost lick the blood that was dripping from the blonde's mouth. But he had other businesses to attend to. Naruto was having a hard time breathing because his body was worn out and Orochimaru's hand that was on his neck was making it difficult for him to breathe. He struggled to get out of Orochimaru's grin, but to no avail. Orochimaru slammed Naruto to the ground again. "Stay down, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun is waiting for me," Orochimaru said. "It's hopeless, I'm going to die," Sasuke thought to himself with wide eyes. He had just seen how Naruto was defeated like he was nothing. He knew that if Naruto had been beaten off that easily, there was no way he would have a chance against the enemy. The man was a Sannin after all. There was really no hope of a genin winning a fight against a Sannin. Orochimaru appeared a good distance away from Sasuke. Sasuke was leaning against a tree, breathing rather heavily. He was tired from all the fighting he had to do since the Sannin had ambushed them. He watched as Orochimaru made his way slowly at him. Fear began to grip him tightly at each step Orochimaru took towards him. He felt like the fear was draining him of the little energy he had in reserve. The fear rendered him immobile. It brought a cold to his body, making him shudder. Sasuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably as Orochimaru drew closer to him. He was frightened that he was going to die. Death, without even getting his revenge. Orochimaru enjoyed watching the terror-stricken Uchiha. He loved seeing his prey cowering in fear. "Stay back, don't come any closer," Sasuke stuttered out, seeing Orochimaru making his way to him. Orochimaru did not stop. He slowly made his way over to Sasuke with calculating eyes. "Do you want power, Sasuke-kun?" Orochimaru asked with a wide grin. Sasuke lost his fear and took a confused look on his face. He wanted power. What confused him was why Orochimaru would ask him the kind of question. Orochimaru stopped in front of Sasuke and spoke again. "I know you want power to kill Itachi, Sasuke-kun, and I can give you that power." Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred the moment Itachi's name was registered to his mind. He hated nothing and no one more than Itachi. Orochimaru's widened upon seeing the hatred within Sasuke's eyes. His neck extended in lengths that no human neck should extend. Two large fangs grew from his mouth as his head traveled towards Sasuke's neck. Sasuke just froze, not knowing what to do. Orochimaru's fangs became one with Sasuke's neck before Orochimaru retrieved his head. Sasuke let out a pained scream before falling down. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura yelled out while rushing at the fallen form of Sasuke. She had heard his pained scream. It was not healthy. She ran to see if he was okay. Orochimaru looked at Sakura with a wide grin. He chuckled darkly. He had achieved what he had come for, and more. It was just a matter of time before Sasuke came to him looking for power. "What did you do to Sasuke-kun?" Sakura demanded, forgetting that the person in her front was a Sannin and could kill her in a second. She was just too angry that he had hurt Sasuke. Orochimaru was amused by the girl's bravery. "I gave him a gift that will help him avenge his clan," Orochimaru replied as he sank into the ground, but not before eyeing where Naruto was lying. Sakura got down to her knees beside Sasuke. She would deal with what Orochimaru had said later, but right now Sasuke's health was her main priority. "Sasuke-kun," she muttered softly. He was out cold. A world of darkness had consumed him. He could not hear any word she could say to him that made her sad. She wanted to cry, but now was not the time for that. She had to be strong for Sasuke. Sasuke had always protected her, but now it was her time to protect him. With Naruto. Naruto brought out both his hands to his face. He stared at them for a moment. Today he had been embarrassed. No one had beaten him like Orochimaru had done. A Sannin was truly strong, but to be thrown around like a ragged doll was just too damning for his pride. Orochimaru had toyed with him, shown him the difference between their powers. It made him feel weak. He hated feeling weak. "To think I would get beaten like this despite all the training I did," Naruto thought aloud. Even though he was still hiding some of his power, it did not change the fact that he was beaten. Taijutsu had been what he trained the most while he was training with his grandfather. I wonder what you would say seeing me like this, Madara. He thought aloud again. His grandfather would surely not have been pleased with his performance despite not going all out. It would not have made much of a difference. Orochimaru was just stronger than he was. When he thought of going all out, Madara had told him that he never went all out unless he was fighting against Hashirama. Madara was strong, but at the moment he was not. This experience only meant he had to train even harder than he had been. For him to surpass his grandfather, he had to focus on training than he had been after he became a genin. Naruto shook his head and got up. His body was beat, but he could last for a few more hours. He dusted himself up and wiped the blood off his mouth. He walked over to his teammates. Naruto looked over at his teammates. Sakura was kneeling beside Sasuke, who looked like he was unconscious. He walked over to them and inspected Sasuke. Sasuke did not have much damage to his body unlike him. There was a strange seal on his neck. He figured it must have been Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. With Sasuke unconscious, he would have to be carried if they are to get to the tower before night takes its shift. Sakura looked at Naruto. She did not know what to say to him after watching him get beat up. His clothes were torn up, but he looked fine for someone who had just went through a rough beating. Naruto picked up Sasuke and placed him on his shoulder. He looked at Sakura. Let's head straight to the tower. I don't want to spend another night in this forest, he said. Sakura nodded. She too did not want to spend another night in the forest. And going to the tower now was a good thing since they would take Sasuke to a medic. She felt his body heating up. If he was sick, they needed to take him to a medic for treatment. They also did not know what Orochimaru had done to Sasuke. So getting to the tower, they would surely meet someone who would tell them what had been done to Sasuke. A few hours later. It was already past noon. Naruto and Sakura had been running at fast speeds. It was most surprising that Sakura was keeping up with Naruto without complaining about being tired. Sakura understood that it was not the time for her to be lazy, but a time for her to endure everything and keep on going till they reached the tower. They had only taken 2 breaks since they continued on with their journey to their tower after the encounter with Orochimaru. Nothing interesting had happened in their way. They had just been traveling in comfortable silence. No one was saying a word to the other. Naruto had a lot in his mind and would rather be quiet than having to deal with Sakura. Sakura, on the other hand, was worried about Sasuke and did not know how she could start a conversation with Naruto without Sasuke being active. So she decided to enjoy the silence as much as she could. While they were running, she kept glancing at Naruto. He did not look the same after the encounter with Orochimaru. In fact, he looked worn out. She had never seen him worn out before since the formation of Team 7. But she was glad nonetheless that he was carrying Sasuke to the tower. They had yet to meet another team while on their way to the tower. It was becoming a troubling fact to Sakura since they would fail if they did not get the scroll they needed. But at the moment, while looking at Sasuke, whose temperature seemed to be rising up, she thought the most important thing was getting Sasuke to safety. Naruto suddenly fell down on his knees while he was running. Sasuke was still on his shoulder. His body was in pain. He did not understand what could have been causing to feel the way it was. During the encounter with Orochimaru, he did not receive blows that could cause his body to experience the pain he was currently feeling. Sakura was alarmed when she saw Naruto fall to his knees. She hurried close to him. "Are you all right, Naruto?" she asked, sounding concerned. With the look on her face, it was obvious that her question did not betray what she truly felt. Naruto looked at the girl for a second. Never had she asked him the kind of question before. He thought it was because he had never been in pain in her presence before. He gathered his strength and got up while still carrying Sasuke on his shoulder. "I'm fine," he said. "We will take a break not far from here. There should be a stream just ahead." Sakura nodded. She was getting hungry. She had not eaten anything since morning, and all the traveling she had been doing was making her hungry. At the stream, she would freshen up a bit and get some fish to eat. About an hour later, Team 7 had reached the stream. Naruto had placed Sasuke under a tree, allowing Sakura to tend to him. He had yet to wake up from the encounter with Orochimaru. His heat was still rising. Naruto could not tell what was going on with Sasuke's body, but he was certain that his body was heating because of the curse mark Orochimaru had placed on him. He did not understand what the curse seal did to a person's body, as he had no depth knowledge about the seal. Naruto and Sakura were currently eating some fish they had caught. They were eating in silence. Sakura seemed to have something to say, but had not courage to do so. Finally, she brought her courage. Naruto, what is that weird mark on Sasuke-kun's neck? Naruto responded without even looking up to the girl. It's a cursed seal. Sakura looked confused. She had never heard anything about a cursed seal. What is a cursed seal? Naruto looked at her and replied, it's a seal created by Orochimaru that gives the wielder power. The look Naruto had given Sakura was a one that told the girl to ask no more questions. Naruto got up and turned to the stream. You should rest. We will move again within an hour, he said, making his way to the stream. He had already cleaned himself up while the fish was cooking. What he needed now before they continued on to the tower was to relax his body. The pain had left him, but not entirely. Some parts of his body still hurt. He was troubled by the realization that he had lost his ninjato at the place they had encountered Orochimaru. He had cursed upon realizing that he did not have it with him when he was cleaning himself up. It did not cost him much, but having to lose something belonging to him was not something he tolerated or liked. He had lost his sword because of Orochimaru. It served as another reason for him not to like the snake Sannin. It did not take long before the relaxation time was disturbed by a team of Genins from Takigakure. There were 3 males, each of the same height. They did not look strong. They were weak, a fact that annoyed Naruto. He was in no mood to deal with weak Genins at the moment. Dealing with weak ninjas was an annoyance to him that he would rather avoid. Fighting weak ninjas never challenged him. A fight without being challenged bored him. Naruto might have been just annoyed seeing the Genins. But Sakura was on another level of reaction upon seeing the arrival of the Taki Genins. She did not know what she was going to do since she was not sure if Naruto could fight, because he did not look to be well and Sasuke was still out cold. Give us the scroll and we won't hurt you, one of the Genins said aloud. Naruto got up and walked towards the Genins. He stopped midway before he reached them. No, he said. But however, I will request that you go away and leave your scroll behind. If you refuse, I will show you just how much of annoyances you are, he said in a tone dripping with danger. The danger did not seem to reach the Taki Genins. There are 3 of us. One of your teammates is unconscious, one said, pointing at Sasuke, and the other is a girl who looks really weak. Do you really think you can take us on? Naruto said nothing for a moment. Numbers did not faze him. The Genins were nothing but annoyances that were making his bad day even worse than it already was. Fools, he said more to himself, but the Takigakure Genins heard him. Who are you, Cal? One of the Genins wanted to retort, but he never finished his sentence as Naruto's powerful fist crashed into his gut. The Genin dripped some fluids from his mouth because of the impact of the punch and dropped to his knees. Naruto quickly grabbed the other 2 Genins' necks and held them tightly, making it hard for the Genins to breathe. I guess I will take out whatever I'm feeling out on you fools. This will also be a lesson to you that you should never underestimate your opponent, Naruto said impassively. He kicked the Genin who was on his knees on the face, sending him flying away. He brought the 2 Genins who were struggling to get out of his hold together in front of him. He slammed them both to the ground, creating a small crater. He picked up one and kneed him hard. He followed by a powerful punch to the gut. The knee and the punch caused the Genin to cough out blood. Naruto followed his assault by a high roundhouse kick that sent the Genin flying away. He picked up the other and repeated the same punishment he gave the other. They were all in the same place lying down. Naruto walked slowly towards them. He had not even released any excess energy yet. Naruto reached the 3 Genins and looked down at them. They lost conscious, he said to himself. He had not even hit them too much. It was just a few blows, and they had already lost their consciousness. It was very disappointing. He bent down and searched the Genins' pockets looking for their scroll. While he was searching, a malicious burst of chakra washed over the area. The chakra was pregnant with evil intentions. It made Sakura nervous and scared her. The source of the evil chakra was the now awakened Uchiha Sasuke. He was covered with flamed patterns all over his body. His appearance frightened Sakura. Naruto chose to ignore it and continued with his search. Sasuke had just woken up and the power of the cursed seal had activated. He had never felt so powerful before. The power was just great. He felt like he could defeat anyone with the power he had now. He laughed evilly within himself. He needed to test this power and see what he could do with it. He looked around and saw Naruto standing up in the middle of 3 fallen genins. Naruto will prove to be a good test, he thought as he walked over to the blonde. Naruto felt relieved. He had found a heaven and earth scroll. With the scrolls, they could go to the tower without taking detours to look for scrolls. They needed both heaven and earth scroll to pass the second test of the Chunin exams. He was curious, though, as how the genins had gotten their hands on both scrolls. They were weak, so he could not think that they could defeat another team of genins. It was unless they had ambushed another team, which had separated. He looked over to see Sasuke, making his way over to him. With the look the Uchiha was showing off, he knew what was coming, and he was not going to give in to it. "Fight me, Naruto," Sasuke demanded, staring at Naruto. Naruto was not given time to respond as Sakura spoke before he could. "Sasuke, don't!" Sakura cried out. Sasuke did not bother to look at her. His eyes stayed focused on Naruto. Naruto sighed and replied. "No," he said. "We should go ahead to the tower now since we have all the scrolls." Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto always brushed him off every time he challenged him. It was like Naruto saw him as nothing, like a nuisance, as someone who was not worth his time. It infuriated him to no end. He activated his Sharingan and charged at the blonde. Naruto saw Sasuke coming and dropped the scrolls down. He blocked Sasuke's punch and tried punching Sasuke on his face. Sasuke dodged Naruto's punch. Naruto tried again, but Sasuke dodged again. Sasuke smirked. "I can see all your attacks before they reach me," he said, his Sharingan blazing proudly. Naruto realized that he was not moving as fast as he usually does. It confused him because he did not understand why he was not moving as fast as he could. He did not have much time to dwell on his thoughts as Sasuke was dashing towards him. Naruto got ready to defend himself, but pain gripped him from all over his body. It felt like his muscles were being grinded. A severe headache attacked him. The headache, coupled with the pain all over his body, forced him to fall onto his knees. Sasuke did not stop upon seeing Naruto fall to his knees. He continued on with his charge and punched Naruto on his face, following with a kick to the temple. Naruto was sent flying. Sasuke grinned, seeing that he was finally beating Naruto. He was actually doing it. It only meant that he was a step away from achieving his grand ambition. Naruto got up, but only to fall down to his knees. He coughed a large amount of blood. He was breathing heavily, and his body seemed to be sweating heavily. Sakura saw him and could tell that the blood Naruto had coughed out was not because of Sasuke's attack. Naruto was just not well, she could tell. After the encounter with Orochimaru, she had seen him struggle as if his body was in pain, though he hid it too well. She was about to yell for Sasuke to stop when Sasuke stopped and stared at Naruto. She liked the idea of Sasuke beating Naruto, but she thought it was wrong taking advantage of Naruto while he was in the kind of situation he was in. Sasuke was now confused. Despite his arrogance, he was smart enough to realize that something was wrong with Naruto. The amount of blood Naruto had coughed was unhealthy and could not have been caused by his attack. The black marks around his body receded back to the cursed mark. Sasuke fell down on his knees as the flames disappeared. He felt a bit of pain on his neck, but it quickly disappeared. He got up again and looked at Naruto before looking away. He was too proud to ask the blonde what was wrong. He went to pick up the scrolls Naruto had dropped. Sakura now did not know what to do. Sasuke was now awake, she could go to him, but Naruto was not well. He needed help, serious help, and soon. She felt relieved when Naruto got up and went straight to the stream. She watched him wash himself up. Naruto cleaned himself up at the stream. His body was still in pain, but it was not as much as before. Soon the pain would fade away, but it troubled him not knowing what was causing the pain. Zetsu would have the answers he needed. An hour later, Sasuke walked to Naruto and stood beside the blonde. Naruto seemed fine by the way he looked. They could now continue with their way to the tower. By the end of the day, they should have arrived at the tower. "Naruto," he called. "We should head to the tower now," he said. Naruto just nodded and got up. Sakura had already seemed ready to move on. He figured Sasuke might have talked with her first before coming to him. Without any other words being exchanged, they left the stream and headed for the tower at a fast pace. Later, Team 7 had reached the tower just after it had started to get dark. They had traveled comfortably without any other team confronting them. After they had reached the tower, they opened the scrolls. The scrolls had a summoning seal inside them. Their scrolls summoned Irika, who explained to them the meaning of the scrolls and congratulated them on passing the second test. Irika told them of where they ought to be resting. The Genins went inside the tower and got inside their room. Naruto went straight to his bed without doing anything else. He jumped onto the bed and was fast to fall asleep. Sakura looked at Sasuke. "Nay, Sasuke-kun, is he going to be all right?" "HN," was the reply Sasuke gave her. "It's not like I care about him or anything, but he is our teammate," she said again, looking at Naruto. Sasuke said nothing. He looked at Naruto and went to his own bed. He needed to rest. What he had done for the day was rewarding for him to get some much-needed rest. Sakura saw that Sasuke too had gone to get some sleep. She sighed. They went to sleep without even bathing. When there is a shower, she thought to herself. She had slept the previous night without bathing. She was not going to do it again. Not to her precious body. Set 2. A few days later. Naruto looked around, standing inside of a hall. It was in the center of the tower. The deadline had passed, and all the Genins were all gathered in the room. It was only those who passed the second exam. Their only people Naruto found to be interesting were Subaku no Gaara, Yakushi Kabuto, and Rock Lee. The other Genins were just annoyances. All the Jonin senseis were all in the room. The Hokage was also there. Sitting on his chair beside him were Anko and Ninja. Above the balcony behind where the Hokage stood, there was a statue that showed arms holding a ram seal. Looking at the balcony, and where they stood, Naruto could tell that the floor they stood at was used for fighting, while the balcony was for the spectators. Anko stepped forward. "Congratulations on passing the second test of the Chunin exams," she said, looking around the room. Many Genins had passed her test. She had not been expecting these many to pass. "The Hokage will now explain the third exam," she said, giving the time to the Sandaime Hokage to address the Genins. Everyone looked at the Hokage to hear what he was going to say. The Hokage cleared his throat and spoke. "Before I explain the third exam to you, I would like to tell you the true meaning of this Chunin selection exam. Why do we have allied countries taking the exam at the same time? Even some neutral countries." He paused to let them think before answering his own question. "To promote friendship among countries, to raise the standard of shinobi. Do not be confused, this exam is war." The Genin grew confused, and the tension rose within the large room. If we were to turn back time at some point, all of us would be fighting the other country over who would rule. This exam is an alternate that allows countries to avoid such wasteful fighting. For the third exam, lords of all the countries, as well as leaders of your villages, will all be watching your fights. You will fight with your life on the line, not to protect your home's land, but its prestige. If your country is seen as weak, you will lose clients. If you are strong, you will gain clients, bolstering your homes. If your country is seen as strong, it will also send a message to all nations. The Hokage paused for a moment to catch his breath. "Isn't there another way to protect the village's prestige without having to risk our lives?" A random Genin asked, to which some other Genins nodded in agreement with his words. The Sandaime narrowed his eyes at the Genins. "The strength of the country is the strength of the village, such as the strength of a village is the strength of a shinobi. A shinobi's strength is only born in life-threatening battle." The Sandaime replied seriously. "This exam only has a meaning because there is life-threatening battles. Friendship between countries requires this. We call this friendship excising." The Hokage said as a man shunshined next to him and bowed in respect. "Allow me to cough." Explain the third test. "Cough, Hokage-sama." The man spoke, looking at the Sandaime Hokage. The Hokage nodded and went back to his seat. The Jonin turned to face the Genins. "I am Gecko Hate, the proctor of the third exam." The Jonin introduced himself. "There is something we must do before the third exam." The Genins looked at the man. He looked like he was really sick by the way he was coughing. "There is to be preliminaries to decide who gets to participate in the main event," the third proctor said before coughing. "What the hell preliminaries?" A bored-looking Nara asked the question. "We have too many participants for the third test, thus we have to thin out the numbers under the Chunin exam rules." He paused for a moment before speaking. "Those who wish to withdraw may step forward now. This is individual basis. Should you quit, your team will not be penalized for it." Kabuto raised his hand and stepped forward. "I quite. I'm low on chakra," he said, leaving the hall. Hate coughed. "Is there anyone else who wants to quit?" he asked, getting the attention of the Genins. No one else came forward. They had come this far, they were not going down without a fight. Okay, we have 22 contestants, which mean we will have 11 matches. The winners of each will advance to the finals. The rules are simple. There are no rules. The match continues until one dies or is knocked. If you wish to give up, you can forfeit. I will step in should you be declared winner, and you continue to beat your opponent. He paused, letting the genins absorb his words. Now let us see who you will be matched against, he said, looking at the black screen. This electronic screen will randomly select 2 contestants who will fight at a time. Now let us begin. The genin waited for their names to pop up in the screen. Naruto just looked at the screen blankly. He wished he did not get someone who would waste his time. 2 names appeared in the screen: Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Some felt relieved that they weren't going to fight first. Others were disappointed, they wanted it over with. Will the 2 contestants please step forward? The rest of you please proceed to the observation platform above, Hate spoke after coughing. The genins walked away to the observation area. The senseis stood behind their students. Sasuke looked at his opponent with an arrogant smirk on his face. He was fully prepared to fight. He had gotten enough rest. He took out a kunai and got into a stance. Yoroi took out 3 shurikens and held them with both his hands. He threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke waited for the shurikens to block them with his kunai. Yoroi ran at fast speeds toward Sasuke. The shurikens reached Sasuke. He deflected them. He was not able to react fast as Yoroi was in front of him while he was blocking the last shuriken. He had yet to activate his Sharingan, thus he was not able to detect the oncoming right hook from his opponent. It connected with his right side of the face and pushed him back. Sasuke cursed himself for making such a stupid mistake and getting hit early. He activated his Sharingan. He rushed towards the oncoming genin, prepared to a taijutsu battle. He was faster than his opponent, thus he was able to use the advantage of his speed. Yoroi brought his right hand, trying to smack Sasuke on the face, but Sasuke saw it coming and easily dodged. He tried to kick Sasuke, but the Uchiha caught his leg and landed a hard punch to the face. Sasuke let go of Yoroi's leg and spun around, kicking the genin on his shoulder. Yoroi was sent crashing into the wall. He gritted his teeth at the slight pain he felt and quickly recovered, rushing of Sasuke. Sasuke waited for his opponent to arrive. Yoroi jumped up, attempting to punch Sasuke with much force. Sasuke sidestepped the attempt and gutted the genin. Yoroi hissed, clutching his stomach. Sasuke was not done. He brought out his right hand and gripped the genin by the neck. He glared at the genin with enough coldness that would make anyone gulp in fear. He was busy formulating a plan on what to do now that he had his opponent. Yoroi suddenly broke free from Sasuke's hold. He held Sasuke by his right hand, sucking out of his chakra. Sasuke only realized it when his reserves were starting to empty. He quickly tried to separate himself with Yoroi. What he got from his attempt was a hard kick on the face that sent him flying away. He flipped in midair and landed gracefully on the floor. He glared at his opponent, who had a grin on his face. Yoroi looked as if he had won the match, but Sasuke was not going to give up easily because his chakra got sucked. He inhaled large amounts of wind and did a few hand seals. Fire style, great fireball. He exhaled a large fireball that sped towards the grinning Yoroi. Sasuke was positive that his opponent would not be able to dodge since he was not faster than him. He ended the jutsu and fell on one knee, panting. His chakra was running low. He should have not done the jutsu. An insane chuckle invaded his ears. He looked forward to see Yoroi standing just away from him, unharmed by his jutsu. I see you still had some chakra left. Yoroi spoke with a bit of amusement in his voice. Sasuke just got up and glared at him. Yoroi rushed forward so that he could end the match before the Uchiha came up with a plan to win the match. Sasuke waited till Yoroi was in front of him. He acted fast and brought out his left hand, aiming Yoroi's face. Yoroi saw it coming and grabbed Sasuke's hand. He smirked at the Uchiha, but it vanished quickly when he saw a wide smirk on Sasuke's face. Before he could know why Sasuke was smirking, he received a punch to the gut that had him coughing a bit of blood. He let go of Sasuke's hand. Sasuke dropped to the ground and did a leg sweep. Yoroi was falling down when Sasuke grabbed both his legs and spun around twice before throwing him up. Sasuke jumped up, moving fast than his opponent. Yoroi looked up to see Sasuke waiting for him. Sasuke was facing down the ground when he mastered all his power in a single kick. The kick connected with Yoroi's chest, sending him down fast. Yoroi crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Everyone winced at the sound of Yoroi's body hitting the ground. Sasuke landed down and smirked when he looked at Yoroi. He was out cold. Hate stepped in forward and coughed before announcing the winner. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke smiled and tiredly walked to where his team was standing. The medics rushed to take the fallen Yoroi out the floor to clear the space for other competitors. The next match was Kankuro versus Shino. Naruto just watched with a rather bored look. At the beginning, one could think that Kankuro was going to lose the match. But Kankuro ended up winning the match without harm. Kankuro was a puppet user. Shino had thought his bugs had sucked out Kankuro's chakra. Too bad for him, the Kankuro the bugs were trying to extract chakra from was just a mere puppet. Shino knew that without his bugs being ineffective, he could not win the match, thus, he gave up after he had failed to see how he would win. Puppet users dealt with dangerous poison. To Naruto, poison was not a problem. The Kyuubi could counter any poison. It would take some time, but there was no way he could die from poisoning. Haruno Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were next. The match started with them bitching about some nonsense. Then it was the cat fight, more like pillow fight. It was the most pathetic excuse of a shinobi fight Naruto had ever seen. Both girls ended knocking each other out cold. Both had no skills of a ninja. They were weak, no physical strength. Their taijutsu was academy level. They seemed to have never trained after passing the academy. Naruto had not expected much from Sakura. He had seen that the girl does not train. Pathetic, Naruto muttered. Everyone who was close to him nodded in agreement with his words. Even Sasuke nodded. Kakashi had the decency to look ashamed of his student. Those were not ninjas fighting. It was academy schoolgirls fighting over a crush. Had it been the finals, Konoha would have surely lost customers. If the Kunoichis fought the way Ino and Sakura fought, they would be killed each time they were out on a mission. If both girls were going to be serious about their careers, they needed to understand what it meant to be a ninja, or they would die soon and young. Naruto looked around the balcony to see that all the others had the same thoughts. The match was pathetic. His eyes narrowed at Gaara. It seemed that the Jinchuriki was getting impatient. Naruto shook his head to view. Gaara was still his age, and yet he was always looking for blood. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba step forward, please? Hate called out. Naruto's face remained impassive as he made his way towards the fighting area. Of all the people he could fight, he had been drawn against Kiba. Luck was really not on his side for the exams. He reached the fighting area and crossed his arms on his chest. He looked straight at Kiba's eyes with an impassive gaze. Kiba was grinning. He felt confident in his abilities. While all the training he had been doing, he believed that he could defeat Naruto. He did not know of how Naruto fought ever since his transformation, but he believed in his own abilities. With Akamaru by his side, he could beat anyone. Are both fighters ready? Hate said. Kiba nodded. Naruto gave no response. Hate just took the silence as a yes. Begin. I'm going to take you down, Naruto. Kiba spoke aloud with a confident grin. Akamaru barked, agreeing with his master's words. Naruto made no sign that he heard Kiba's words. Hey, did you hear me? Again, Naruto did not respond. I'm talking to you, bastard. Kiba yelled out with a bit of anger at being ignored. Will you attack me already and stop annoying me? Naruto finally spoke. Kiba grinned. Let's do this, Akamaru, he said to his dog partner. Akamaru barked in acknowledgement of Kiba's words. Spectators. Kakashi looked at Naruto as if he was studying him. Naruto was acting differently. He was not told in detail what had happened during the encounter with Orochimaru. He was only interested in that they were alive and the cursed mark Orochimaru had given Sasuke. He had sealed the curse mark, but was not sure if it would hold. Looking at Naruto, he could tell something was wrong. He looked at Sasuke, who was watching from his left side. What's wrong with Naruto? Sasuke just shrugged. He did not care, nor was he seeing anything wrong with the blonde. Kakashi sighed, seeing Sasuke's response. Did something happen to him during the encounter with Orochimaru? He asked another question again. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. You should ask Naruto that question. He finally replied to his sensei. Kakashi nodded and looked at Sakura. The girl seemed nervous about something. He shrugged it off as nothing and looked back at Naruto and Kiba. Hinata felt a bit excited because she was going to see Naruto fight. She had never seen him fight ever since they became genin. He was always the source of her strength. She believed that she would fight bravely in her match should Naruto win his match. Shikamaru and other Konoha Genins just watched on. They wanted to see what Naruto was capable of with their own eyes. Their senseis had said he was strong, but they had never seen him fight before. This was a good opportunity to see his abilities. Fighting floor. Kiba bended down and placed his hands on the ground. Akamaru jumped in front of him and turned into a clone of Kiba. Both took animalistic features compared to their normal selves. Getsuga. Kiba yelled as he took the form of a spinning vortex. The spinning vortex sped at Naruto at fast speeds. Naruto just stood at his position with his hands still crossed at his chest. He waited for Kiba's attack to reach him. Kurenai looked at Naruto. What is he thinking standing there like that? If he gets hit, the match will be over, she thought to herself, wondering why Naruto was not even trying to dodge Kiba's attack. She knew Kiba's offensive attack was powerful and could cause a lot of damage if it hit. It was almost impossible to block. The only way she had been able to escape the attack was if she dodged. She had never attempted to block the attack. The spinning vortex reached Naruto, and when it looked like it was about to hit him, it missed. Kiba hit the ground and continued to spin furiously as it dug a hole on solid ground. The Getsuga came out again from the ground and charged at Naruto. It missed him again. The same sequence continued for several times. None of the attempts hit Naruto. Several holes could be seen at the ground. What shocked many who were watching was that Naruto was still in the same position he was in. His hands still crossed on his chest while he was surrounded by many holes. Kiba stopped his attack and returned to normal. His fruitless attacks seemed to have taken a lot of chakra from him because his breathing was slightly labored. "Stay still, you bastard, so that I can hit you," he yelled in frustration. He tried the Getsuga again, but still the results were the same. Naruto looked at the genin. "Is that all you can do?" he said. "How disappointing." His hands dropped from his chest, and he blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Kiba and kicked the genin on his waist, sending him crashing towards the wall. Akamaru had jumped up and did not fly away with Kiba. Cracks appeared on the wall where Kiba had hit. Akamaru barked as he charged at Naruto, looking to bite him. Naruto caught the small puppy by its hand. He hit its head and knocked it out cold. "Get your hands off, Akamaru," Kiba yelled while charging at Naruto blindly. Naruto turned around to face the genin. Kiba attempted to punch Naruto on the face, but Naruto caught his hand and squeezed it. "Ah!" Kiba cried out as Naruto was crushing his hand. Naruto kneed Kiba on his gut. He let go of Kiba's hand and punched with his left hand. His right hand followed with another powerful punch to the temple that sent Kiba flying away from him. Naruto blurred away and caught Kiba's leg while he was still flying. He slammed the genin to the ground, creating debris. Naruto did not wait for the debris to clear. He gripped Kiba's bleeding face and lifted the genin up. He imparted the genin with a powerful punch at his gut. Kiba coughed out some blood because of the punch. Naruto threw Kiba into the air. When Kiba was coming down towards him, he spun around and kicked Kiba's body. The kick sent Kiba crashing towards the wall. Kiba's body partly destroyed the wall. His bleeding body lay broken on the ground. He had lost consciousness. How brutal, some of the genins thought watching the fight. The only person who smiled was Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto stood still waiting for Hate to call the match. Hate stepped forward. "Kiba is unable to fight. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto," he announced. Naruto walked away as the medics rushed at Kiba to take him away to heal him. When he arrived at the balcony, he found Yuhi Kurenai waiting for him. Kurenai stared at Naruto with a bit of anger in her eyes. She was angry that Naruto had hit her student roughly. She believed he could have ended the match in a more harmless way. Naruto walked past by the woman without sparing her a glance. Kurenai grabbed his hand and held it firmly. She pulled him back in front of her. Naruto did to resist. Kurenai glared at him. Was it really necessary to beat him like that? Yes. Kurenai gritted her teeth in anger. She could not believe that he had just given her that kind of answer. Her hold on Naruto's hand tightened to extreme. A touch on her shoulder stopped her from doing something to Naruto. She looked around and saw Kakashi giving her one of his eye smiles. "Let it go, Kurenai," he said with a smile. "You are causing a scene." Kurenai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them. She calmed herself down and let go of Naruto's hand and returned to Hinata's side. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. You should take it easy on your fellow Genins, Naruto. Naruto shrugged and walked past the Genin. He did not take a fight easy. Taking it easy against Genins would only give them confidence to continue fighting. With confidence, the fight would drag on more than he would like. He did not enjoy being dragged into a fight he found annoying. It was why he chose to end it quickly and brutally. Hate coughed to get everyone's attention. The screen showed the next contestants. Hate looked at the screen. Will Sabaka no Gaara and Tsuchi-kin step forward to the arena, please? He called out. Gaara entered the arena via sand sunshine, while Kin walked down the arena. Kin looked at Gaara's face. He had something that resembled a smile. His face scared her. He had eyes that were cold and viewed her life as nothing more than another life to be devoured. She could feel the aura of bloodlust radiating from the sand Genin. She feared for her life looking at the Genin. Are both fighters ready? Hate called out. Both contestants nodded. Begin. Gaara grinned maliciously as he stared at Kin. Kin shuddered because of the grin. She looked at Hate. Proctor, I forfeit, she said, taking a step away from Gaara. Hate nodded, but before he could announce Gaara as the winner, the Genin was already attacking Kin with his sand. He moved quickly and took the girl out of harm's way. Sabaka no Gaara, your opponent forfeited the match. Why do you continue to attack her? Gaara did not respond. Hate sighed. Tsuchi-kin has forfeited the match, winner Sabaka no Gaara. Gaara shunshined away from the arena, looking disappointed that he did not get to kill his opponent. Kin felt relieved that she had quit the match. The sand would have surely crushed her. Now she just had to deal with her teammates who would not be pleased that she gave up the match without even fighting first. Hate looked at the screen again. Will Rock Lee and Kinyuta Dosu step forward, please? He called out. Lee jumped up with a huge smile on his face. Guy-sensei, it's finally my turn to show my flame of youth, he cried out. Guy smiled at his student. Yash, go make me proudly. Show everyone how your flames burn brightly. Guy cried with the same enthusiastic as his student. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee said as he jumped into the arena. He was excited about finally getting his chance to fight. His sensei would be watching him, and he was not going to disappoint his sensei. He was going to show his youthful flames that burned brightly inside of him. Kinyuta Dosu stepped in the ring. He had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye uncovered. He wore a large poncho with long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a large amplifier on his right arm. The amplifier was called the Melody Arm. Are both fighters ready? Hate asked as he looked at the Genins. He earned a nod from both Genins. Begin, he yelled as he jumped away from the arena. Lee took a taijutsu stance. His face had a serious expression. He charged at Dosu and attempted to kick the Genin at his upper body. Dosu brought out his right arm to block the kick. Lee's foot connected with the Melody Arm. Lee retrieved his leg and brought out his right, attempted to kick the Genin again. Dosu raised his left arm to block Lee's kick. The power behind the kick pushed him back a bit. Lee smiled a bit before taking a stance again. He waited for his opponent to make a move. Dosu dashed at Lee and attempted to hit him with the Melody Arm on his face, but Lee jumped back to avoid being hit. He moved forward to Lee and swung his left arm, attempting to punch the Genin. Lee blocked the attempt and attempted to kick Dosu. Dosu blocked the attempt with his right arm. Lee jumped back, making some distance with his opponent. Despite having only started, the fight was certainly interesting. With the way the Genins were exchanging attacks, it was something worth watching other than some one-sided fights they had witnessed. The two continued to exchange blows. Dosu had been unable to land a hit on Lee as Lee was faster than him. Lee had managed to land a few hits, but none had done much damage to the Genin. Dosu was getting frustrated because of his lack of penetration through Lee's defense. He was also panting slightly and had a couple of bruises while Lee looked fine. Lee dashed at Dosu and swung his hand, attempted to punch the Genin. Dosu blocked the attack. He was unable to block the kick that followed. He was sent flying, but he quickly recovered by flipping in midair and landed on the ground. Just when he landed, he rushed at Lee at his full speed. Lee also rushed at the Genin. They clashed in the middle. Dosu swung his Melody Arm at Lee's temple, but Lee did enough to block the attack before it could hit him. But the arm was close to his head. Dosu smirked under his bandages as his Melody Arm released sound waves. The sound waves infected Lee and caused his vision to become blurry. He could not see properly. Dosu tried punching Lee on the gut, but Lee sensed the attack and jumped back. His vision was still blurry. "What is happening?" he asked, being confused as to why his vision had suddenly become blurry. The only answer he got was a rough chuckle from Dosu. Dosu moved closer to Lee and kicked him on his chest, sending him flying away. Lee flipped in midair and landed on the ground gracefully. The moment he landed, Dosu was in front of him. Dosu's right arm crashed into his gut. He spun around and kicked Lee to his temple. Lee hit the wall, but recovered quickly. He got up and coughed a bit of blood. His vision was returning to him. He looked at Dosu's right. It was doing something to him. It looked like kind of gauntlet to him. It was very strange looking at it carefully, as he had never seen something of its kind before. He just had to avoid it. "Don't give up, Lee," Guy yelled out to his student. Lee looked at his sensei with a smile. Despite looking like he was losing, his sensei was cheering for him. He smiled at his sensei and gave him a thumbs up. "Hi, Guy sensei." "Release your weights and show them your youthful flames, Lee," Guy cried out again. He was not about to let his student lose when he had the power to win his match. Lee nodded and removed the weights on both his legs. The weights landed on the ground and created a large dent on the floor. The ground shook when the weights hit. It shocked many. What the hell, some thought upon seeing how heavy the weights were. Lee got into a stance and looked at his opponent. "You have been a worthy opponent, but I must end this," he said seriously. Dosu was about to retort when Lee blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Dosu. Dosu attempted to punch Lee in the face, but Lee blurred out of his sight again. Lee appeared behind Dosu and kicked the genin with a powerful on his back. Dosu was sent crashing towards the wall. Lee waited for Dosu to recover. He did not wait for too long as Dosu came charging at him. Dosu swung his right hand, attempted to disrupt Lee's hearing with his melody arm. Lee sidestepped the attack and punched Dosu to the gut. He jumped up and slammed both his hands on Dosu's head, compelling the genin down the floor. Lee waited for Dosu to get up. When he did, he kicked him on the chin, sending him up in the air. He did this after opening the first of the 8 chakra gates. He used Shadow of the Dancing Leaf and appeared behind Dosu while still in air. He let loose of the bandages on his arms and wrapped them around Dosu, restraining him. As they began to fall down the ground, head facing the ground, they rotated at a ferocious speed. Lee pile-drove Dosu to the ground head first. Dosu lay on the dent he created on the floor unconscious. Lee was on one knee, breathing heavily beside Dosu. His body was bruised, but not heavily. Hate stepped forward. Kinyuta Dosu is unable to continue. "Winner Rock Lee," he announced. Lee grinned brightly and slowly made his way back to the balcony. "You did it, Lee. I'm so proud to be your sensei," Guy cried out. "Guy sensei." "Lee." "Guy sensei." "Lee." Guy cried as he burst into tears and rushed to hug his student with much affection. Lee was also in tears while hugging his sensei. Everyone looked disturbed by the view. No one looked twice at the two hugging men. It was not every day that you saw two men hugging each other with that much affection. It was greatly disturbing to see. Hate saved everyone by announcing the next match. "Will Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji come down, please?" Hinata shyly made her way down the arena. She was not sure if she could fight against her cousin and win. She eyed Naruto and flustered because he was staring at her. She quickly looked away from him while poking her fingers. Naruto was watching her. She would do her best. A match between two Hyugas, Naruto thought. It would be certainly a match worth watching. Naruto was interested in seeing the two Hyugas fight. He wanted to see what the Byakugan could do against another Byakugan. He did not have much intel on the Dojutsu, as Madara had refused to acknowledge the Byakugan as a Dojutsu. He had said the Dojutsu was useless and therefore could not be placed in the same league as the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Hei looked between the two contestants. "Are both fighters ready?" He earned nods from both Hyugas. "Begin," he yelled out. Hinata seemed to be hesitant to take a stance. She did not look like somebody who was ready for a fight. Niji seemed prepared for anything. He had an impassive expression that most of the Hyugas seemed to wear. Naruto shook his head, seeing Hinata. The girl still lacked self-confidence. Without confidence, she could not possibly win a battle if her opponent is going all in his power to win. He had no hope that she could win the match without confidence in her own abilities. Believe could say they believed in her, but if she could not believe that she could do it, there was nothing that she could do. Still, he was interested in the match. Niji stared at Hinata coldly. With look he had given the girl, one could not tell that she was his cousin. Forfeit the match, Hinata-sama. You cannot defeat me, he said coldly. Hinata could not defeat him. They had sparred a few times, and she had never come close to defeating him. He had seen her fight several times. With her skills, she could not defeat him. Hinata looked down while poking her fingers. You are not fit to be a shinobi because you lack self-confidence. Someone with no self-confidence is fated to lose. Hinata was a bit down by Niji's cold words. She wanted to fight him and prove that she could compete to him, and also save him from the darkness that was consuming him. She took a stance and had a look of a dedicated kunoichi. Niji shook his head. You don't listen. I will prove to you that you are a loser and will always be a loser, he said as he took a stance. Byakugan, both Hyugas yelled as veins bulged around their eyes. Both ran towards each other with their Dijitsu active. They engaged in their clan's famed taijutsu style, the Gentile Fist. The battle went on for a few minutes as the two Hyugas traded blows. Their taijutsu style specialized on attacking the chakra networks inside of a person. For damage to be done, they had to use chakra externally in a form of lacing it around their hands. To block the attack, one had to block with a chakra-laced hand to avoid taking damage. Should it hit, one faced the risk of getting their chakra paths closed forcefully. When chakra points were closed at a certain part of the body, that part becomes immobile. Niji suddenly kicked Hinata on her chest, sending her away from him. Hinata was bruised and panting, but had nonetheless taken less damage. Niji looked fine. He was not even slightly winded. One could tell that he was used to fight at such level, while Hinata was not. Niji ran at Hinata and brought out his right hand, trying to connect it with Hinata's chest. Hinata deflected the attack with her own attack and jumped back, creating a breathing space. Niji charged at her again and exchanged palm attacks with Hinata. Hinata blocked all his attempts, but she did so with difficulty. Niji increased his speed a bit, catching Hinata off guard by his increase of speed. His chakra-laced palm landed in the middle of Hinata's chest. Hinata coughed blood before going down to her knees. Niji looked at her. I told you that you are a loser and would remain as such. Regardless of many times you fight to change that, it will never change. You will always be a loser. Fate cannot be changed, he said and turned away from her. Proctor, call the match. She won't be able to continue, Niji said, walking away. Hate looked at Hinata. The blow to the heart should have ended the match. Hinata did not look like she could continue with the match. Winner Hayu. He stopped when he saw Hinata was standing up, albeit shaking. Hinata looked at Niji, who had stopped walking away after hearing Hate stop announcing him as the winner. It is true that I lack self-confidence. I don't believe that people cannot change. I have seen many people see change. Why you are also wrong about something, Niji. It is not I that I am trying to change. What I want to change is you. You have been suffering most of your life, and I want to change that, Hinata said. Niji said nothing for a moment before his eyes burned with hidden fury. He ran towards Hinata, looking to end her life with one last attack at her chest. The Jonins knew that should Niji hit Hinata, it would end her life. Hate, Guy and Kurenai rushed at the arena and stopped Niji from killing his cousin. Niji looked at the Jonins and scoffed. Is this another special treatment for the Hyuga main branch? He said. All the Jonins holding let go off him and allowed him to retreat back to the balcony. Hinata collapsed down to the ground, alarming Kurenai to rush over to her. She carried the girl to the medics so that she could get help before her life became in danger. Winner, Hyuga Niji, Hate announced. Naruto sighed. He was not able to see what the Byakugan could actually do. If what he had seen was all the Dijitsu was capable of, then Madara had been right to discard it as a Dijitsu. It did not give any abilities like the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. The remaining of the contestants did not interest him. He stepped back and stood against the wall. He sat down Indian style and closed his eyes. He held a single hand seal and thought, sleep. The last thing he heard was NarutoShippuden versus Akimichi Choji. His mind rested, and as he fell asleep. Sleep was a kind of medical jutsu that Madara had taught him. It worked like any sleeping pill, but with the jutsu, he slept immediately upon the jutsu being cast. He used the chakra inside his body to influence his mind to sleep. Minutes later, Naruto was woken up by Kakashi. He had only slept for a few minutes. It was enough to pass the time. The preliminaries are over, Kakashi said. Their others are already down there. Kakashi said, pointing at the gathered genin. Naruto nodded and went to the other genins. The Sandaime was making one of his speeches. Time allows for you to know yourself better and your enemy. During this time, you will be able to study your opponent's abilities. In this month, you will have the chance to improve yourselves, the Sandaime said while eyeing Naruto. Now, let us decide who you will face at the finals. Take a piece of paper from the box that Anko-san is holding, he said, pointing at Anko. The genins that had made it to the finals did as told. Naruto was not surprised to see that Shikamaru had won his match against Choji. Shikamaru was smart enough to counter anyone. Each piece of paper they too had a number written on it. They presented their numbers and were drawn of who would face who. Match 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. Match 2. Sabaka no Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Match 3. Sabaka no Kankuro vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Match 4. Nara Shikamaru vs. Sabaku no Temari. Are there any questions? The Sandaime asked. Since this is a tournament, does it mean that the winner of the tournament will be the only one who becomes Chunin? Shikamaru asked. Different judges judge in the tournament. If someone is judged to Posse's skills and mentality of the Chunin, she will be promoted to Chunin. It does not matter if they win or lose their matches. There is also a chance that none of you become Chunin, but there is also a chance that you can all become Chunin. It depends if whether you are fit to become a Chunin or not. The Sandaime said. Are there any more questions? He waited for the genins to give their answer. Seeing that there were no more questions, he spoke again. Good, you are all dismissed. One by one, the genins left the tower. Naruto was stopped by Kakashi from leaving the tower for a moment. Meet me at training ground tomorrow morning, Kakashi said and disappeared from Naruto's view. Set 3. Training Ground 7. Naruto sat on top of a tree waiting for Kakashi to appear. The Jonin had called him the previous day to the training ground. He was not the only one who was at the training ground. Sasuke was also there. Sakura was not called to the training ground. Naruto figured that the Jonin wanted to speak about training. Sakura did not make it to the finals, so Kakashi would not have a reason to call her. It was obvious that Kakashi would be forced to train his team since they had made it to the Chunin exam finals. Naruto did not want to train for the month before the Chunin finals. He wanted to clear his thoughts and make plans on what he would do after the exams. He could not just continue living as he was. He needed to change things. Naruto jumped out of the tree and landed on the ground because Kakashi had appeared. Kakashi did not have his book at his hand, but his usual bored expression was still worn. It disappeared for a moment when Kakashi flashed an eye smile to his students. First, I want to congratulate for making it to the finals. As your sensei, I am very proud of you, and I knew that you could do it, Kakashi said. Some could interpret his words as that he knew that Naruto and Sasuke could do it, but he did not believe that Sakura could do it. He had said that he believed that his team could do well in the exams, but Naruto highly doubted that he believed Sakura would make it to the finals if it involved fighting on her own. I called you here today so that I can tell you about your training for the month before the finals, Kakashi said. Unfortunately, Naruto, I won't be able to train you, but I have asked for someone to train you. He will be training you in chakra since I have never seen you use it externally, and I know that you have large amounts of chakra reserves which must also be hard to control. Naruto shook his head. There is no need for that. I will train myself if I see the need to do so, he said. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously but nodded. Well then, I will be training Sasuke till the finals. Do you have a problem with that, Naruto? Kakashi asked, not wanting to be seen like he was favoring Sasuke. Naruto was his sensei's son. He did not want the blonde to have any reason to resent him. Naruto shook his head. He had no problems with it. Sasuke needed to be trained more than he did, and he was positive that the council had something to do with Kakashi training Sasuke. The reason Kakashi was training Sasuke was because the Sandaime knew that if they wanted to keep Sasuke inside the village, they had to train him. Orochimaru had already marked the Uchiha. It was a matter of lack of training that would drive Sasuke towards him. To avoid that, Kakashi had to train Sasuke to make him see that even Konoha wants him to get stronger. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. I will see you at the finals then, he said as he touched Sasuke's shoulder and disappeared with him in a swirl of leaves. Naruto disappeared to the trees. He was sure Zetsu would have been at the training ground. He did not come to him yesterday. It did not take long for Zetsu to appear beside him from a tree branch. Zetsu, my body has been experiencing severe pains over the last days. Do you know what might be the cause of it? Naruto said, looking at Zetsu. Zetsu did not answer for a few moments. After a few seconds, he finally answered. It must have because of some experiments Madara did on you. Naruto raised a brow. Experiments? Zetsu nodded. A month before you became a Genin, Madara did some experiments on you. But he never did tell me what kind of experiments they were. Naruto did not remember Madara experimenting on him before that he graduated. Why don't I remember that? Well, it is because you were knocked out when the experiment was carried out, Zetsu replied. But don't worry, if your body has experienced severe pains, it means that the experiment was a failure and there will be no negative effects on your body. At least that is what Madara told me. Naruto nodded, but still surprised that his grandfather would experiment on him while he was unconscious. He was a perfect experiment specimen, since any cut he suffered on his body would disappear no matter how deep it was. The Kyuubi made sure of that. But since it was his grandfather who had experimented on him, he did not have any fears that he might have done something bad to his body. I am surprised, though, that your body reacted now with the experiment done months ago. It must have been triggered by the embarrassment I suffered in the hands of Orochimaru. The severe pain started after my encounter with the Sannin. Orochimaru was at the exams. Yes, it appears he wanted to give Sasuke a cursed mark. But I do not believe that it was the only reason that he had come to Konoha, Naruto said. I want you to investigate Orochimaru's activities and also get me intel on Yakushi Kabuto. Zetsu nodded. I will see you in a few days then, he said, and sank back to the tree branch. Zetsu appeared again just after he had disappeared. I forgot to tell you that Jiraiya has returned to the village, he said, and went away. Naruto had not been expecting Jiraiya to return to the village at this time. The Sannin would surely come to him in order to form a bond between them. Naruto did not want that with the Sannin. If he hated the man for not taking care of him, even if he was his godfather, he longer did hate the man. Had Jiraiya taken care of him, he would not have met Madara the way he did. He was somewhat thankful that Jiraiya abandoned him. The following day, the streets of Konoha were relatively quiet, unlike the days in which the first and second test of the Chunin exams were being carried out. It was mostly because a lot of people were busy preparing for the finals. Even the villagers and leaders of villages watched the main event of the Chunin exam finals. It was no wonder why the finals were held at a high regard. Naruto walked slowly to Ikaraku Ramen. He rarely went to the place to eat. He ate home-cooked meal most of the time. Today he had felt that he needed to eat somewhere else. It would also help him clear his thoughts. With a lot going over his head, it was necessary to get some fresh air. Naruto arrived at the ramen stand and took a sit. There was just one other customer beside him. People did not go away from the ramen stand when he came now, since most of the villagers had stopped glaring at him. Teuchi smiled upon seeing Naruto take a sit. "Ah, Naruto, it has been long since I last saw you. How have you been, my boy?" the old man asked. "I have been well, just a little busy," Naruto replied. Teuchi nodded. Naruto is here." He called out to his daughter. "Can I have 2 bowls of miso ramen, please?" Naruto said to Teuchi. Teuchi nodded and went away to the kitchen to get Naruto's order. Came out of the kitchen with a brightened smile. She was happy to see Naruto. After she had made him promise that he would not disappear without telling her and that he would visit the ramen once in a while, Naruto came at the ramen stand once or twice in a month. She was just happy that he had kept his promise and did not forget about her for months. "Naruto, I am so happy to see you." Almost yelled out. Naruto nodded. It was good to see her too. He might not care for a lot of people, but the Ikaraku family was a family who he would never forget. They had done a lot for him without expecting anything in return. They were good people, as such he respected them for their kindness and love. "Did you make it to the finals?" Naruto nodded. "I'm going to place my bet on you to win," said with a grin. Teuchi came from the kitchen with Naruto's ramen. "There you go," he said, handing over the ramen to Naruto. He went back to the kitchen, leaving to chat with Naruto. Talked with Naruto for some time while the blonde was eating his ramen. She asked him a few questions which Naruto answered. Was quick to realize that Naruto was easily bored, which was why he did not speak much. Despite him always having an impassive gaze, he was not cold-hearted, that much she could tell. Still, She missed the old Naruto who would have been devouring his ramen now instead of savoring it. She wished that he could someday just act the way he used to just for her. She missed his smile, no matter what she had done to make him smile, but he never did smile. The foxy grin he always used to give her was something she would never forget. It was now an image that was imprinted in her mind, and she was always staring at it whenever she thought of him. He was a part of her life, and she would make sure it continued that way. It was always refreshing for Naruto to visit the ramen stand. It did not annoy him listening or answering Ayam's questions. Coming to the stand, he could always tell that she was all right, and that pleased him. Naruto finished eating his ramen and paid Ayam for the meal. He said his goodbye to the girl and left the ramen stand. The following day, Naruto was alone at the Hokage monument. He was still waiting for Zetsu to report what he had found on his search. He was also getting bored because he was having nothing better to do. He had been thinking of going to the hideout for the time being. Konoha was boring at the moment. If he were to disappear, no one would worry except the people who watch him. They had started watching him again. He had sensed them today. With them watching him, he could not meet Zetsu anywhere. But this time the surveillance had decreased, and they were not as active as they were before the exam started. It gave him much room to breathe, unlike before. With the numbers decreasing, Naruto figured that it was just a matter of time before they stopped watching him, since it was obvious that they were not going to get anything by tailing him. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when a voice sounded beside him. "The village looks lovely from here, doesn't it?" Naruto quickly turned around to see who it was. He had not sensed the person get beside him. If it was an assassination attempt, he would surely have been killed. He saw a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair tied to a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. The man wore a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore a mesh armor that showed out of his sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red haori with two simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. "Jiraiya," Naruto said, looking at the Sannin. Once again he had been bested by a Sannin. It did not please him. Jiraiya grinned, looking at Naruto. "Oh ho, you know of me." Naruto looked back to Konoha, taking his eyes off Jiraiya. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya?" "Have some respect, Gaki. I am the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and you should address me as Jiraiya-sama," Jiraiya said aloud while trying to pose not that Naruto bothered to look at the Sannin. Jiraiya looked down. "Nobody appreciates my greatness," he thought sadly. Silence was born as Naruto waited for Jiraiya to answer his question. While Jiraiya did not know how to start the conversation with Naruto, the Sandaime had told him that Naruto knew about his heritage. He did not know which were the correct words to say to Naruto. He sighed and sat down beside Naruto. "I heard you made it to the finals," Jiraiya finally said while looking at the village. "You heard correct," Naruto responded. He did not like going around the bush, nor did he like people doing it when they wanted to tell him something. But he was going to tolerate it just this once. He had nothing to do anyway. "When do you start preparing for the finals? I heard there are some tough competitors." "I'm already prepared for the finals," Naruto responded dismissively. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment before finally getting main reason he had come to see Naruto. "The old man told me you are aware of your heritage. Is that true?" "Yes, so?" Jiraiya was not expecting the kind of response from Naruto. It was not going to be easy for him. "Then you probably know what I am to you." "Yes, but I don't consider you as such." Jiraiya nodded sadly. He had messed up, but he could try to get involved in Naruto's life. It could not make up for his mistakes, but it was better than nothing. "It is my responsibility to train you and teach you your father's jutsu. I know you said you are already prepared for the finals, but what do you say to training with me? We could make up for lost time," he said with a grin. "I don't need training from you, Jiraiya, and I certainly have no desire to learn any of Minato's jutsu," Naruto said impassively. Jiraiya noticed that Naruto said Minato instead of father, but he chose to put it aside. "For now, that is, I can teach you ninjutsu. I heard that you were not taught any ninjutsu. You do need to take advantage of the reserves you have. I can be of help in that," Jiraiya argued. "Yes, I'm sure you can be of use in that," but I don't need your help." Jiraiya let loose of a sigh of frustration. By the tone Naruto used, he knew he was not going anywhere. Naruto was not going to allow him to train him. "You know, most people would rush at the opportunity of being trained by a Sannin," Jiraiya said. "Do you hate me for not being there for you? Is that why you are refusing my help?" Naruto shook his head. "I bear no fangs for you, Jiraiya," Naruto responded. "Then why are you refusing my help? It could do you well than bad." "I have my reasons." Jiraiya let loose of another sigh, but this time it was a sigh of defeat. "Fine, but I'm not going to stop trying to get you to allow me to train you," he said. "I'm going to leave you for now. I have to do some research." Jiraiya spoke with a lecherous grin and disappeared in puff of smoke. "That is one obstacle out of the way," Naruto said to himself. With the Jiraiya issue taken care of, he could now think of other things. Naruto got up and disappeared into thin air. Later that night, a swirling vortex appeared inside of Naruto's bedroom. When it disappeared, a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds and an orange mask, which had only his right eye visible. The figured right eye was a fully matured Sharingan. Naruto was alarmed and quickly woke up. It was obvious that the figure wanted Naruto to wake up, as he made no intentions to be discreet when he walked over to a window inside of Naruto's room. Naruto looked at the figure with slightly wide eyes. This was the last person he was expecting to see in his home. "So this is Madara's grandson, Uzumaki Naruto," the figure said, now facing Naruto. Naruto was still at shock. The last time he had spoken with Zetsu about the figure in his room, Zetsu had said the man was not aware about his relations with Madara. Now, with him being before him, meant he knew. "Oh, did you actually think that I did not know about you? I know everything about you, boy." Naruto got over his shock. Attacking the man was useless now since he could not touch him. "What do you want, Obito?" Naruto said under his breath. The now identified Obito looked back outside through the window and spoke. "I came to see you and to let you know that you are not the only one who has all the cards," Obito said. "I will waiting for you to play your first card, and do greet Zetsu for me when you see him," Obito said, disappearing in the same way as he appeared. Naruto had been trained to be calm no matter what. Even when he was feeling anger, he could be calm as if he was not. And now what had occurred was enough to send him over edge, but he remained calm. He had not calculated for Obito to appear before him. It appeared that he just wanted to send a message. His appearance was enough to make Naruto recalculate his future plans. He supposed Obito was bound to know about him. He was just not expecting him to know about him this soon. It was a good thing that Obito did not do anything. But with Tobi's appearance, he had to train. He had to train in this month and get strong before Tobi made his move. Tobi was just waiting for the right time to make his move. He had to be ready when he did make a move. Training would make him ready. A few days later, unknown location. After Tobi had appeared before him, Naruto had decided it was best to be training at the hideout. When he came, Zetsu was not present. He figured he was still doing his assignment. The hideout gave him the privacy he needed, unlike Konoha. The place he got privacy at Konoha was his apartment. And here at the hideout, there was no one to disturb his peace. Zetsu did not bother when he was busy. He had not even bothered to leave a clone behind at Konoha. It would get him a headache that he did not want to experience. It was better not experiencing whatever the clone would experience in his absence. Naruto was currently eating lunch. He had taken a break from perfecting his skills and ninjutsu. It was better to perfect what he had now before learning new things. Perfecting his ninjutsu would make his jutsu a lot more effective than anyone else's. Perfecting a jutsu required him to understanding the mechanism of a jutsu. If he understood that he could use a jutsu without taking too much chakra from him. Naruto looked at his right as he heard footsteps. He saw Zetsu walking over to him. Naruto waited for his spy to sit and tell him what he had found. But Zetsu was the one to say the first words. "I did not think I would find you here. Unforeseen circumstances forced me to be here," Naruto said, looking at his lunch. "So, what did you find?" "I will tell you about Kabuto first." Naruto looked at Zetsu to hear the report. Kabuto was a former Root ANBU. He worked as a spy and infiltrated all great villages under the orders of Danzo. He is a medic specialist and could be second to Senju Tsunade. Zetsu paused for a moment. He currently is spy for Orochimaru. Naruto nodded. "I had my suspicions about him," Naruto said. Still, Kabuto had to be a spy master if he was able to infiltrate great villages without getting caught. He was someone to be viewed as a threat. Naruto did not need someone like him alive. Being a spy for Orochimaru would certainly explain his interest in Sasuke. Orochimaru had interests in Sasuke. I was able to find some interesting things about Orochimaru, Zetsu said, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts. This was something he wanted to hear. It appears that when he was still a member of Akatsuki, he tried taking over Itachi's body. Zetsu's words confused Naruto, so Zetsu elaborated. Orochimaru invented a jutsu that would give him immortality. He consumes another person's body and makes it his own. The consumed body becomes a host to his soul. He needs a strong person to be able to hold his soul. He tried his jutsu on Itachi so that he could get the Sharingan, but he failed miserably and ran away. Naruto nodded. So he wants Sasuke so that he could take over his body. Sasuke would accept Orochimaru to his body as long as he was told that Itachi would be killed. Sasuke would willingly sell his soul to the devil if it got him the power to kill his brother. There is also something very interesting, Zetsu said. Orochimaru plans to invade Konoha. Naruto was quiet for a moment. With what army? I do not know the details. But Orochimaru has founded a village called the Sound Village. I think it also involves the Sand Jinchuriku. I don't know if the sand itself is connected with the planned invasion. When? Chunin exams final, Zetsu responded. He is also working with Danzo. But Danzo will not be taking active part in the invasion. He is only making things easy for Orochimaru by providing security details and removing certain AMBU squads so that Orochimaru's people can get into the village without being noticed. Naruto was not surprised to hear this, so Orochimaru invades Konoha and kills the Sandaime. Aftermath: Danzo tried to get himself made Hokage. Naruto summed up what Danzo must have planned with helping Orochimaru invade the village. What will do if Orochimaru does kill the Sandaime and Danzo petitions to become Hokage? Nothing, but you will, Naruto said. I'm sure you can take care of Danzo should something like that happen. Zetsu nodded with a smile. Things I had not foreseen are happening quickly, but there is nothing that cannot be managed. Naruto paused for a moment. Obito came to see me. I'm not surprised about that. I always knew that he would find out sooner than later. Zetsu said. What did he say? Nothing. Oh, he said to greet you. Zetsu nodded. So what do you plan on doing? Others are playing their cards. During the finals, my Uchiha heritage will be revealed. I will think of what to do before the finals. Naruto said, leaving Zetsu alone. Orochimaru was making his move on Konoha. He had not anticipated something like that to occur. He knew that Orochimaru had no love for Konoha, but going as far as to plan its destruction was something he did not see coming. Konoha had done nothing to Orochimaru. He had been the one to wrong the village. For now, he did not care if the village got destroyed, though. Konoha could always be rebuilt anytime. His power was going to be revealed to Konoha and the world during the finals. Konoha was defiantly going to be shocked upon seeing him wielding the Sharingan. Right now, he needed to train. Naruto might have thought he was the only one to reveal shocking secrets during the finals. But he was not. There was someone else who had planned to reveal a shocking secret.